Good morning.
Perhaps we could start with a sound check. Mr. Feldwart, I see you, and I believe your sound is good.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Orth.
Good morning. Mr. Ames, I see you, and your sound is good.
Good.
Good morning, everyone.
There you are. Hello, Ms. Fox.
Hello.
Your sound is good.
And I can, more importantly, from my viewpoint, I can hear you.
Oh, that's good. And Ms. Paranos.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning, Council, Commissioners.
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Oh, that's interesting. I can see myself. Can you see me now?
There you are.
Okay.
Thanks. And Mr. Biernoff.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer and Commissioners and Council.
Great. Let's see. Your camera is. I'm not seeing it yet. It's going to take a moment, maybe.
I've actually been having some issues with the camera that I'm trying to troubleshoot.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. All right, and I believe we have Madam Chair.
I am here.
All right. Oh, and I see Mr. Bach. He may have stepped away for a moment. All right. John Garcia is our technical host today. Anything else we should do before we begin?
We may need to push, I think, are we starting with Mr. Smitherman again?
Yes, we need to finish your examination of him and actually redirect.
Can you push him over to a panelist, please, John?
Smitherman?
Yes.
Will do.
Oh, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. At some point during the day when it's convenient for you and the commissioners, could we have a discussion about timing for the hearing? Because we've got our witnesses to try to figure out timing and in the event if we go into the next week.
Yes, we do need to have that discussion, and I am not forgetting that Ms. Paranos' witness needs to go before tomorrow, if I remember, or maybe by tomorrow. But let's have that conversation when we finish Mr. Smitherman.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Smitherman. I can see you. How's your sound?
Hope it's good. Can you hear me?
Oh, that's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if there is nothing else, I think I said, oh, Mr. Feldwart?
Madam Hearing Officer, do we have, I know I see the chair, do we have other commissioners on yet?
I don't see other commissioners unless they're among the attendees without being a panelist. I will say they've been very present and have, oh, there's Commissioner Kessler right there.
Okay, great.
And they've also committed, I know Commissioner Engler had some conflicts, but they have sincerely committed to reading the transcript for any part they miss.
And the videos, I make it sound like we're taping a movie here. The recording of all of these days are posted on YouTube. I think maybe all except for Friday so far. So there's also that option. You can go onto the OCD webpage if you go to hearings. And then if you go to an OCC, there's a link that says if you want to like watch the recording or something, you can click there. So that's an option as well.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. You know who I don't see? Let's see, do we have Mr. Baca or Ms. Delgado? Mr. Garcia, would you make them a panelist if you see them, please, among the attendees?
I do not see them.
I think Mr. Engler is joining in a minute, Ms. Worth. We forgot to tell him they're starting at 8 this week.
All right, thank you for that. That'll cut down on what he has to watch later. Laureen, would you please reach out to Mr. Baca or Ms. Delgado?
I wonder if they forgot it was started at 8.
Could be. Could be.
Mr. Feldwork, do you have a name of your next witness so I can make them a panelist also?
Yes. That would be, let me double check here.
That's fine. I just wanted to find them before to keep moving things along.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Paul Thompson.
Okay.
And then after Paul Thompson will be Morgan Iannuzzi.
Add them and that'll give them the ability to unmute themselves.
Madam Hearing Officer,
Yes.
I wonder if perhaps we want to take up the subject matter of the timing of the rulemaking, given that we're still waiting for the court reporter to arrive.
Yes, please go ahead, and if you would address the witness you said had a time constraint.
Certainly. So he actually, it was because he had been, he thought he was going to be impaneled for jury duty, but he has been excused. So he no longer has that conflict. So we're fine to go in the regular order.
All right, terrific, thank you.
One suggestion, it might be helpful in terms of planning. I know we had all postulated on how long each witness was going to take. Knowing what we know now, I think we can expect that each one is going to take significantly longer. At least they have thus far. It might be helpful if each party could maybe resubmit their estimates on timing, unless you truly think that they're going to take the exact amount of time you've already guessed, and then that might still be good to know. Then we can sort of try to plan out, is it going to take 2 more days? Is it going to take 3? Is it going to take 2 weeks? Like, what are we looking at? Because I think so far each witness has taken a whole lot more time from each party that's gone so far than was expected.
How are you? Busy. We got a lot.
Thank
So
you for
that might be
suggestion.
helpful.
I think that's a very helpful suggestion. We'd be happy to do that. And just along those lines, it does seem like it might be more efficient to have parties provide their rebuttal testimony, if possible, along with their direct. So for example, we're the last party to present our direct testimony, and we will be ready to provide any rebuttal at that time. So I thought it would be actually more efficient for everyone if our witnesses provided their direct and their rebuttal simultaneously. So I'm more than happy to resubmit our time estimates, including some additional time for rebuttal. And I will note that I am working hard to reduce the direct testimony for those issues where the OCD has included some of EDF's suggestions. And certainly if there's party agreement on those suggestions, which it seems like there are in a few instances, then again, we would definitely reduce our testimony time for those particular issues.
I would agree with Ms. Peranios that it is more efficient to hear the rebuttal as we go along, to the extent you know what it is when you're putting on your direct case. That's just my personal experience. Good morning, Commissioner Engler. I can see you. Mr. Baca, I can see you. I'm sorry, say it again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning, Mr. Felderwerk. How are you? I just wanted to let everybody know what Mr. Felderwerk did was the right thing. He wanted some testimony of the chairwoman done immediately So we got it to him Saturday night and Sunday morning. So anybody ever wants anything done immediately, all you have to do is email me and we will get that excerpt to you right away. Okay, so we got Mr. Felderwerk's testimony to him that he wanted of the chairwoman to him Saturday night. And that's what we should do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baca.
Madam Officer, this is Tom Engler. Can I interrupt?
Yes, sir.
Well, back on that script from last week, I got was Wednesday afternoon. So is there more out there that I can get?
All right, so thank you for asking that. Let me suggest to you, you were freezing up just now, and at some point you may want to turn off your camera if you'll be speaking at length. What I was about to ask Mr. Baca, based on the statement he just made, is whether if someone reaches out to you, Mr. Baca, and you're producing a particular part of the transcript anyway, if you would send it to Florine Davidson or to me or to both of us, and we will make sure that we get it out to everyone else as well.
Okay, well, we right now are all caught up. We have sent it to the OCC Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and you will get Thursday today and Friday today.
Terrific, thank you.
So you should have 3 full days of transcripts, Commissioner Engler, on your computer, and today you'll have Thursday and Fridays. We did insert the testimony of Chairwoman Sandoval in the regular portion, so it will be in the regular portion, but they just wanted that done immediately by Saturday night.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Madam Chair, just, I don't know if we're on the record or not, but in case we are, point of clarification, the chairwoman does not testify. She's asking questions.
Right, we're not on the record, Mr. Ames.
Thank you.
It was not her testimony. They wanted her examination. She does not testify, but she was examining Commissioner or Mr. Ames.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Baca.
Yes.
So we have Mr. Smitherman, we have all counsel, we've done a sound check. Shall we finish up Mr. Smitherman and then have our scheduling discussion? Can we do that? Oh, Mr. Felderwerk?
Just one thing, if Mr. Garcia would be kind enough to add my co-counsel Adam Rankin as a panelist, that would be helpful.
Thank you very much for that. I see him now as a panelist. All right, Madam Chair, if you're good to go, I'll open the record.
Yep.
All right, good morning. My name is Felicia Orth. I'm a hearing officer appointed by the Oil Conservation Commission to conduct a hearing in this matter, case 21528. We are on our 6th day of the hearing. When we broke Friday, January 8th, the chairwoman of the commission was finishing her examination of Namoga's witness, Mr. Smitherman. Madam Chair, whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. All right. I still have a handful of questions. Most are different than Friday. A handful are on at least similar topics. I think before diving into some of the more technical questions, one of the things that I was left somewhat confused by, and I would like some clarification, I would also like my glasses clean, is I could not figure out throughout your testimony exactly who or what you were representing. It seems like we waffled back and forth from I'm representing Namoga and this 80-person panel to I'm representing myself, John Smitherman, and my experience from only one company throughout my career. Which was it? Or both? But it was quite confusing for me because it sort of went all over the map.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
I am here as a representative of NMOGA, and actually Independent Producers New Mexico, Association of New Mexico was also a part of our team that analyzed and created suggested modifications to this rule. So in one sense, I'm representing IPAM as well. And I guess that somewhat cannot separate my experience to explain things as I represent these different organizations. So I guess it's firmly that I'm representing NMOGA, but my experience colors my ability to explain things.
Madam Chair, if I may interrupt, this is Michael Felderwart.
Yeah.
The other point is, as you know from our pre-hearing statement, Mr. Smitherman is a petroleum engineer who's been qualified by federal and state courts as an expert witness in petroleum engineering and oil and gas operations. So at the request of the commission, we did not necessarily qualify him as a witness, but he is here to provide his expertise as a petroleum engineer with 40 years of experience to the issues that have been raised by this rulemaking proceeding.
Okay, that's helpful. It was just somewhat confusing throughout.
Adrienne, can I ask a quick question? This is Jordan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Smitherman and Mr. Felderwart, I have heard representations that that Mr. Smitherman is also speaking on behalf of IPA&M. I don't see that anywhere in the pre-hearing statement. Is there somewhere else I should look to confirm that?
Commissioner Kessler, Mr. Smitherman, first off, was named as an expert witness to provide technical testimony on behalf of NMOGA's proposed modifications. I think his testimony was at the beginning that that not only is it NMOGA's proposed modifications, but that we've been also able to provide IPA New Mexico's opinions on this so that we would not have an additional party with additional witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Felderwart, and I understand that. I guess what I'm asking is, I saw that IPA&M submitted written comments. I hadn't seen any kind of entry of appearance or confirmation that NMOGA and IPA&M were submitting a joint proposal, and that's what I wanted to confirm.
You are correct. I mean, the modifications were submitted by the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association. IPA New Mexico did submit comments, but really by way of clarification, since the filings, we've been able to essentially consolidate our position and avoid having an additional party in the case. But technically, you're right. Mr. Smitherman is named as a witness for the New Mexico Oil, as a technical witness for the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association.
Okay, thank you.
Just before we keep going, Mr. Baca, could you mute, please? There's like a lot of feedback coming from you. Thank you. Okay, and this may be for somebody else. There was testimony on Friday or Thursday, one of the days, because there was talk of, so with the emergency and the 4 hours or the 8 hours or whatever time frame ends up there, operators who have, and I think we got caught up on the word SCADA. I want to take the word SCADA out of this. I feel like we got caught up on that intricacy. There are operators who have the ability to shut in their wells remotely. And what I would like to understand better is there any sort of understanding as to what percentage that may be? Who can versus who can't? Is it one operator can shut in all of their wells remotely, or maybe 15% of them, or some operators can't at all, or what's the mix here? Because I think that's really important as we're trying to determine what the time limit is, or if there is one in an emergency definition. Can you provide any more information on that?
I certainly understand your question. I got to say, we didn't explore kind of which operators do and which operators don't have that capability. So I don't think I should speculate on it. I can tell you my experience, and it's probably the only thing I can really rely on. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's helpful. I think this is where like I get confused with your testimony. A lot of the technical stuff, you're relying on your experience, but you said it. You said in your testimony, you're representing this 80-member crew. And so I'm sort of expecting you to be able to provide me with an overview of what these 80 members or people or groups or whoever can do. But all I'm getting is your own particular
Yes, and I understand.
experience.
Yes, and I understand that. And I guess the challenge I have is there are questions that are coming up in this hearing that perhaps we didn't anticipate and didn't have a discussion amongst this bigger team. So, maybe that's a flaw from my side, that we didn't think of every possible question that could come up. So, but maybe we should have tried harder. I don't know. So when I don't have that information, I can offer you my personal experiences if that's helpful.
That would be helpful. Sure.
Okay. My personal experiences are that we were a pretty large company. We were, I think, we probably ranked the 13th or 14th largest oil producer in the state. So we were a significant player in southeast New Mexico. We had nothing in northwest New Mexico. And I think we had a relatively sophisticated operation for a company that size. And we had very, very little capability to actually affect something remote control. And I know particularly, I remember very clearly even testing the ability for us to be able to affect a pump or a valve at a saltwater disposal station. We wanted to do that because of its particular nature. But I don't recall that we had, in fact, I'll put it this way. I recall that we didn't have a very large ability outside that to shut wells in. We probably had a few, but we didn't have very much. And it's, some of the conversation about that was, well, why would you want to have that? Well, at the time we were thinking of things like some kind of a fire at a facility, and maybe you want to be able to shut things in because of something like that. It from our standpoint, from my personal standpoint, and I do think that I can represent the group, that they would prefer, the operators would prefer to send a human to deal with something like an upset from a midstream, because it's not just shut everything in. That's not the only, or maybe not the best response. You may be able to redirect gas to a different outlet. So some of these, especially some of the larger companies, and maybe not just the larger companies, have multiple outlets. And they do that to be able to have more reliable gas takeaway. That's a good thing that they've been able to establish that. So if they can get out to the field and redirect gas from, gatherer A, who has an upset, to gatherer B, if they can get some gas into that line, that means they get to produce and reduce that flaring or venting quickly. But it takes a human being. It's to me, it's always better to have a human being out there making decisions like that and coordinating with the midstream companies to make the best decision.
And you believe 8 hours is a more feasible time frame for that than 4?
I do. There's midstream upsets that we can respond to in 4, but there's probably quite a few that will take somewhere between 4 and 8. There's going to be some that are longer than 8, but we felt like that 8 was a reasonable compromise, if you will, to be able to address most of them safely and effectively.
Do you have any idea of, so in the new part 28, I don't have the citation, but it basically requires, right, for midstream operators to pre-notify, I think it was 2 weeks ahead of time, any sort of maintenance, known upset in their system. Do you have any sort of understanding of what the percentage might be of situations where it's all pre-planned and the production companies are going to know 2 weeks ahead of time, on this date we need to route to other place, etc., plan ahead, all of those things, versus something hits the fan and we've got to go into an emergency situation because compressor station A is totally down and we now can't go in that outlet for gas. Is there any understanding of what the frequency is of this is pre-planned versus things happen that are outside of the control?
Sure, let's talk about that. First of all, I view these as very separate issues, and we do get midstream companies have historically been able to notify their upstream customers where they have planned outages. That's not new, that's not unusual, and this rule puts in some quantification of that, which is a good thing. It calls for 14 days as the standard, if you will, for notifying for scheduled events. And we think that that's ample. So we support that. And however, there is a normal body of maintenance and turnaround and additions, and in essence, anything that's going to cause an upset to the flow. There's a bucket of those things, and we think that the division's language in the rule is proper. It's adequate. Gives upstreamers plenty of time to schedule if they're going to reroute, schedule if they're going to shut wells down, maybe schedule their own maintenance during that same period of time. That's really helpful to be able to say, hey, if you're down, I might as well be down too, so that it makes it more effective and efficient. So let's set that aside for a moment, because it's this other body of unexpected things that the 4 hours or 8 hours addresses. These are the things that you didn't schedule because they happened to you. They either something failed that you didn't expect, a weather event came in and caused things to fail that you didn't expect. There was no ability at all to know it was coming, and therefore no ability to pre-plan for those. And I see that the rule addresses those separately. And that's the piece that we're saying is the upstream. And by the way, we appreciate the fact that the rule indicates that midstream gas gatherer has got a requirement to notify. They typically do notify anyway, by the way. And it allows us, as soon as we know, either because of our remote monitoring systems or because we've been notified, it allows us to send somebody out to location to respond to it. And that's the piece that we would like to have a little more time on. How many of those? They're not infrequent. They're not every day, but they're not infrequent that something like that does happen, especially the larger your company is and the bigger your footprint is, the more frequent that's going to be because you're connected to more gas gatherers or more sections of a gas gathering system that could have an impact like that.
Okay. That's helpful. I wrote down on a different topic in quotes that there is a common understanding of venting. And I just wrote a bunch of question marks under that. What do you mean by there is a common understanding of venting? I would like to hear what that means in your mind, because I don't know what the common understanding of venting is. And so I'm concerned if there's some reliance on some of the proposal on this quote common understanding of venting that's actually not common.
I guess I don't remember exactly where I testified to that. Can you help me? Did you?
I'm trying to recall. I think it was when there were eliminations of some of the categories, some of the reporting categories is I believe where the discussion was coming up, and how some of those reporting categories were eliminated because it was not a common understanding of venting.
Madam Chair, if it helps, I think it was also Mr. Smitherman, as I recall, when we were discussing the definition of venting.
Oh, it may have been. Oh, and the high and low pressure stuff too, I believe.
Yeah, when we were.
It came up in a couple places.
I think there was an exhibit where we showed the Colorado definition of venting. I believe that's where it came up, Ms. Sandoval.
Thank you.
Okay, so in fact, that's kind of where I was thinking that you were headed, if you will. And when you look at the definition of, if you will, the definition of venting and flaring that Colorado used and that we're suggesting, it is more, well, in part, it is recognizing by example some actual releases in the field that Colorado has recognized as not venting. And so it's somewhat of a definition by exception, but it tries to be clear in enumerating those particular elements. In fact, I would be happy to go back to that exhibit and kind of look at that again.
I think it's C9.
Okay. In fact, it specifically talks about emissions of gas from devices such as, and that's kind of maybe some key words there, pneumatic devices, pneumatic pumps that are designed to emit as part of normal operations. And there are a lot of, there's a body of equipment that is designed to emit, and these are typically, all of these are typically the low pressure sources that Colorado has recognized in their definition as not venting. So if you take those away, if you had a well that you were that an operator decided that they wanted to, I don't know why you do this, but you would basically take the full gas production and open it up from a higher pressure separator, like a 125 pound working pressure separator, and send it to a vent system. That would be venting. If you did that on purpose, that would be venting. But that's a very, very different type of a circumstance than all of these low pressure sources that we're trying to recognize as Colorado has as not venting. So it's more of a definition by example, and perhaps there is a pressure that we could use to help define those low pressure sources. The API does recognize a low pressure vessel. They've established 15 psi G as a low pressure vessel. We didn't necessarily put that in the rule, but at least it might help our conversation here.
I mean, but doesn't the division's rule sort of help to address that without just explicitly excluding? I mean, they don't quote count against you in the rule. Now, if it's malfunctioning, which does happen, then that would count. But I mean, isn't that in a lot of ways already accounted for here?
I guess there's certainly different ways to look at it. And, you know, if these low pressure sources aren't counted against us, that helps. What we thought would be most helpful is to focus on those sources that you could reliably and accurately measure and report, because those were we thought very clear. And in fact, we thought long and hard on all the different sources and therefore categories that might represent. And we named every one that we could think of. And so we thought that perhaps following the same, and by the way, let me point something out, that the division has looked across many different examples. They've looked at different states. They've looked at even some in Canada, and they've taken some of those practices into this rule. They've looked at some of those practices and have exceeded them. I mean, 98% is an exceedance from anywhere that you would have looked at. And they've looked at some of the practices and left them behind because they didn't feel like it fit New Mexico's needs. And so this one that we looked to Colorado, seemed to be a good way to, in essence, give the division accurate information from high pressure sources that you really could measure and report with good accuracy, and simply not report those pieces, those sources that you could not measure with sufficient accuracy for production accounting purposes. So that's the whole construct that we really had.
Okay. And one of those was, I don't remember the citation again. Tanks, right? Uncontrolled storage tanks.
Yes.
That one perplexes me a little bit. Can you elaborate on why you want to eliminate that? I 100% understand that those can be permitted to vent by the Environment Department, but we're not the Environment Department here. And I think we've made allowances for those types of things within the rule. There are countless modeling programs where you can model the emissions from tanks. Things such as simple as EP tanks. You have HISIS, you have ProMax, you have a suite of tank software that can model the emissions coming off of a tank. So that one is quite perplexing to me. Can you elaborate on why you think it's impossible or not feasible to get some sort of accurate measurement? Not measurement's the wrong word. Estimate of what would be coming out of there?
And you're right. I think you've asked the right question, because certainly measurement would be nigh on impossible to get a good number.
Yeah,
So
I
you're
think
focused on some kind of other type of a modeled estimate. And I guess my best answer there is that from our perspective, if you've got an uncontrolled tank, it is at the end of the line. Those volumes that would come to that tank are not economically capturable, so they don't represent waste. They're downstream of, in essence, enough separation equipment with a low enough flash that even the volumes are below what the NMED would suggest controlling in some way. That's why you're allowed to have an uncontrolled tank. Those can be estimated, but you tend to have numbers that are somewhat theoretical in essence. They don't necessarily reflect the actual parameters that actually occurred in a given day. What was the actual flow rates? What were the actual temperatures? Those things that you put in HYSIS and EP tanks to be able to get. And by the way, I'm not an expert on either of those two modeling programs, but I know, and I think I know enough to be conversant on them. So if I misstate something, please I'll let you know, or I'm just letting you know I'm not an expert in that particular area. But I know the concept. And I just think that it would be somewhat of an enormous task to be able to come up with anything that represented an accurate measurement of those.
Madam Chair, this is Michael Fuller. Just so you know, we do have a witness that's going to address your question.
Okay, that would be good because I'm finding this answer not fully satisfying. I guess my concern, and hopefully the next, whenever that who is the witness? So I can.
It'd be David Greaves, and then Mike Smith is also familiar with this.
Okay. I mean, my concern here is that modeling in some of these softwares is what you design entire facilities off of. So it's a little alarming to me that it wouldn't be good enough to run a tank model. Going even further, these are the modeling softwares that you permit facilities with, that you do greenhouse gas reporting with, which you have to report tanks. I believe, I can't 100% call for production, but I know for midstream, and you have for, ages. And so it's very concerning to me, these statements. So it would be very helpful to hear some more information on that later. All right, sort of moving on. Let's see, where do we want to go next? All right. I think it's in your proposal, in the NAMOGA proposal, 27-8. I think it's B1.
Yes, I'm there.
All right, so I think you guys are wanting to do so you're wanting to strike technically feasible and go with reasonably practical. Could you just elaborate a little bit on that for me, please?
Certainly. It somewhat gets back to this same issue that even other witnesses have talked about. When you get a little more absolute, technically feasible can be viewed as being pretty darn absolute. That maybe you've got things that can be technically feasible but enormously expensive, and so we were concerned that would result in, I'll just use the word, an unreasonable interpretation of this rule. So if you would use the term reasonably practical using best industry practices and control technologies, we feel like that will be effective in accomplishing what the division was trying to accomplish here without the possibility of someone trying to take it, if you will, too far. We're technically feasible. I mean, like I said in my testimony, it's technically feasible to go to the moon, but it's pretty darn unreasonable and impractical. So that was really the objective there, is to try to make it a little more, a little better understanding.
Do you think that opens the door for, I think, as you've said before, mischief?
Well, I think that I would be happy with relying on the division's interpretation of reasonable.
But I don't think, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't think any of these aren't necessarily going to the division for approval. Now, somebody could probably take something to hearing, but the division isn't approving each and every reasonably practical thing. So how would the division know?
Well, I guess in one sense, how would they know if someone was doing something that was technically feasible? So I view this as the division does have the ability and the history of inspecting circumstances in the field. They do typically go, especially on drilling rigs. We expected to see them on casing jobs, cement jobs, quite often. So my perspective, my personal perspective is we didn't talk about this particular thing amongst our group, was that our expectation was that the division would either on their own accord see something that they didn't think was right, or we've got citizens that report things to the division, and the division may respond and come out and look. So we had no expectation here that something was going to be approved or not. We expected that the division was going to look at an operation and say, hey, that's not reasonable. And we didn't want that to go to, well, you didn't do something that was technically feasible, you just chose not to. I just, again, think that is a more practical, golly, I use the word defining it. It just seems to me to be a more clear interpretation that can't be, somewhat used, well, I don't want to use that term. It just seemed like a more appropriate term.
Don't you think there are some ways, though, that people could really begin to pull cost into it? And I understand, I understand that cost is a factor in the sense of I guess let me just start with the first statement or question. Don't you think that could really start to circumvent things and become a loophole because people would start to pull cost into it and use that to justify them not doing something?
Well, let's look about this particular passage. When you think about sometimes the issue of cost is a cost benefit type of an analysis. Isn't that correct? And so that would somewhat imply that these volumes that could be released during drilling operations the costs would have to be outweighed by some kind of a gas capture that you could then get revenues from. See kind of a cost benefit. But that's not what happens on drilling operations. These gases are going to be released either by venting or flaring them. And that decision is typically made on safety grounds. So if costs come into this conversation, it's really going to be something that's quite frankly maybe obvious to many people that the cost is enormous and impractical and unreasonable, as opposed to something that is normal expected in the oil field. Or so for somebody to come in and say, well, I can't do that, and everybody else in the division or in the industry is doing it, well, that's unreasonable on their part. If you need to spend a little money to do what's reasonable and what's normal, then it's unreasonable not to.
Okay. Do you think it's reasonable that companies may have to spend money to adequately manage their waste?
That's a pretty big question. Can you maybe narrow it down to something that's a little more? I have a hard time answering that in such a big, broad, general form.
I'm trying to think how to restate that. I mean, do you think that it's reasonable, likely that a company, in order to comply with a rule and manage their waste appropriately, will have to spend money? Basically, that option, in order to adequately manage their waste, it might be more expensive than not.
It seems like a statement that it might be more expensive than not. I'm not sure.
I mean, but does it? No, I think it's a question. I'm asking you, does it make sense to you? Do you think it's reasonable that in order to adequately manage your waste, or a company's, let's use your in like a broad sense.
Okay.
A company might have to spend more money than if they were not adequately managing their waste. Does that seem reasonable to you?
I guess my answer is that's a bit of a hypothetical, but I can't disagree with you that sometimes that you might expect that a company would have to. I think the word you used was pay money to deal with waste. I think there's an expectation of that in some circumstances. I can't deny that.
Do you have any concern that your language, reasonably practical, might pull in that cost piece of it in a way that's negative, or in a way where people are basically trying to justify not managing their waste because of costs, because it's too expensive?
And I understand your question, and I think I can answer very definitively, not in this section. I think that is not a factor.
Okay. I think, are you familiar with OCD rules part 35 and part 36? I can read you the titles. That would help.
I'm probably not familiar enough with them. I don't even know which one 35 and 36 are.
35 is titled waste disposal. 36 is titled surface waste management facilities.
No, ma'am, I'm not familiar with those.
So it's, do you agree that it's already common practice for the industry to have to sometimes pay to adequately dispose and manage their waste?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we talked a little bit, I think last week, about AVO. And you said that the issue is not that a person, well, that's awkward. That's an awkward statement. You said that the issue is basically, it's the record keeping. It's not that the people aren't already out there on site. Do you have a solution for that? Is there a solution that you would propose in order to make AVO more manageable?
I think the solution that we are offering, which it recognize our solution, our proposed modifications recognize that the act of doing I'll call it an official AVO. Okay, now let's define that. We've got lease operators that are on location that are observing, they're hearing, and they're smelling many times every day. So that part of it is, there's a little bit of conversation to have around that compared to an official AVO. But let's focus, if you will, on the administrative burden. It seems like that, and you pointed me out and you were right, I may have used the word no benefit. There's little benefit from doing an AVO weekly versus doing an AVO monthly from an actual discovery of releases standpoint. But there's a big difference in the administrative burden between weekly and monthly on that aspect of it. It isn't just, quite frankly, it's not just a big chief tablet with 3 boxes. Did I smell something? Did I hear something? Did I hear something? Did I say that right? It actually will have to be a little more complicated than that, based on just the words in the rule. They point to things that it's a little more complicated inspection, if you will, than simply walking around and listening and hearing and seeing. But the concept is then that has got to go into an administrative process. There's a training aspect of it. There's a documentation aspect of it. There's QC aspect of it. Somebody's going to have to look and make sure that every well or every facility that was on the list actually got paper in. Was it done right? And then there's some record keeping part. So what our proposal is to do exactly what you're asking for, but simply do it on a little less frequent basis.
I think was your proposal once a month?
Well, it was once a month on what I'm going to call regular wells, with a little more flexibility on some of the low volume producers. And the monthly difference, and you go from weekly, which is 52 times a year, to monthly, which is 12. That's a big factor difference in the administrative burden.
Would 2 weeks not be a more reasonable jump from 1 week, rather than 1 week to every month to 1 week to 2 weeks? Or do you think that 2 weeks would still be too much burden?
Well, and I quite frankly appreciate you at least being open-minded to something other than weekly. Clearly, we thought that a monthly process would be fine. We didn't talk about 2 weeks, quite frankly. We looked at basically the big difference, the big jump from 52 to 12 is a big jump in administrative burden, especially with almost every well that's a normal producing well, you're going to have a lease operator out there seeing, smelling, hearing virtually every day. So you're not getting that much more physical difference in looking for things. You're getting documentation that he's done so. So we didn't see much physical benefit. There's a little. When you actually have to write it down, you're probably looking a little more carefully. especially when you follow these rules, there's some things that we might not look at as carefully every day. So you are getting a bit of a benefit, but we're just trying to find that balance between benefit and administrative burden.
Okay.
Chair Samuel, can I ask a follow up on some of that?
Yeah, go ahead.
And good morning, Mr. Smitherman.
Good morning, sir.
I guess I'm trying to make sure I understand. So your lease operator and pumpers, they're still making the rounds every day or every week, correct?
Yes, they are. And generally speaking, my expectation of most wells that are not low producers, that someone's going by there every day is not too often. Perhaps every couple of days is at the minimum.
Well, yeah, what I recall, and of course, I'm a little older now, but they used to do their pump sheets, usually depending on the type of well, frequently, at least every other day. So they're still making the rounds. Do they do this again to get me up to date? We used to do it all on sheets. Are they doing it on a tablet now, or are they still all doing on paper?
I think you'll probably, good morning, by the way. I think I'm a little older too, by the way. You might have noticed that. I think that you'll probably find that there's still a mix, that maybe some of your more forward companies have converted over to some kind of an electronic data capture, and others are still using paper.
So they're making the rounds. So if I understand correctly, the division's asking weekly, you're asking monthly, and it has to do with providing whatever the report requests. It's why we're looking at this change in frequency. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's not. There's an expectation, if you will, for companies to send lease operators to see their facilities. And there's an expectation for those lease operators to look and to make sure things are not going wrong. That's one of the main reasons they're there, right? Is to make sure production is optimized and that costs are optimized. And by the way, spilling something is very, very costly. So looking for leaks and looking for things like that is definitely part of their job description. So they're going to do that. They're not necessarily going to fill out an AVO a checklist, if you will. And if you look at the rule itself, there's some implications or maybe some suggestions in there of the type of equipment that needs to be looked at. That's a little more detailed. When you start looking at whether seals are cracked or some of the fine points there, that's probably beyond what you'd expect a lease operator to look at every day. You do look for leaks, which are relatively easy to see, especially when you have liquids. So the difference really is not as much on that lease operator. There is some, because he's got to spend a little more time, maybe going through a methodical type of a look to make sure that checklist is filled out properly. But then it's the administrative burden of making sure all of those records are properly kept. And it just doesn't seem the benefit. And I got to say, it's well, I'll just say it this way. The benefit does not seem to be proportionate to the administrative burden at a weekly level. We just feel like that there's a better balance at monthly.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to do one last question on that. Do you think, if you did it weekly, you had some checklists, and you had this weekly data, and it showed that the operator and industry was monitoring on a weekly basis and showing repeatedly no leaks or no emissions, that maybe the benefit would be a demonstration of how well the industry is monitoring and succeeding.
I can see that. Maybe I could even argue and I don't want to be argumentative, but if you did it monthly and found a relatively low frequency, it seems to me that might convey the same message.
No, that's not argumentative. I understand. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, sir.
No problem, Dr. Engler. Great. Oh, where'd it go? Okay, and Namoga's your proposal, it's on page 15 of the white book. It's, I think, F6.
Yes.
I guess my question is, so as I think you've stated multiple times, a lot of the sort of low pressure things tend to be the ones that are well, you've stated the low pressure, it's hard to measure. And most of the beneficial use categories, such as the pneumatics, et cetera, are in that bucket. Do you not think that 5 would cover 6? So 5 says where metering is not practical, such as low flow rate or low pressure, venting or flaring, or during, your proposal says, or during drilling operations. The operator may estimate the volume of vented or flared natural gas. Do you not think that 5 would cover 6, the proposed 6? And if not, can you elaborate on why you think the addition of 6 is necessary? Do you see where I'm talking about?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay.
Let me give just a little bit of thought to that question. I mean, I can see your point that the beneficial use gas is typically, I'll call it low volumes, but not all. And I guess there are opportunities for actually measuring some of those beneficial use gases. Let's take the example of compressor fuel. That's beneficial use, and well, I guess that didn't really hit the mark. Let's talk about a heater, treater, burner. That is a low volume, low pressure, low volume consumption of gas that we've got a number one, a better understanding of its consumption when operating properly. I think that beneficial use gas is reported separately in our reporting system. And so perhaps, and I got to say, we didn't ask this particular question of whether 5 would cover 6. So I'm just kind of thinking it through, that perhaps it's because we're reporting those beneficial use gases separately. And I guess beyond that, I'm just going to have to maybe say I don't know. I see your point, and I'm not trying to evade your question as much as I just don't know.
Madam Chair, this
Okay.
is Michael Felder, where we do have a witness on these types of measurement issues,
Which one is that?
Mr. David Greaves.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just making a note. All right. Let's go to in the NAMOGA proposal. It's on page 17. 27, G1, 7, like little I7.
Yes, I'm there.
It's the addition. I just want to better understand what the intent of adding those.
Certainly. This relates to the filing of a C-129, which is an episodic release of gas. And the original language basically said, give us the cause and nature of venting or flaring,
Right.
which seemed, if you will, not particularly structured. And since we were already recommending these categories for reporting, we thought that it would be helpful to not only the division, our industry, but the division also, that if we were to, in essence, tell you in that cause and nature of venting or flaring, which, in essence, which category it's going to fall in, then that would be a cohesive, if you will, connection to where you're going to find these very volumes reported once they finally get reported on whatever monthly form there is. So it seemed to us, I should say, that this actually structures this in a way that's helpful to the division.
Maybe this is a silly question, but is it too structured? Sometimes too much structure isn't always a good thing.
And I understand that. And we thought it was a good structure. We thought, well, if we're going to have to structure the stuff and it's going to have to be reported in our own systems, we'd like to set up a structure that says, hey, when the field guy says this happened, well, when you send that into the office, well, what bucket do I put that in? Well, why don't we just build the buckets in to start with?
Okay. All right, let's go to 19, 15, 27, 9, A, 3 and 4.
Can you give me a page reference?
It's not in the NAMOGA one. It was an ad by the division, I think, after that. It's on page 7 of the division's 27 red line.
Got it. Yes.
It has to do with the acquiring wells. You had some concerns, I think, on this. I don't know what day it was, Thursday or Friday, about maybe the need for flexibility if an operator acquires wells, et cetera. Was that correct?
We do have, I guess, some concerns about it, but we believe that this language that the division has put forward addresses those needs.
Okay. All right. So that actually, that's a good clarification. So NAMOGA is good with 3 and 4, those proposals?
We are. And of course, the 3 deals with acquisitions, as you just mentioned, and we're good with that. We think that that's a proper way to handle it on the upstream side. And the second one is a little more, that's not dealing with acquisitions, that's dealing with companies that have come out of compliance, which you filed. And we're good with this too. It provides a process for the industry to, in essence, converse with the division as to what has happened and perhaps what they need to get back into compliance. And yet it also gives the division the authority, explicit authority, very, very clear authority, that they've got some very serious tools in their administrative and I guess penalty toolbox to make sure that that this rule is going to be adhered to. So yes, we've reviewed this and we're good with that language as well.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Certainly.
I did not put a citation on here for this comment. It has to do with alarm. I believe that NMOGA's proposal was that it should be once a year to incentivize, not twice.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Couldn't that put it in operators in a situation, or let's play theoretical here. You do your alarm monitoring, whatever that may be. Maybe it's a one-time thing. Some operators, it could be a technology that's static on site. I have no idea, but let's pretend it's something like a flyover. You do your flyover on day 1. Well, then on day 3, you spring a leak somewhere. Aren't we like now in a situation where instead of things sitting there maybe going unnoticed for half the year, it's going unnoticed for an entire year potentially? Doesn't that put it sort of in that situation where leaks could actually just be sitting there for longer?
I guess if we're talking theoretical, that's theoretically correct. But again, this is an add-on. This is an addition to all the other measures that this rule has in place. NMED has rules in place, and operators themselves, by their own volition, have in place to look for leaks. Do we expect to be able to find some additional leaks with this alarm technology? Well, perhaps, especially as technology develops over time. And so from a theoretical standpoint, I see your point, but from a practical standpoint, we thought that it would be better to incentivize an operator to use this technology by not requiring them to use it twice a year, but just once a year.
Did NMOGA do any sort of polling of operators to justify that? Like, what operators would be more incentivized? What percentage of operators would be more incentivized to use this technology if it was once, not twice?
We didn't capture statistics of that, but we definitely got a sense that in essence, there were operators who maybe they're even, that they would be willing to do it once, but not twice. I can't give you statistics on that. We didn't do an actual poll, if you will.
Okay. I feel like I wrote down the wrong citation on this next one. Oh, there it is. Okay, so in the OCD proposal, it's not in NMOGA proposal. It was, I think, an add after. 27.9D 1D. It's on page 9.
Yes, I've got it.
So it's a description of operational best practices that will be used to minimize venting during active and planned maintenance in the natural gas management plan.
I see that.
I don't remember your exact testimony, but I wrote down, again, you referred to here as prudent operators. And that this was unnecessary because prudent operators are already doing something of the such. So my question would be, do you think all operators are prudent?
No. In fact, I think you probably wouldn't have a definition for prudent operator if there were some that weren't. So kind of by the fact that you've defined it, there may be some operators that I wouldn't consider prudent operators.
Okay. Well, does the division, or do you agree that the division has to write rules that regulate all 461 operators in the state?
That's
not just prudent ones?
That's a correct statement.
So could that be a good addition for the operators who maybe aren't as prudent?
I guess my perception of this is that if an operator is going to be an imprudent operator, it won't make any difference that he sent a piece of paper in describing best practices. So our recommendation to not accept this particular subsect is more of, it doesn't seem to us that it's going to result in any better operations. Imprudent operators are probably going to be imprudent, and imprudent operators are going to be prudent, regardless of if they sent you a piece of paper or not. That's really kind of the basis for our position.
Do you think that there could be an off chance that maybe it would push some operators to do planning that they may have not done before and could potentially have a positive impact?
Well, I certainly can't disagree with that theoretical.
Okay. All right. Oh gosh. Now I've got to move things. I've got to go to another binder, I think. Okay, and do you have the climate advocate information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think it's 27.9 D 2 C, no, D, their proposed D, 27.9 D 2 D. Is there, okay, I think it's on page 10 maybe of their proposal.
That's what I have.
Okay, it says the name and location, basically it's in the natural gas management plan, the name and location of natural gas processing plant receiving or anticipated to receive natural gas from the gathering system. I think you testified that, you know, again, and I think you talked about it earlier today, there can be multiple routes, right, that gas can go. You know, the gathering system is more of a spider web than a series. Oh God, where'd my note go? Oh, there it is. So that itself may be impractical. Would something more like listing the company or potential gathering companies where it could go be more feasible, instead of listing is going to gas plant X, it's going to company A who owns gas plant X, and they're the only ones we've contracted with, or we've contracted with company A, B, and C. And, you know, instead of going to the detail of a plant of like what processing plant it's going to, does the level of detail, like it's going to this company, or I've contracted with 2 or 3 companies, but that, and not say for certainty it's absolutely going here. We just know that one of these companies is going to pick it up and take it. Not literally pick it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Pipe it out.
I think I understand your question. Some of the realities of this are that we certainly plan usually quite a time away, quite in advance of when you're actually going to spud the well. And it can be a year, it could be 2 years. And so you don't necessarily know what company you're going to contract with. You certainly know what companies you may have reached out to, but you may not know which company that you're going to actually connect with. Now, you may have had enough conversations with several of the gas gatherers in the area, and especially if you've got the flexibility to contract with multiple, with one of several that you may have communicated with. And so, do we have the ability to tell you who we're going to contract with? And of course, you could say, well, I anticipated to connect with, and as long as that's not, hard. Well, we said we're going to contract with company A, we later contract with company B. If that's some kind of a ding on our reputation or something like that. I guess I'm struggling a little bit here with the theoretical, knowing the practicalities of how APDs and the timing of things go. Clearly, now let me look at something again here. Just 1 second.
Okay.
I want to be sure that I'm in the same spot. Okay. We're in the climate advocates, we're in section 2.
Yeah.
Section D2. So if I look in D2.
Are you going to Namoga's proposal? Or?
I am. I just want to be sure that I don't misquote something. In D2, I think it's even in the divisions. Well, here it actually says that in D2B, this is the operator that's submitting the APD would have to give you the information on the existing natural gas gathering system the operator has contracted or anticipates contracting with to gather the gas, and we've not struck that. So
that would be B3, or is that
DB? Well, the B. Well, yes, D. Excuse me,
D2
B, which says existing natural gas gathering system the operator has contracted or anticipates contracting with to gather the natural gas, including the name of the natural gas gathering system operator. So it seems to conform to what you were requesting.
Okay, yeah, I see that. So it may be already covered potentially. Okay, that was helpful.
You just saved me a redirect question.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Oh God, I got too many binders. This is why I had to move to the dining room. Okay. So you testified Again, I think this has come up earlier, but you talked about the concern about that NMED is the air quality regulator, right? And they're the ones who can dictate air quality. So whether or not you vent or flare. Are you familiar with the regulation that this part 27 and 28 is replacing from OCD's rules? It's 1915, 1812.
Not intimately, no. I have focused on this one.
I'm going to read you 1915, 1812 F, at least part of it. The operator shall burn all gas produced and not used and report the estimated volume on a C-115. I guess the question here is, do you believe that burning likely meant flaring?
Well, I'm not familiar with that rule or the context in it, so I think I better just say I don't know, because the context is important, and I'm just not familiar with that particular part of the rule, or any part of that rule, quite frankly.
I think it came from, as in OCD's presentation. Oh God, now I have to pull that up. Order R4070, and then followed after that R4382, which were written in, I believe, 1970 and 1972. So they're old.
Like me.
With that context, do you think at that time in 1970, burning could have meant flaring?
Again, I really hate to kind of speculate, because I have not read the rule, and context is important.
How else do you burn gas?
Well, again, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I just know that context is important, and I have not read that part of the rule. I just think it would be inappropriate for me to try to respond to that.
Okay. You talked about on Friday in the context, I think it was talking about the royalty conversation. And you mentioned that companies have to send 1099s. Is that true?
I said that, and I've done some research over the weekend and found that that's not always true either.
If it were true, would those be mailed?
Well, I don't know, but it isn't true. It isn't always true.
If it is true, is it likely that that's mailed?
Well, again, the premise is, if it is true, and it is not true. There's a level below which a company has to file or to send out 1099s. So it isn't true. I misspoke. In fact, I think I tried to correct myself at the time, because I didn't know, and I did some research over the weekend to confirm that it isn't true 100% of the time.
Okay, well, that's a good confirmation.
Okay.
All right, let's go to 28. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. I want to say it's 9.
Page 9?
No, part 28, part 9, the location requirements.
Yes.
I believe NMOGA is at least modifying or trying to strike C.
Yes.
And C is no later than May 31st of each year. The operator shall file with the division an updated GIS digitally formatted as-built map of its gathering pipeline or natural gas system, which include a GIS layer that identify the date, location, and volume of vented and flared natural gas of each emergency malfunction and release reported to the division. I think was it correct that your concern was that last part? The GIS layer that identifies the date, location, emergency malfunction, all that kind of stuff. Was that the main concern? What was the issue?
The issue, it really kind of fits one of our overarching ideas, if you will, in trying to not be duplicative in reporting. And all of this information that's in that suggested layer, the date, location, volume of vented and flared natural gas of each emergency, malfunction, and release, reported to the division. That information has already been filed, typically through C-129s. So it seemed duplicative to send that in again in a different form. That's really the basis for our desire to strike that section. It's not diminishing the information that the division has. It's just trying to avoid having to report it twice.
So, but I believe section F above in 8 says that the operator shall notify the division of venting or flaring that exceeds 50 MCF in volume and either results from an emergency or malfunction or lasts 8 or more cumulatively within a 24-hour period from a single event. That would not capture things under 50 MCF, correct?
That's correct. If it's less than 50, a C-129 is not required.
So then it's possible that the division's files will not have all venting or flaring captured on a C-129 that could then be not superimposed, but somehow meshed with a GIS map. Is that correct?
I can see that.
So then C wouldn't be duplicative because C would not include all information, correct? Or because the division would not have all the information already.
I see your point. I think our perception of that is it's going to be mostly duplicative.
But not fully, correct?
I can see your point.
Okay. Are you familiar by chance with 1915-18-19? It's titled Gathering, Transportation, if I could read it would help. Gathering, Transporting, and Sale of Drip.
Likely not in any real detail.
Okay. I can read to you part G of 1915-18-19. And I would like to hear if that may end up being duplicative, assuming this rule goes into effect as as proposed by the division without major modifications. It says a gas transporter shall, on or before the first day of November each year, file with the division maps of its entire gathering and transportation systems, locating and identifying on the map each drip trap in the systems, the maps to be accompanied by a report on division prescribed form showing the disposition being made of the drip from each of the drip traps. I guess maybe what I'm wondering is, would it be more appropriate to combine or to sort of combine those requirements? Or would it be more appropriate to leave them separate? Since this is, I guess, a natural gas waste and drip is not a waste. Drip is not a gas waste.
I'm not familiar. Thank you. I'm not familiar with that rule, and so I without having thought about it and discussed it with the team, I think I'd just be speculating, and I would really hate to do that. So,
okay,
I better pass.
Does it sound from that rule to you that all natural gas gathering systems should already be reported to the division?
Again, I better not speculate. I'm not. Again, same as we talked about earlier, context is important, and I would prefer not to. If I'm not familiar with it, I probably shouldn't say anything about it.
Okay. Well, I think.
Madam Chair, this is Michael Felderwerth. We do have another witness that will address that particular deletion.
Which one is that?
Mr. Reinerman, who is familiar.
Okay. I think that is my last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep, I think that's it. Thank you, Mr. Smitherman.
And thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Smitherman. We would turn now to redirect. Mr. Felderwerth, we've been going more than an hour. Would you like a short break before you redirect?
I think that would be very helpful. And then I just want to clarify, I don't know if any of the other commissioners have questions before we do that.
Oh, okay, I can ask if they have after their questions on Friday. Commissioner Kessler, do you have additional questions?
None in addition to the ones I asked on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Engler, did other questions occur to you? Can't hear you.
You're muted.
Can't hear you, Commissioner Engler.
Hey, how about now? Thank you. Yeah, something real quick from the previous discussion. Mr. Smitherman, let's go back. It's in the NMOGA. It's that part 27B. It's your page 7, and it comes back to what the director was asking about venting and flaring during drilling operations.
Yes, sir.
And the discussion between the divisions, technically feasible and you're reasonably practical. It seems, let me ask it this way. Under the division's request of technically feasible, it appears to me that the concern is the modifier technically. Is that correct?
I think the whole term technically feasible, and you know, let's think about it in term another place where that's used in the Quad O language and in the MOGA's proposed language on when separation flowback begins. Technically feasible for a separator to function has some bounds to it. And we are concerned that technically feasible in this particular arena might not have those same bounds to them. And so asking for reasonably practical seems to us to be a more clear and desirable modifier, if you will.
Well, I think in these questions and discussions, I think you're finding that I think we have concerns about the modifier reasonably. And so, and I think, let me see how I can pose this. I think our problem here that we're going to have to solve is the modifier such that it is feasible and or practical. And I think the problem is that the modifier, what side of the fence you want to go on is creating this discussion. I would say when you say practical, yeah, you're saying practical using best industry practices. You're kind of duplicating your practical because you're already saying best industry practices.
What we are, but of course, practices is different than practical. Practices is things that people do, and practical has a connotation of, if you will, practicality. We keep using the same root word, don't we here? But they're really different. And, feasible, reasonable, and or practical, that would maybe be helpful. And we thought long and hard about what words to try to put here that would convey clearly as we could that companies should be held to a reasonableness test. And the technically feasible goes beyond that, perhaps, in some people's interpretation. So we really struggled mightily with trying to find the right words that conveyed a reasonableness, not necessarily an economic test, but it's a reasonableness test. And that's why we came up with reasonably practical.
Thank goodness we're not English majors.
No doubt.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Engler. Let's take 15 minutes. It's 9:48. That would put us back at 10:03. The break, please.
Madam Hearing Officer?
Oh, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I'm going to ask for leave to ask just a little bit of follow-up of this witness on one particular and limited area that I believe needs clarification. But then I would also note that our cross so far in this proceeding has been very limited. So I know I'm asking to go a little bit out of order for leave, but I would like some clarification on a particular point.
All right, Mr. Feldegort, I would suggest to you that it would be better to have Ms. Fox ask her questions than prior to your redirect of Mr. Smitherman.
Now, Ms. Fox, are you going to be asking it, or Mr. Bach, who was the initial inquisitor?
I am, because, in a normal situation, we would be in the same room, and over the break we could have conferred, and it's just very difficult to do that right now. So I'm also asking leave that I be able to conduct this examination. It's very short, and we're already probably taking as much time as my questions.
I had no problem as long as we have the additional leave as necessary.
All right, thank you, Mr. Feldegort. Let's see, Mr. Smitherman, do we have you back on screen, please?
I'm here.
And you're there. All right. Please go ahead, Ms. Fox.
Hello, Mr. Smitherman. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to refer you to NAMOGA's proposal with regard to, it's under venting and flaring during drilling operations, 8B1.
I'm there.
And that provision reads that the operator shall capture or combust natural gas if technically feasible using best industry practices and controlling technologies. That's OCD's proposed language, correct?
I see that.
And NMOGA's proposed language is to delete the words technically feasible and insert reasonably practical so that that provision reads, the operator shall capture or combust natural gas if reasonably practicable using best industry practices and control technologies, correct?
Mostly you use the word practicable. In our language is reasonably practical.
Thank you. Now, you testified this morning and last week, I believe, that NMOGA did not like the term technically feasible because while some operations may be technically feasible, they may be very expensive, and you analogized that to going to the moon, which is technically feasible, but very expensive. Wasn't that your testimony this morning and last week?
Yes, ma'am.
But then under questioning by the chair and Commissioner Engler, you said in response to, do you remember the chair's line of questionings around whether expense was a reasonable thing to expect for additional prevention of waste? She was asking, isn't it reasonable to expect that operators may have to spend a little bit more in order to manage their waste? And you said, yes.
I don't think that exactly characterizes my testimony. I recall the exchange.
What was your testimony?
I think she asked, and we could go back to the record if we need to, but I think she asked if I recognize that sometimes it will cost operators something to dispose of waste. And I said yes.
And then she was questioning you about the language that you're proposing, reasonably practicable, and whether the insertion of that language may cause, as she put it, mischief, because operators would interpret that to mean that they don't have to spend a lot more money to prevent or manage their waste. Is that correct? Do you remember her questioning?
I remember the exchange. I don't know that I remember that exact language, but you've oriented me to kind of generally where we were. So do you have a question about that, ma'am?
Yeah. So she was asking you about that. I wrote down that you testified that cost is not a factor in the consideration of reasonable practicality. And then Dr. Engler asked you a series of questions about this provision as well, just before our break. And you told him that economics wasn't a factor in the assessment about whether something is reasonably practical. So I'm wondering whether cost is or is not a factor in the assessment about whether an operation is reasonably practicable, because I believe you've testified that it is and is not.
Hold on, let me object, Ms. Fox. A couple things. One, I suggest maybe you can cut down your question with all the additional language. And remember, we're dealing with reasonably practical, which is different from practicable. So I would ask that you, I object to the form of the question and just ask that you, now that we've oriented it, pinpoint your question and get his answer.
I'll be glad to rephrase, but I think after being corrected by Ms. Smitherman, I am using the term reasonably practical. Mr. Smitherin, can you just answer us very directly whether cost is or is not a factor in considering whether equipment is reasonably practical under NMOGA's proposal?
I think it's one factor. I think it's when you look at the potential impact to drilling operations, and it's in one sense it's a larger concept than just cost. Cost will certainly can be a factor, but there's applicability of particular practices on a particular drilling rig that may not be practical. It just, or I should say, technically feasible. So I guess the short answer is, as I'm thinking through this, it may be one of the factors.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Mr. Felder, I believe it is time for your redirect.
Yes. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right, Mr. Smitherman, first off, can I have an opportunity to present so I can share my screen? Mr. Smitherman, can you see my screen? I should be on page 10 of the division's proposed modifications under OCD Exhibit 2A.
I do see that, sir.
Mr. Bach, Ms. Fox's colleague, has some good questions to you about this subsection. Hold on a second. 27.9D6B as in boy, which should be on the screen in front of you.
I see it, and I've got it in my hand too.
Okay, and in particular, he was asking about this 90-day period.
Yes, sir. I remember that.
And I want to make sure it's clear how this works, Mr. Smitherman. Once an operator determines that it is out of compliance, am I correct that under this provision, they're required to submit a more robust natural gas management plan?
That's correct.
And that as part of that, they are required under this provision to examine, and I'm looking at the language the division has inserted, each well it plans to spud during the next 90 days.
I see that.
Okay. What happens, Mr. Smitherman, if an operator remains out of compliance the next month?
Well, the same language and our expectation, it would cause that operator to have to, in essence, roll this same language forward one more month. So it is a rolling requirement that each month, each cumulative month that you're out of compliance, you would add another month to your requirement to submit the more detailed gas management plan on every well that you expect to spud in that next period of time. So it's always 90 days out from where you're out of compliance.
Okay. And Mr. Smitherman, in your opinion, do you think this will provide an additional incentive for operators to get back into compliance?
Certainly.
Now, I want to ask you about a question from Commissioner Kessler involving, moving up here to 28.8 G1C. And her question, Mr. Smitherman, related to NMOGA's concerns about the certifications required in this rule. Do you recall that question?
I do recall that.
Okay. And Mr. Smitherman, first off, there's various points in the rule where operators are required to certify certain information. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, am I correct that the only place that the division or that NMOGA has concerns about the certification is in this particular subsection, which exists in both Part 27 and in Part 28?
That's correct.
And is NMOGA's concern related to the fact that at this point, we would not know what additional information would be requested?
That's correct.
And for example, I think you mentioned that could include third-party data.
True. The concept there is, we don't know what the division is going to ask for. We don't know what the source is going to be. So we were reluctant to state before the fact that we'll be able to certify that data. It's a very small, I guess, subset of all the things that would be reported to the division, but we're simply unable to know whether we can certify that or not ahead of time.
And so to answer Ms. Kessler's question more directly, do operators have any concern about certifying, for example, estimated volumes?
Anything, no, as long as we, I guess the short answer is no. That's not a problem.
All right. All right. Now, Commissioner Sandoval had some questions to you, Mr. Smitherman, about low pressure sources, low volume sources, okay?
That's correct.
And staying here within G2, she was questioning you about NMOGA's suggestion to delete from the monthly reporting the categories such as manual liquids unloading, uncontrolled storage tanks, et cetera, that are reflected in NMOGA's changes to subpart G2.
That's correct, I recall.
Okay. And there was a question about whether this reporting that is currently being suggested would or would not be counted against operators under the gas capture obligations.
That's correct.
So I want to talk briefly about that. Is it true, Mr. Smitherman, or let me ask you this. Based on how we read the rule, does it appear that any category that is listed here in G2 represents categories that would be counted against operators as part of the gas capture with certain exceptions?
That's correct. Unless they're explicitly exempted,
Okay.
they would be counted against us. That's our reading of the division's rule.
Okay, and that would include, for example, this other column that we see down here at the bottom of the list under subparagraph M as in Mary.
Objection, leading questions. This is redirect, not cross.
Yeah. Mr. Feldewert, if you would watch that, please.
Sure. I think you said all categories, Mr. Smitherman?
Yes, sir.
Would it include this subpart M, other?
What page are you on, sir?
I'm on divisions proposed.
Oh, the division's proposal. That's where I was in the wrong spot.
I'm sorry, I think I have it up here on the screen.
Okay. Yes, now I'm on the right letter.
Okay, all right.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So other would count against us as we
All
see
right.
it.
And as a result, NMOGA has proposed the deletion of certain categories in this section. Correct, Mr. Smitherman?
That's correct.
Objection, clearly a leading question.
Mr. Feldewert, if you would watch that, please.
And Mr. Smitherman, how would you characterize the categories that NMOGA seeks to exclude?
Well, we'd like to exclude those categories that are difficult, if not impossible, to measure with any accuracy sufficient for or appropriate for production accounting reasons. And that would have the effect of those volumes not being counted against us in a gas capture requirement calculation.
Okay. And just to be clear now, having oriented ourselves to G2 and all these various subparagraphs, I want to go to the actual accounting. Okay, Mr. Smitherman?
Certainly.
So let's go to 27.9 B. Paragraphs 1, 2, and 3.
I'm with you.
Okay. Now, as I read subparagraph B1, these are B1, 2, and 3, as you read it, Mr. Smitherman, are the only categories from G, subpart G, that would be excluded from the accounting?
That's exactly how.
Leading.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Well, you know, Mr. Felderword, you're not testifying, the witness is. And so you need to ask questions that ask him for his testimony, not tell him what his testimony is.
I'm trying to be efficient here, Mr. Ames, so that we can get through this.
All right.
Madam Hearing Officer, I have no objection to using leading questions to set up a topic. I do have an objection to leading questions which ask for the witness's opinion on specific things.
Right. All right. Again, Mr. Felderword, please proceed using a question and answer format.
Mr. Smitherman, how do you read the subcategories under 27.9 B1, 2, and 3? How do they relate to the accounting?
The subcategories that you refer to, if you will, lay out or line out those categories that will be excluded from the gas capture calculation that is referenced earlier in this rule.
And based on your understanding of the rule, if they're not excluded, does that mean they're included?
Yes, sir. If they're not excluded, they're part of what has to be reported, or excuse me, what counts against the operator in their gas capture.
All right. So let's walk through these various subparagraphs, okay?
Certainly.
Just so we're all clear. When you look at subparagraph B1 and its reference to subparagraph A of subpart 2 of G2, what is referenced in subparagraph A?
I need to go back and look.
I can tell you, but I don't want to cause a problem.
I understand that, and I don't want you to cause a problem. So subsection G 2A. Okay, I'm with you. Item 1, subparagraph 1 refers to, in essence, the exclusion from counting against the operator for natural gas capture calculations. Item A, 2A, emergencies.
Okay. Subparagraph B2, that says beneficial use.
That's correct. It says the volume of natural gas reported as beneficial use is also excluded.
Okay. Subparagraph B3, we see a reference to H.
I see
Roman
that.
numeral 1. What does that refer to?
H little I is the volume of gas that's not suitable for transportation because it has nitrogen, hydrogen sulfide, or carbon dioxide in it. So those volumes are, if flared, are excluded from counting against an operator on their gas capture percentage. The little I is, it's a little confusing, but it's actually the next subparagraph, kind of the same level of H, which refers to the normal operation of pneumatic controllers and pumps. So those are not counted against the operator. And then if you go to L of that same list, that is venting and flaring from a delineation well. So those limited categories are very explicitly excluded from counting against an operator, which in our reading of this rule means that every other category or item would count against an operator.
Everything that we see up here on the screen in G2.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Feldewart. Thank you, Mr. Smitherman. Is there any reason not to excuse Mr. Smitherman?
No, Madam Examiner, and we will then be in a position to call our next witness, who will be presented by my colleague, Adam Rankin.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smitherman. You are excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
And let's see, I did just want to put a few things on the record, Mr. Feldewart, before you called your next witness. One, we were in conversation, which preceded the beginning of the transcript this morning. And again, just want to put a few things on the record. One, although there was an opportunity for folks to sign up for public comment at the 8:30 session this morning, no one had signed up for it. So we did not break into the technical presentation to take any comments. At this moment, I'm unaware of any public comment at 4:30. That might change. We'll see. Number two, Ms. Paranhos noted that the witness she mentioned last week who had a conflict and needed to go out of order no longer has that conflict. I think it was jury duty. Let's see, number three, Mr. Feldewart, would you please on the transcript say what the relationship is between NMOGA and IPANM for the purposes of this proceeding? I believe Commissioner Kessler was in conversation with you about it. As I understand it, you have not entered an appearance on behalf of IPANM, but IPANM somehow supports NMOGA's proposal. I wasn't sure I was clear on the details.
The modifications were filed by the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association. Mr. Smitherman indicated during his testimony that it was his understanding that IPA New Mexico likewise agreed with and assisted in coming up with the modifications that were filed by the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association.
Thank you for that. That's my memory of we needed to get onto the transcript. Is there any reason not to proceed to, oh, one more thing. The commission has asked that council review their pre-hearing statements and in particular their estimates of time, each of their witnesses who have not spoken, and include the either maintain the estimate already filed with the pre-hearing statement or revise that estimate. And if you would do that, please, with an eye to whether you would intend to offer some rebuttal as part of your direct, so that we could perhaps reduce the amount of rebuttal expected after the entirety of the round of direct presentations. I believe that was it. Is there anything else we needed to talk about on the record before we proceed to NMOGA's second witness? No? All right. Mr. Ford, if you would, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Rankin. Mr. Rankin, if you would, please introduce your second witness.
Good morning, Madam Examiner. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Very good. I believe that Mr. Thompson is on, and so I would ask the host that Mr. Thompson be made available as a presenter.
I see Mr. Thompson as a panelist. Mr. Thompson, would you speak up, please, so we know your sound is good?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes. And now, if you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rankin?
Good morning, Mr. Thompson. Can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Paul Curtis Thompson.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm currently the president of Epic Energy. Last year, I sold my interest in Walsh Engineering to my partners, but I still do some consulting engineering for them.
And where do you reside?
I'm happy and healthy and proud to reside in Farmington, New Mexico, which has over 200 wells inside the city limits.
Madam Examiner, in order to make this a little bit more efficient, I'm going to, if it's okay, just identify some of the exhibits and documents I'm going to be referring to assist the commissioners and others in following along with our testimony. So for purposes of Mr. Thompson's testimony, I'm going to be referring to OCD Exhibit 2A. Also, OCD's Exhibit 4B, I believe is the correct exhibit, which is the updated version of some of the language that we'll be addressing in today's testimony. And Mr. Ames, I do not have a marked copy of that exhibit, so I believe I'll be using the correct exhibit, but if at the time I'm not using the correct version, please just let me know. In addition, we'll be referring to NMOGA's Exhibit A, which is the white notebook addressing the modifications in Part 27. And for purposes of testimony, to make this easy, I will be putting up the modifications for each section that I'll be addressing on the screen so people can follow along. And finally, Mr. Thompson has prepared exhibits behind tab D, which are in NMOGA's big binder exhibit C through M. So behind exhibit D are exhibits relating to Mr. Thompson's testimony. I will not be sharing those on the screen just for ease and efficiency, but I will ask you to refer to those in the paper binder so that you can follow along.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin, for going through those exhibits. I did hear a fair amount of ambient noise, and I wasn't sure because I believe you and Mr. Thompson were the only two unmuted who it was coming from. I would just ask perhaps that you watch the ambient noise making. Perhaps mute yourself if it becomes clear you won't be speaking for a while. And two, can we get an assurance that Mr. Thompson and the subsequent NMOGA witnesses will not be repeating in a duplicative way what Mr. Smitherman covered?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Madam Examiner, as with OCD's...
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
No, Madam Chair, it's very important that we keep the witness and the attorney who are speaking unmuted at all times.
Thank you. Mr. Rankin, for some reason you went soft there.
Can you hear me okay now?
Now I can. Mr. Baca?
Okay. Madam Hearing Officer, as with OCD's presentation, we have presented an overview witness who is intended to give an overview of the changes proposed. We now have subject matter experts who will be testifying on particular changes and the justifications for those changes. So we're trying not to duplicate, and we're going to skim over portions that Mr. Smitherman has addressed, but we intend to go into more detail on the bases and the justifications for the particular modifications. In Mr. Thompson's case, we're going to be talking about the AVO modifications for audio, visual, and olfactory inspections. May I proceed?
Sorry, I was muted somehow. I have a note from the technical host that the ambient noise was coming from Mr. Thompson. So I will just ask, no, the host muted you momentarily. Again, if you would just mute yourself if you're if you're not speaking, and try not to move papers or things around in your environment while you're speaking. That's all. Thank you very much, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you very much, Madam Examiner. I'll proceed. Mr. Thompson, your testimony will address NMOGA's proposed modifications to the division's replacement rules as they pertain to auditory, visual, and olfactory inspections. Is that correct?
Yes, especially the required documentation.
You please briefly just review your work experience as it pertains to managing and overseeing production, engineering, and operations in the field.
Just briefly, yes, I'm a product of Farmington High School, New Mexico State University. I have a degree in chemical engineering, but I'm a registered professional engineer in petroleum engineering in the state of New Mexico. I was hired by Northwest Pipeline in 1980 as a drilling engineer and drilled multiple wells throughout the San Juan Basin for them. I was promoted to manager of production and drilling when the Williams companies bought Northwest Pipeline. And I had that position until I left in 1992 to assume my father-in-law's consulting business. We take care of everything from permitting wells to through plugging wells in the San Juan Basin. And I've been able to grow that company from 3 people when I took it over to we have approximately 50 employees now and operate over 1,000 wells.
And Mr. Thompson, do you have experience overseeing the management, scheduling, coordination of field inspections and maintenance for production facilities and operations?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with the term a prudent operator and its meaning?
Yes, I do.
And are you also familiar with what would be considered prudent operating practices in the field regarding the management and inspection of wells related to production facilities?
Yes.
Now, and you're familiar with what has been referred to as auditory, visual, olfactory, or AVO inspections?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with that, those types of inspections in the oil and gas industry, and particularly at wells and related production facilities?
Yes.
And finally, are you familiar with the modifications that NMOGA has proposed to the division's proposed rule regarding the frequency and the documentation of those inspections in Part 27?
Yes.
And Mr. Thompson, does NMOGA Exhibit D contain exhibits that you prepared to explain the proposed modifications and the justification for them?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So we've already discussed this to some extent, Mr. Thompson, but just very briefly at a high level, would you explain what are AVO inspections and what is expected in the oil and gas industry during their performance?
An AVO inspection is something that you would expect your lease operator to perform every time they're on location. I think it was my production superintendent that coined the verb Pumper 101. Is that before you start working on optimizing your production or checking your pressures and production numbers, you just are aware of what's happening on location. You look for leaks, you listen for leaks, you smell for any unusual odors, and you do that before you proceed on with your production optimization. It's basically the same thing that you do every day when you leave your house, where you look around and you say, are the lights off? Do I hear the toilet running? Do I smell gas? You know, and you do that kind of subconsciously, but it's a function that they do every single trip.
Mr. Thompson, what is expected if during the course of one of these inspections an issue is identified?
Well, absolutely. If it can be repaired immediately, it will be repaired immediately. Some things will require replacement parts, you know, which they'll note right away and try to get those repaired just as soon as possible.
In your experience, if an issue or piece of equipment is identified during an AVO inspection and is fixed, is it common for that same issue or piece of equipment that was identified to be identified as an issue at a immediately subsequent AVO inspection?
Perhaps, you know, most of the equipment that you replace obviously is not going to be a problem, but not everything breaks all at once. There'll be times where, say, a pressure regulator will stick or whatever, and you tap it with your crescent wrench and it quits, you know, and it starts functioning again. If you have to do that again the next day, then probably you're going to get a kit and replace the diaphragm and stuff in the pressure regulator. But most of the time, I think you're right that once you fix the leak, tighten the hammer union, whatever it is, it's not going to happen again the next day.
So you talked about these AVO inspections. Who is it that's conducting these AVO inspections at the time that they're visiting each of these facilities?
Well, we call them lease operators. Some people call them pumpers or switchers.
And who are they? Are they employees of the company? Are they contractors? Generally, who are these folks who are doing these inspections?
They could be either. That's kind of what Walsh Engineering does, is we contract pump wells for many different clients. So it would be sometimes they are company employees, just depends on the structure of the company.
Now, Mr. Thompson, I'm going to, if I might, Madam Hearing Officer, if I might be able to share my screen so I can put up OC's Exhibit 2A.
Yes, I believe the technical post will facilitate that.
Correct. Make sure I have the right screen. Are you all able to see Exhibit 2, page 4, Exhibit 2A?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson, I would direct your attention to what's marked as Exhibit 2A and paragraph 5 in particular. Do you see where, under the proposed rule, the OCD has laid out the types of facilities and components that would be included in an inspection?
Yes, I do.
Are these the same facilities and equipment that are included in an AVO inspection in an informal manner that you're discussing?
Yes.
The same equipment that's listed here is the equipment that a lease operator would be inspecting as part of its normal AVO every time it's on site?
Yes.
And now, I mentioned to you the term prudent operator. Do you consider it a prudent operations to conduct an AVO inspection when a lease operator or pumper visits a well or facility?
Absolutely. That's the first thing we would expect from a lease operator to do every trip.
Now, under its proposal, scrolling down through that rule, the division is it your understanding the division would require operators to conduct and document AVO inspections at certain frequencies depending on the average production rate or the category of well?
Yes.
What are those proposed frequencies that the division is proposing here? And actually, Mr. Thompson, I'm going to switch over to what OCD has marked as Exhibit 4B because they have made some slight modifications to the language. So I'm going to reference that exhibit. Do you see the new language that they're proposing under paragraph 5?
Yes, I've got you now. Sorry. What they propose is on a well or a facility that what I call a non-stripper well or something that makes more than 10 barrels of oil a day or 60 MCF of gas a day, that those AVO inspections would be done weekly and continue on for at least the weekly for the first year of any new well. And any stripper well or well that makes less than 60 MCF a day would have to be done monthly if you're on location or quarterly.
Okay. Now, what frequencies is NMOGA proposing for these formal documented AVO inspections?
Again, we're only talking about the documenting part. The AVO inspections are done frequently, but NMOGA and IPNM's recommendation is that the non-stripper wells have a documented AVO inspection monthly, and that the stripper wells have a documented AVO inspection quarterly, and that shut-in P&A and wells are annual.
Now, I'm going to bring up NMOGA's proposed language around this these modifications. So I thought I had it all set up, but I don't. You're able to see that language on the screen now where the NMOGA's proposed modifications are in red line?
Yes.
So I note that under subparagraph C, you mentioned that NMOGA, let me back up. Under subparagraph C, NMOGA was proposing a quarterly documented AVO inspection for what you termed low producing wells, or wells that are producing less than 60 MCF of gas per day. Now, we explained just a little bit more about why NMOGA is proposing quarterly as opposed to as it was submitted in its modifications, it proposed monthly if it was on site, but quarterly in other instances.
Well, to tell you the truth, I wasn't really sure why the commission would require documented AVOs more frequently if a prudent operator was on location more frequently than if they weren't. And so it made sense to me on these lower pressure, lower volume wells that the documented AVO inspections would just be required quarterly, whether you were, irregardless of how often you went to the location.
So what NMOGA is proposing here is that because an operator is going to be on site on a regular basis conducting these informal AVO inspections, it makes more sense to just require the quarterly modification, quarterly reporting for those low producing wells.
In my opinion, yes.
Does the volume of production have anything to do with that recommendation as well?
Yes, I think the commission correctly split out the difference between non-stripper wells and stripper wells just because of the administrative burden in doing the documentation.
So now let's get into exactly the issue with what the division is proposing and the concerns around it. If operators are conducting these AVO inspections informally every time they're on site at a facility, what's the problem with the division's proposed formal AVO documentation frequency for each of these categories of wells?
Well, the documentation part is going to require scheduling, actually doing the documentation on site and then tracking those reports and storing those reports.
So there's a difference between what operators are already doing informally and what the division is proposing to do on a formal basis. And that's really the administrative burden of documenting those inspections.
Yes.
Now, can you explain how, in your opinion, formal documented AVO inspections, in your opinion, will they tend to identify opportunities to reduce surface waste?
I don't see that. I mean, there might be some serendipity that the day you scheduled to do your documented AVO inspection, you find something that you didn't find the day before when you were doing your informal documentation, but it seems highly unlikely.
So to be clear, NMOGA is not opposed to documenting the AVO inspections. It's opposed to the frequency of the documentation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's, if you would, Mr. Thompson, I'm going to ask you to refer to, and I'll stop sharing my screen. If you would refer to NMOGA Exhibit D1. I'm sorry, D3. And if you would just review for the beginners what this slide shows, explain how these elements of a formal review inspection give rise to NMOGA's concerns.
After we read the preliminary rules, we thought about how we would accomplish these tasks, and we thought this is fairly similar to what we do for Bradenhead tests, where we'd have to schedule the tests. In the Bradenhead scenario, we're given a list of areas, at least in the Aztec district, and we then have to schedule the tests with the lease operators, tell them when you need to have those tests completed. You send out the forms to the lease operators. The lease operator then has to actually perform the test, do the documentation, return the form back to the office. Somebody at the office has to then collect all those forms, make sure that all the wells were covered, submit those to the OCD, and then file them in a manner to which, if they were requested, we'd have to produce those forms again 5 years down the road.
So this Exhibit D3 is based on your experience having to prepare formal documented inspections for Bradenhead well inspections. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so you use this to establish an estimate for what the impact would be under the division's proposed AVO inspection frequencies in the current rule, in the proposed rule.
Yes, I have.
Would you flip to the next page, D4, Mr. Thompson, just review how you used that experience or analogy with Bradenhead well inspections to come up with an estimate of the impacts for AVO inspections in this case?
Okay, we start with the scheduling function. Because the difference based on volume of the producing well, whether it's a weekly or a monthly or quarterly, whatever the proposal, that you've got to keep track of that production, because we'll have wells that'll be in and out of that criteria all the time. So I assigned that function.
That may have just been feedback. It sounded like somebody said something, but is it just, I'm getting feedback right now. I'd just go ahead.
All right, want me to keep going?
Mr. Thompson, go ahead.
Okay. So I have assigned those tasks to just a production clerk, a production analyst. So they would figure out which wells needed to be tested at what schedule. They would then send that out to the production foreman or to the lease operators. And then I've assumed that the documentation part of the AVO would only take about 15 minutes on location for the operator to walk around.
We can hear you, Felicia.
I'm sorry.
I think we're getting a lot of feedback.
Yeah, I'm very sorry there. The transmission just blanked out for me there for a little bit. Mr. Garcia, can you tell what's happening there?
I think it was just your side because you froze on my side, but everyone else continued.
Okay. Very sorry if anyone heard my language there while I was trying to get back. Very sorry to interrupt. Mr. Rankin and Mr. Thompson, go ahead.
It's okay. Usually these technical difficulties only happen to me, so glad to have company. Anyway, after the 15 minutes that I estimate that it would take the lease operator to fill out a checklist documenting the AVO inspections, then he'd have to transmit that somehow back to the office, where again, then the production clerk would have to collect all these, make sure she's got them all, they're all signed and dated or whatever, and then scan those into some sort of a system where we could find those sometime in the next 5 years at the commission's request. I guess if I could, to make this more sense, I guess going back to my example, as you're leaving your house and you check for the lights and the water running, et cetera, imagine that you're the building manager of a 450 unit complex, and you have to do these AVO tests documented on different schedules based on the occupancy of each apartment. So you'd have to know whether one of your tenants has family members visiting or not, and whether they're over the limit or not. So you'd have to then notify each one of your tenants weekly whether or not you needed a documented AVO or not. You'd have to tell them what the checklist required, and then you'd have to collect all those checklists at the end of the week or at the end of the month. And it would always be, you know, I sent out 450 of these and I only got 430 back. So which 20 didn't I get? And then you'd have to knock on doors and collect all that stuff. And by the time you got finished with that, then you'd have to start it again the next week. So it's more than just checking a box.
And Mr. Thompson, just for clarity, your analogy with the building manager there, the building manager would be your production analyst in your chart, who's charged with tracking the reporting of each of the apartments in that scenario. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so review, if you would, how your estimate turns out here in terms of applying this to the division's proposed AVO documentation frequencies.
Well, based on the commission's recommendations with weekly checks for the non-stripper wells, I've tried to estimate man hours. And so it looks like 962 total man hours for the non-stripper wells and 2,756 total man hours, which is equivalent to 1.33 full-time equivalents.
And to be clear, that's approximately how many wells are you talking about for in EPIC's case?
EPIC currently only has 34 non-stripper wells and 404 stripper wells. So that I was just using the EPIC as an example.
So under the division, so I'm make sure I'm reading this right. Under the division's proposed AVO documentation frequency, that would be an impact to EPIC of an additional 1.33, the equivalent of a 1.33 full-time jobs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In terms of man hours. Now, if you would, Mr. Thompson, just flip to the next page and review the same, your same analysis, but with NMOGA's proposed AVO documentation frequency.
So all the base assumptions are the same as to how long it would take to do the scheduling, how long to do the documentation, and how long to do the filing. It would just be a difference of the frequencies. And so based on the NMOGA and IPNM recommendations, that would drop the administrative burden down to about 0.39 full-time equivalent.
So not insignificant, but not more than one full-time employee for EPIC's case.
That's correct.
Mr. Thompson, just for clarification, you and your charts have identified the term stripper well, and you talked a little bit about that. Does that these are low producing wells, right? They produce less than 60 MCF of gas per day on average.
That's correct.
Does that low production rate also mean that they generate less revenue?
Yes.
And can you tell me a little bit about, does that lower revenue also mean that these low producing wells are more sensitive to economics and regulatory burdens than other non-stripper wells?
Absolutely. You know, lower revenue, you have to really watch the expenses in order to make anything left over at the end of the day.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to turn to the next exhibit, Mr. Thompson, on B6. If you would just review, if you could sort of scale up what the division's proposed AVO documented inspection frequencies are on a stepwise basis compared to the rates, or rather the frequencies that NMOGA is proposing.
Well, using the NMOCD's well count, you know, we just ramped up the number of inspections that would be required for stripper and non-stripper wells. And under the OCD's proposal, that would result in over 1.7 million documented AVOs a year in the state of New Mexico, whereas the NMOGA proposal would reduce that down to about 410,000.
So just doing simple math, that's approximately 1.3 million more AVO inspection records under the division's proposal than under NMOGA's proposal. Is that right?
That's correct, which seems like that would put a undue burden on the commission, even if they only reviewed a small portion of those.
So do you have an opinion, Mr. Thompson, on whether the burden would be imposed on operators to conduct these documented inspections? Would there be would the benefit outweigh the burden here in terms of the imposition on operators, in your opinion?
No, I don't. You know, again, it would be kind of serendipity if you were to find something leaking during your documented AVO inspection that you didn't find before. However, I think it's important that we do document some of these AVO inspections just so the public is aware that we're really doing it.
So, Mr. Thompson, one thing I wanted to point out, in addition, was that NMOGA had originally proposed eliminating the documented AVO inspection for what are known as TA'd wells, or temporarily abandoned wells. Is that still the case?
Yes, I think based on Brandon Powell's testimony, though, that there have been times where a TNA'd well was found leaking, which seems rather unusual to me based on the requirements that you have to go through to put a well in a TA status, but probably limiting a documented AVO inspection on a TNA well to an annual basis is not totally unreasonable.
And that would put a TNA well into the same category as a shut-in or an inactive well under NMOGA's proposal, which would be a once a year or annual documented AVO inspection.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson, your opinion, do NMOGA's proposed revisions and modifications to the documented AVO inspections accomplish the goal of reducing unnecessary excessive surface waste without imposing undue or unnecessary burdens on operators?
I do.
Mr. Thompson, did you prepare exhibits? And I didn't mention this, Mr. Thompson, but are exhibits D1 and D2, are those copies, correct copies of your CV and resume?
Yes.
Okay. And did you prepare exhibits D1 through D8?
Actually, D7 and D8 are just copies of the OCD rules concerning TNA wells, but the rest, yes, I prepared.
Okay. At this time, Madam Hearing Officer, I would move the admission of exhibits D1 through D8.
Let me pause for a moment to see if there are any objections to the admission of exhibits D1 through D8. Hearing no objection, D1 through D8 are admitted.
Madam Hearing Officer, no further questions and pass the witness this time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Mr. Thompson?
Yes, I have a few questions for Mr. Thompson. Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning.
So let's start at the top with the definitions. AVO is defined in section 7 as audio, visual, and olfactory, right?
Correct.
Basically look, listen, and smell.
Yes.
And OCD's draft rule lists the components that it would like operators to check during an AVO. And I believe you agreed that's really all part of a prudent operator's AVO anyway. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, that's not a total list, but it's certainly everything a prudent operator should check. Yes.
Excellent. So NMOGA has no problem with that list.
No.
And if a prudent operator finds a leak, I think you said you fix it right away if you can, correct?
Absolutely.
And you keep track of those fixes, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Can you explain?
Well, I think if you were walking by a leaking hammer union and you just whacked it with your hammer to tighten it up and it quit leaking, I'm not sure that the lease operator would mention that on his production report for the day. I mean, that's just something we expect to be done. And so that's what I'm saying. If he needs to get a crew out to replace a master valve or something because it's leaking, then certainly that would be something that would be documented.
Okay, so some leaks are more significant, and if they require planning, equipment, personnel, they get documented. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that case, those kinds of things would go on the production report that's kept for the day?
Yeah, usually the pumper would make some note of that, yes.
So the pumper's keeping notes when they're out there?
Yes.
Now, there are no tenants at your well sites, right?
Tenants? Like people
Tenants.
live there?
Well, yeah, people live there like in a hotel or a apartment building, as you used in your example.
No, we have several wells inside the city limits of Farmington, but nobody actually lives on location.
At least we hope not. And so you can go to those sites whenever you want, right?
Yes.
You don't need to check in with anyone. You don't need to knock on doors and talk to tenants, right?
Correct.
So both you and Mr. Smitherman testified that prudent operators do AVOs every time they are on site. Is that right?
Yes.
I think you said something that needs every time when on site before checking, even before checking the production number. Is that right?
Yes.
It's I think you called it subconscious, and it's done at trip, and it's pumper 101. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Smitherman testified yesterday, and well, let me ask you, were you here for Mr. Smitherman's testimony?
Most of it.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Smitherman testify that the expectation is that for most wells, someone goes to the site every day, or at a minimum every other day?
You know, we probably do that on our non-stripper wells. You know, if we can arrange the pumper schedules, we try to get there every day, certainly 3 times a week. You know, the wells that are flowing gas wells that are making 20 MCF a day that don't have any rotating equipment on, maybe weekly.
Okay.
But it varies. It varies.
But I didn't hear Mr. Smitherman, and I don't hear you now saying that prudent operators go to sites less frequently depending on the well's volume.
They do go to wells less frequently depending on the volume.
They do go less frequently depending on the volume, but they still go frequently. Is that right?
Yes.
So as I understood it, Ms. Thompson, your focus seems to really be on the documentation side of things. If I understood you correctly, you suggested that less frequent record keeping is appropriate for lower volume wells. Is that right?
Yes.
But if you're already on the site regardless of the volume of the well, you're going to be checking the numbers. And you're already going to be doing the AVOs. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you aware that OCD inspectors find leaks all the time on well sites that the operators didn't know about?
I'm sure that happens all the time. I mean, that's why we send operators to locations frequently to fix leaks, you know, and I can't tell you that as our operator drives off the location, something starts leaking and the OCD inspector follows up. I mean, he might have said, you know, hey, I caught this thing leaking, and said, well, it wasn't leaking at 10 o'clock this morning. It's leaking out. And again, that stuff breaks in the oil field all the time. That's why we send people to the field all the time.
Exactly. Thank you. I mean, you know, that's the point I was hoping you'd make. So Commissioner Engler asked Mr. Smitherman how prudent operators track their visits and collect data from the wells. And earlier you said that operators, personnel who are out there keep production reports. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think Mr. Smitherman, in response to Commissioner Engler, said that sometimes these production reports are kept on paper, and nowadays they're often kept on laptops or tablets. Is that right?
Yes.
Does your company use laptops or paper?
Currently, we use a system called PRAMS, which is on laptops.
On laptops. And so you heard Mr. Powell's testimony at the beginning of this hearing?
No,
Did
I'm
you hear
sorry.
Mr. Powell's testimony or no?
No.
You did not. Okay. So you didn't hear Mr. Powell testify that the division does not expect operators to maintain a specific form for their AVOs?
I didn't hear that, no.
You didn't hear him testify that an operator can use whatever means they currently use when visiting the site to track their conduct of an AVO?
No.
Okay. So here's my question for you. Operators are already going to the sites frequently. These are already scheduled. They're already conducting AVOs. They're already recording production and other data on paper or laptops, depending on the company, using whatever format they already have. Will doing what you are already doing, or what a prudent operator should be doing, require another 1.33 FTE?
Well, I think my exhibit was pretty plain, where if you have to do the documentation, it's not the AVO inspection itself, it's just the documentation required by this proposed rule is what's going to require a lot more administrative time. And that's scheduling, actually filling out the form, no matter what kind of form it is. It's not plain in the rules, like you pointed out, as to exactly what the commission's trying to get to. So I would think that if it's something that the commission wants us to save for 5 years, they're going to want it to be detailed enough to be able to say that we monitored something. Like, I don't know, if you find a pinhole in a tank and they go, how long's that been leaking? Let me see your AVO inspections, and you have an AVO inspection that says yes. That doesn't tell you, did you walk around and check the tank or not? And so I think you're going to have a robust enough inspection form to prove that you checked all the facilities that were cited on the rule. So it's not just a simple thing that you would document on your pumper report every day.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ames. Mr. Biernoff, do you have questions of Mr. Thompson?
Madam Hearing Officer, good morning again. I do not have any questions for Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Ms. Fox or Mr. Bach, do you have questions of Mr. Thompson?
We have no questions, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you. And Ms. Paranos, questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. We have no questions.
All right. Commissioner Engler, do you have questions?
Uh, no, my questions have been addressed earlier, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Kessler?
Just one. Good morning, Mr. Thompson. You and Mr. Ames were discussing what your company already does in terms of inspections, AVO inspections. And you mentioned that you use a laptop and that there's it sounds like some software that your company uses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what happens to those reports? I mean, are those reports, sent to somebody at the headquarters and already saved?
Our production foreman and production superintendent review those reports monthly. There is some data that we need to get off those reports, to fill out C-115s, which would be tank gauges, water production, things that you don't get from the meters. And so, yeah, those are reviewed monthly, and then those are stored on our server at work.
And do those reports have documentation of AVO already on them?
On our Colorado wells, we're required to document AVO inspections, but in that case, it just has 3 boxes, AVO, check, where you put audio, yes, checked audio, visual. And then it has a box for things that you fixed. And so I don't think that would be sufficient for what the NMOCD is requesting.
If it were sufficient, assuming it were sufficient, would there be any additional burden that your company would see based on the proposed regulation?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kessler. Madam Chair.
I have a couple questions. I was trying to run some numbers, but I didn't quite get there. I think maybe my first question is, so right now, we're talking about any wells under 60 MCF would be on this, as the division proposes monthly, as I think NMOGA is proposing quarterly. Is there a line within that 60 where wells become, this is like even less economical, like in 60, they're doing okay. We're not doing great, but like we're doing okay. Whereas 30 is the part where like we're really struggling. Do you see where my question is?
I think it would all depend on your operating costs. I mean, you can have wells that are making over 100, but if you have compression costs and high water disposal fees, et cetera, those wells might not be making any money either. So, no, I think it would be hard to draw a line in the sand based on production.
Okay. I think the division has proposed for once a month. You're doing the TNA wells, and NMOGA is proposing annual. It seems like a pretty big jump. Is there a basis for that jump from monthly to annual?
Well, as I read the OCD's regulations for putting a well in TNA status, you have to have a cast iron or a retrievable bridge plug. You have to leave the well full of inert fluid, and you probably shut and lock the master valve. So you'd have to have all 3 of those fail before you could potentially have any leaks at the surface. It seems like a pretty remote possibility to me. And so I think NMOGA's first preference was to not have to do AVO inspections on TNA wells at all, but based on Brandon's testimony, that maybe annually was not totally unreasonable.
Okay. I think, it seems like we're getting pretty caught on this term prudent operator. I'll ask you a question that's similar to what I asked Mr. Smitherman. Do you believe that all 461 operators in the state of New Mexico are prudent?
Probably not.
So do you see some benefit in having this additional structure or hard regulatory requirements to follow for some of those operators who are not prudent?
I guess I would hate, I guess my opinion, if you're not a prudent operator, you're not going to be an operator for very long. And I'd hate to see the commission have rules that are so onerous to everybody to take care of those people that they inadvertently wipe out some of the more marginal operators like me.
So I think, I don't remember who it was from the division. Maybe it was Brandon who testified that the timeframes were coordinated with NMED, with NMED's proposed rule, it's not a final rule, and that NMED had the weekly and monthly tiers. I guess if OCD were to change the frequencies in its rule, could it actually be more burdensome to have two different regulatory frequencies, one for NMED and one for OCD?
Well, I'm sorry, I haven't seen the NMED's proposal yet, and so I'm not sure exactly what they would be asking as different or the same as the commission's ABO requirements. Sorry,
I believe that Brandon testified that they matched. So like for, as you were calling the regular wells, it was once a week, and for the stripper wells, it was once a month. So I guess my concern is, and granted their rule is only a proposal, but would it actually be more burdensome on operators if OCD were to change their frequency and NMED were to potentially not, and then you've got a frequency for NMED and you've got a frequency for OCD? Would that potentially cause more problems?
I think so, yes.
Okay. I also believe I did hear Brandon say that there was, I think it was Brandon, not, I think the level of maybe data required as you may be thinking. Is that, you think, a function of the rule language? Is the rule language maybe not clear that it's just sort of a minimal, I think we came, we saw, we conquered checkbox, or like, is the rule language not read that way to you? Do you think there's more required?
Well, it's not really clear in the rule, I guess, as to what is required. That would be the first point. So I'm trying to anticipate what the commission would ask me for 5 years from now on an AVO inspection. And so I'm thinking that if I just had a box that said A, check, B, check, O, check, nothing fixed, that really wouldn't be of any value to the commission.
Okay.
But I guess maybe could you give me an example of what you would ask me for 3 or 4 years from now? And
I'm not I can't. That's the division's proposal. What I recall Mr. Powell talking about was that, for example, if NMED did finalize theirs and there was documentation required for NMED, that would meet the division's needs. There's no reason to go above and beyond that. But what I'm hearing is maybe the language is not clear enough in OCD's proposal as to what is either required or not. for AVO, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Um, and if there were, and I think Ms. Kessler hit on this some, but would your exhibit D5 and D4 change if it were as simple as the A check, V check, O check, the burden requirement? You think those would end up being modified?
Well, I think the only problem that we'd have to modify would be the search. You know, I mean, if you were to ask me to look at a pumper report for July of 2019 for a particular well, we could find that easy enough. If you were to ask for the AVO inspection report that might have happened through a quarter, we might have to check 2 or 3 different months until we found it. But other than that, no.
And so I think this is not, and Mr. Smitherman testified about this a little bit. I think in neither or any of the proposals, there is a requirement. If you were to say find a leak during an AVO inspection, there's no requirement to document that that leak was fixed and how or what, you know, any of those details. Do you think that that would add a lot of burden to this condition if you were required to also document the fixes, et cetera?
I think what that would mean is that someone would do an informal AVO and fix everything the day before they did the documented AVO so that there would be no corrective actions taken.
That unfortunately does not shock me. Okay. All right. Well, that's, I think that's helpful. So you're saying it could end up circumventing the intent of the proposed rule?
Well, I think the intent of the proposed rule is to convince the public that we have people on location taking care of business. And so that would be the whole purpose of documenting the AVO inspections. So I don't know that the purpose of the rule is to document everything that a pumper does every day and what we expect him to do every day as he goes about his business. We recognize that things break in the oil field all the time, and that's why we send people to the field all the time.
Okay, that's helpful. All right, that's all I've got. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rankin, do you have any follow-up with Mr. Thompson?
I just have a little bit, Madam Hearing Officer, just because I want to make sure I understood Mr. Thompson's testimony on one point in his discourse with Commissioner Kessler. Mr. Thompson, you were discussing AVO requirement in Colorado that had a fairly simple form. I believe it just had 3 check boxes, one for auditory, one for olfactory, one for visual, and then an entry for any fixes that were made. Is that correct?
That's how our system works, yes.
Okay, and EPIC is not required and is not currently conducting a similar checklist for its New Mexico properties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if New Mexico were to require a similar, very simple checklist, such as the one in Colorado, that would be an additional burden on your pumpers in New Mexico, correct?
Not much, but because it's just another window that they pop up on the PRAM system. But yeah, it'd be another step.
Okay, but that wouldn't affect, looking at your exhibit D4 and D5, that wouldn't affect the requirement on your administrative staff to track whether or not those inspections were done, whether they were documented, whether or not they were documented correctly. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. I mean, they probably would just get filed away with the production report.
Okay, so it wouldn't change the time element on your chart for those functions at all.
Right.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Thompson, before we excuse you, would you please spell out the acronym you've been using, which sounded like PRAM to me?
I'm sorry, I don't know what PRAM stands for. It's PRAMS, and it's like production reporting and automated blah blah. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you. Any reason not to excuse Mr. Thompson? Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Testimony, you're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Rankin or Mr. Feldewert, I see that your next witness is Mr. Iannuzzi.
Madam Hearing Officer, that is correct. The next witness on our list is Ms. Morgan Iannuzzi, and I'm looking to see if she is on our currently on yet. I don't see her yet, so I may.
I just got access. Can you see and hear me?
There you go.
Yes. So, Mr. Rankin, any reason we can't finish at least the presentation of Ms. Iannuzzi before lunch?
Give it a good go.
All right.
Ms. Iannuzzi, will you please? Oh, yeah, you need to swear her in.
Would you raise your right hand? Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Iannuzzi, will you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Ann Iannuzzi.
For the benefit of the court reporter, will you please spell your name?
Sure. Morgan, Morgan. Last name, I as in igloo, A as in apple, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy, U, Z as in zebra, Z as in zebra, I as in igloo.
Thank you very much. Will you please let us know by whom you're employed and in what capacity?
Sure. I work for Chevron, and I am the Mid-Continent Business Unit Air Team Lead.
Ms. Iannuzzi, I'm going to ask you to refer to what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit E. Does Exhibit E1 accurately summarize your educational background and work experience?
Yes, it does.
And Ms. Iannuzzi, is your testimony going to address NMOGA's proposed modifications to the division's definition of emergency in Part 27, as well as the proposed modifications for the flare stack requirements?
Yes.
Will you please briefly summarize your experience in education, working and overseeing flares and flare operations, and also reporting related to flaring and venting events?
Sure. So I've worked for Chevron for almost 10 years in various health, environment, and safety positions. And about 5 years of that has been working on air issues. In my current role, I am the air team lead, which means I'm responsible for air permitting. And we cover Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, and we've got a little bit left in Oklahoma. And so I oversee a team of folks that is responsible for the day-to-day flaring and venting reporting. I've also been involved in developing guidance for flares, specifically flare design to minimize environmental impact. And I've also helped produce some guidance around minimizing flaring and venting in the Mid-Continent Business Unit. Also, regards to operations, I was out in the field supporting field operations for a couple of years, specifically a gas plant in Central California.
And are you familiar with the modifications that NMOGA has proposed for Part 27 as they relates to flaring and flare stack requirements?
Yes.
And you're also familiar with the modification NMOGA is proposing that addresses the time frame that would fall within the definition of emergency under Part 27 rule?
Yes.
And Ms. Iannuzzi, does NMOGA Exhibit E contain exhibits that you prepared explaining these proposed modifications and the justifications for them?
Yes.
So let's go ahead and get started with the definition of emergency, and for the benefit of the commission and others, again, I'll be doing my best to put up the language on the screen so that it's shared and we can actually track the language as we go through both the OCD's proposals and NMOGA's proposed modifications. So let's start with, again, starting with the definition of emergency. I'm going to pull up on my screen the language that the division is proposing. If you would, Ms. Iannuzzi, just review what it is that the division has proposed here for the definition of emergency that you'll be addressing.
Sure, I don't see it up on the screen yet.
Oh, that's because I didn't click share. So you'll see bottom of page 1 of NMOGA's, I'm sorry, of OCD's Exhibit 2A is the definition of emergency under subpart G. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if I'm going to scroll down to subparagraph 4 under that paragraph, will you review what it is that the OCD is proposing in terms of the time frame for these emergencies?
Sure. NMOCD is proposing that any venting or flaring that is caused by emergency, unscheduled maintenance, or malfunction of a natural gas gathering system that is less than 4 hours after upstream is notified does not count as, or does count as an emergency.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you, I'm going to switch over to NMOGA's proposal in that definition, in that same definition. Sorry for making everybody sick even quickly. And Ms. Iannuzzi, will you review for the commission what it is that NMOGA is proposing in terms of modifications to this provision definition?
Sure. NMOGA is proposing that the first 8 hours of venting or flaring shall be considered an emergency. So increasing the time frame from 4 hours to 8 hours.
Okay. Now, Ms. Iannuzzi, I'll ask you to refer to what's marked as Exhibit E2 in NMOGA's binder, exhibit binder, and if you would, just explain why it is using your exhibits as a rationale to explain the rationale logic behind NMOGA's proposed preference for 8 hours versus the 4 hours as the division has proposed.
Perfect. So looking at this exhibit, we started a hypothetical response timeline, and you can see that hour 0 starts with notification, so that aligns with NMOCD's proposal. So as soon as that notification is received that there's an emergency, unscheduled maintenance, or malfunction, that kicks off the timeline. So within that first hour, one of the first things that upstream will do is reach out to midstream to find out what's going on. There's certain information that is helpful in the figuring out next steps, and that information includes the preliminary cause, area of impact, and anticipated duration. This information is helpful in figuring out next steps. And sometimes midstream doesn't know everything because they're having an emergency themselves, but it is helpful to know that preliminary cause. And then we have at hour 2, the field operator arrives on site, and that is totally reasonable. I was shocked at how far everything is spread out in the Permian Basin. When I moved here about 3 years ago, in California, things are a little bit closer together. And so it can easily take an operator 2 hours to reach the site. And so if you think about that in the 4-hour time frame, 50% of your response time is just dedicated to driving. But once the field operator gets on site, they will get out of their truck and determine what they need to do. Is it safe to shut in, or are there other mitigative measures? I believe some of the other NMOGA witnesses have testified that there are other things that an operator can do. For example, they might be able to switch to another midstream provider to send that gas, or they might be able to re-inject the gas. So there's other potential alternatives to just, okay, we need to shut in. We need to sort of evaluate the situation and decide the right course of action. And let's assume that the right course of action is shutting in. And we've got a 4-hour lag between hour 3 and hour 7. And why do we have a 4-hour lag? Because there are certain procedures that must be followed in order to shut in the wells. I've been working very closely with our operations group to minimize the time that we're flaring and venting, and the time that we decide to shut in to the time that we actually have stopped producing, there's a lag there. And so we wanted to acknowledge that in this hypothetical. And then the last little time lag is between shutting in and actually stopping flaring or venting. There may be some gas left in the system, and so that may cause some additional flaring and venting. Additionally, depending on the facility and the time of day and the summer time, if we've got oil left in the tanks, there may be some intermittent flaring due to the tanks heating up, and there would be some off-gassing.
Now, Ms. Iannuzzi, we reviewed the OCD's updated modifications to its original proposed rule. What changes did the division make to its updated revisions that we, in response apparently to some comments?
So in response to some comments, they added that after notification, and they struck the as defined in 1915.28. So those were the two changes, and I really appreciate their after notification, because that aligns with NMOGA's understanding that that is when the response time kicks off, is once the notification is received.
Now, does that change or modification to the rule as proposed, does it have any impact on your analysis in terms of the time required to respond and resolve one of these upstream upset events?
No, it aligns with our original assumption that our timeline kicks off with notification.
So in your opinion, Ms. Iannuzzi, is 4 hours as proposed by the division a reasonable time frame to impose on all New Mexico operators to respond and resolve to one of these events, so that volumes vented or flared due to events caused by an upstream upset, which are outside their control, are not counted against the operator?
No, then the key word in there is all. All of these events are going to vary, and that is one thing that we can rely on, is some events will be able to be responded to in less than 4 hours, but some will not, especially those with drive time. So 8 hours is more reasonable.
And I think you touched on this, Ms. Iannuzzi, but in the bottom left corner of your slide E2, there are some factors that you've identified. You talked a lot about the distance here and some of the other operational considerations, but there are other factors that would play into the time frame here as well. Would you just touch on those a little bit more in detail before we move on?
Sure, and Mr. Smitherman also touched on these as well, so I'll try to keep this brief. Number one is inclement weather. If it's raining, snowing, icy weather conditions, that can have an impact on how quickly we are able to respond. Road conditions, as Mr. Smitherman mentioned, some roads are unpaved and you need to go slow. Operating conditions. I think this is a big one, and I sort of touched on it in the timeline, is sometimes you can't just flip a switch and shut in. It really depends on what's going on at the facility at the time. So that is a key factor in determining what is the appropriate course of action. The other one I touched on is distance to site. Time of day also matters. If this happens at 2 in the morning, it's going to have a very different response time than at 2 in the afternoon. One thing that John Smitherman mentioned was the status of utilities and communications. There are portions of New Mexico that we do not have any cell phone service. So if we do need to reach out to that midstream operator, or if we need to coordinate with just among ourselves with our supervisors and our field coordinators, that can be challenging when you don't have cell phones. And the last one is alternate means of gas takeaway, which I touched on around what else can we do with the gas rather than flare or vent it.
So now, following up on this change that NMOGA proposes, there's a corresponding change that would be required in the rule language as well. At Part 27, 8G as in goat, 2K, is that correct?
That is correct.
So I'm going to share my screen now. I'm going to take you to that. It's in NMOGA Exhibit A at page 20. Ms. Iannuzzi, do you see my screen now?
Yes.
We reviewed and just confirmed that this is a change that corresponds to the change in the time frame definition that we just reviewed?
Yes, this is under the reporting section, and it just aligns with the definition.
Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about something that has come up during the course of this topic in the testimony in this hearing, and that is the discussion around the potential for having two timeframes within which operators can respond and resolve upstream upsets. And not have those additional volumes count against them. Are you familiar with the testimony and the discussion around that topic?
Yes, I was listening in.
Okay. And you heard some discussion around the term SCADA, or is that my understanding is it stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition Systems. You heard the testimony around that?
Yes.
And then also the idea of having some wells and facilities may have a remote shut-in capability.
Yes.
Now, you don't have any expertise in SCADA or remote shut-in or any of the requirements around operating those or best management practice for how and when those should be implemented?
No, my background is environmental.
Okay. So your experience in here is just is the reporting and the timeframes required to get a flaring event attended to and resolved. Is that right?
Correct.
But do you have some comments or responses to the discussion around the proposal to have two different timeframes?
Yes.
What are they?
So I really appreciate the intent of adding some flexibility because they are very different scenarios. However, my team is responsible for training operations on what they need to report. And we have found that keeping it simple and straightforward helps to improve the accuracy of reporting, which has been touched on in previous testimony. And different times for different facilities could just add some unnecessary complications. So my recommendation would be to keep it simple and go with just one recommended or one time frame.
And now you're not, because you're not an operations person, so you may not know this, but is it you assume it's possible, depending on how broad an upset is, that there may be a mix of wells that have remote shut-in capabilities and some that don't, that are being impacted by an upstream event, or rather a downstream event?
Yes. So when midstream has an upset, that typically causes upstream to flare or vent. In Chevron's case, it's normally flaring, and we use what are called centralized tank batteries. And that means that there are multiple wells going to one facility. So many wells can be affected depending on the scenario.
Okay. And as far as you know, some of those wells may or may not have remote shut-in capability or not.
Correct.
And so that's part of, I think, is that part of why you're suggesting there would only be one time frame, because you'd have different time frames for different wells or facilities all impacted by the same event?
Yes, so we could have one facility and one flare, but we would have multiple wells going to that same facility, and some of them could be able to be remotely shut in and some might not be able to. And so what time frame do we go with? Could be a question that comes up. And so it's easier to go with just one time frame.
Okay. So now, I think I want to move on to the next topic of your testimony, which is around the division's proposed flare stack requirements. I will stop sharing my screen. What are the 3 areas or topics that you're going to be discussing today regarding the flare stack requirements?
I will be covering enclosed flares and siting, flaring efficiency and retrofitting ignition systems, and the third one is using construction dates and not spud dates for determining scope.
Okay. So some of these have been addressed at a high level by Mr. Smitherman. So where possible, we're going to try to just, skim over that as quickly as we can. Okay. So let's look at the first topic, enclosed flares and siting that you raised. Have you reviewed the division's modifications to its proposal for Part 27.8, as in boy 2 in NMOCD Exhibit 2A at page 2 of that exhibit?
Yes.
And I'm going to share that on my screen. Do you see it now, Ms. Sainuzzi?
Yes.
We just review briefly what it is that the division is proposing in its updated language, and the so that we have an understanding of what's at issue.
NMOCD is proposing adding the phrase "unless otherwise approved by the division" and striking all other language.
Okay. And what is the position generally on flaring versus venting?
So NMOGA recognizes the importance of minimizing surface weight and waste, and we have a shared goal with NMOCD to reduce volumes, and we are in alignment with the 98% capture rate. Additionally, there are also safety benefits to flare as opposed to vent. But it's important that whatever rule the commission ultimately adopts needs to be realistic and achievable. It should not impose requirements that even the EPA recognizes in its guidelines that cannot be consistently achieved.
And when you talk about those guidelines that on EPA, you're talking specifically about flare stack requirements. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that more in detail, but that's the overall kind of approach here. Now, looking at, let's see. So on that first section on Part B2, what is it that, what is NMOGA's position on those recommended modifications by the division?
NMOGA supports that addition of "unless otherwise approved by the division" and the striking of "shall be enclosed."
Okay. And now, briefly, if you would, referring to what's been marked as Exhibit E3, if you would just kind of highlight at a high level the basis for the support on those changes.
Sure. So enclosed flares have some limitations, and they can be great in certain situations, but this is specifically referring to drilling operations. And enclosed flares have capacity constraints. In NMOCD's Exhibit 41, which is EPA's flare design document on page 6, it says that enclosed flares generally have less capacity than open flares and are used to combust continuous, constant flow vent streams. And in drilling operations, you don't have those continuous, constant flow vent streams. They are typically used for emergency situations. And again, they generally have less capacity. So enclosed flares are not, in my opinion, appropriate for drilling operations. Additionally, they can have challenges with ensuring adequate airflow because it is enclosed, and as we're all probably familiar with fire needs air, and so there can be challenges with keeping the flame lit. And finally, it does not reduce the volume of gas flared, determining whether it's an enclosed flare or an open flare. The volume of gas will be the same going to the flare. So the waste is going to be the same, and there's no additional emissions reduction benefit.
Okay. So as to this portion of the rule, then MOGA supports the changes that are being proposed by the division as to this language, right?
Yes, we support the unless otherwise approved by the division and the striking of the enclosed.
Okay. Now let's look at the second topic. You're going to talk about flaring efficiency and retrofitting the ignition systems. I'm going to direct you down to the same portion of the rule to subpart E3. And if you would just review what it is that NMOCD is proposing here for this updated rule language.
Yes, so what NMOCD is proposing requiring is that the operator shall combust natural gas in a flare stack that is properly sized, designed, and operated for complete continuous combustion of gases sent to the flare.
Now, you testified previously that in general, NMOGA supports flaring over venting, but that you have concerns around imposing something that even EPA doesn't require. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So tell me a little bit about what is the significance of the language here in this proposed rule that would require a flare stack to be designed and operated for complete and continuous combustion?
Sure. So the thing that is holding up NMOGA is around the operated for complete and continuous combustion. The way that I'm interpreting the division's proposal is that they would require 100% of combustion 100% of the time during operations. And even according to NMOCD's own exhibit, and again, this is Exhibit 41, page 4, they say that combustion is complete if all VOCs, volatile organic compounds, are converted to carbon dioxide and water. So we're interpreting this complete combustion to mean 100%.
Gotcha. Now, is in real life out in the field, is continuous 100% combustion possible under normal operating conditions?
No, this is not possible to be operated at 100% combustion.
Okay. So if you would, Ms. Inuzzi, just referring to Exhibit E4 in the NMOGA exhibit packet, we just reviewed for the Commission some of the concerns around that language.
Sure. So first, let's talk about what is destruction efficiency. And destruction efficiency is an air emissions matter, not a prevention of waste. Destruction efficiency is talking about how effective the flare is. And I'm sure we all love a good chemical formula, as some of us are engineers. So I put what happens with combustion, just to remind everyone that you take a hydrocarbon such as methane, you add oxygen, and in the perfect scenario, all you end up with is carbon dioxide and water. And so the EPA defines destruction efficiency as the percentage of a specific pollutant in the flare vent gas that is converted to a different compound, such as carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, or some other hydrocarbon intermediate. So that destruction efficiency is referring to how much of the hydrocarbon is converted into carbon dioxide.
And just to be clear, because you're talking about destruction efficiency in your exhibit here, but the division uses the term complete combustion. You're equating the two in your analysis here. Is that right?
Yes, as you can see in the original language of the rule, they were using the phrase maximum efficiency, which we were also interpreting to be 100%. That's generally what we're talking about when we're talking about efficiency in general.
Okay, very good. Now, I think I asked you, and I think you answered this, but essentially in real world conditions, you cannot achieve complete and continuous combustion. What are some of the factors that would play into impeding complete and 100% complete combustion efficiency?
So the factors that came to my mind when I was first looking at this was, number one, the gas flow rate, how much of the gas is flowing to the flare, the gas composition itself, such as the heating value, the air to fuel ratio, the type of flare. There's a lot of different types of flares. We talked about enclosed flares earlier, but there's also flares that add assist gas or steam. So that determines how efficient your flare is, as well as ambient conditions such as wind and rain. And even going back to NMOCD's Exhibit 41, page 7, they state that the major factors affecting flare combustion are vent gas flammability, auto ignition temperature, heating value, BTU per scuff, density, and flame zone mixing.
Very good. Madam Hearing Officer, I'm just noting the time that it's noon. I think we have enough time here that it would make sense to take a break at some point. That's the end of this slide. So I wonder, we're sort of at a natural break now, so we could either take a break for lunch now, or I can push through for a little bit longer, depending on your preference and the commission's preference.
All right, let me see how Mr. Baca is doing. He's giving me a thumbs up.
It's up to you, Madam Chair. It's up to you.
All right. Would you estimate your remaining time on direct, Mr. Rankin?
Ms. Hearing Officer, because we're incorporating some responses as essentially to the modifications from other parties, which would otherwise be rebuttal, I would estimate we probably have about 20 minutes left or so, to maybe half an hour. So trying to be conservative. So for that reason, I was wondering if it made sense just to break. I
agree with you. All right. So thank you for that, Mr. Rankin. Let's break, and is about a half hour enough for folks? I'm not hearing an objection. So let's come back at 12:35. Thank you all. Let's come back from the break, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Officer.
You're a little soft.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Officer. Is that better?
Hello. Yes, that's better.
I've been playing with my microphone input levels, so trying to avoid feedback, but I think all I'm doing is defeating my own sound by doing that.
You know what? I think you've been clear. Ms. Iannucci has been really clear. And we're not having the feedback issues we had with Mr. Thompson, for example. I think it sounds good right now. All right, when we have Mr. Baca, we can resume. Let's wait for Mr. Baca. We call out to him, Mr. Baca? Florine, if you can hear me, would you please reach out to Mr. Baca? Okay, Mr. Baca, give a wave when you're ready. All right. Let's see, Mr. Rankin, there you are, and Ms. Iannuzzi. Please resume.
Thank you. Ms. Iannuzzi, I must have been thinking about my lunch because I didn't permit you the time to finish the last point on your slide E4. So if you would just resume before I cut you off to discuss that last point on your slide E4, and if you would just explain how that relates to the topic of the slide and the concerns that NMOGA has regarding the division's proposal for complete and continuous combustion.
Sure. So the last point that I wanted to make was around the EPA control technique guidelines for the oil and natural gas industry. These guidelines were developed in 2016 to help state, local, and tribal air agencies with information to help them determine reasonably available control technology for volatile organic compound VOC emissions. And they were targeting ozone non-attainment zones. So it is relevant to these discussions. And that has a quote in there that says that while flares can be designed for 98% control, it says, we also recognize that combustion devices that are designed to meet a 98% control efficiency may not continuously meet this efficiency in practice due to factors such as the variability of field conditions. And so that just goes ahead and further supports our point that complete and continuous combustion is not achievable.
So going back to the language of the division's proposed rule, just as a reminder, the language imposes a requirement that flare stacks be properly sized and designed and operated for continuous and complete combustion, correct?
Correct.
So just tell me a little bit about, explain the difference between, what is essentially a design standard or requirement and and an operating standard or requirement for flares.
Yeah, so flares can be designed so that they burn at a certain efficiency. John Zink is a very well-known flare manufacturer, and they generally state that their flares meet 98% design efficiency. But when you get out into the field, things don't always go as planned, and to be continuously operated at those design standards in real world conditions is just not achievable. Also, I want to bring back to complete combustion. I mean, it goes back to kind of just your basic laws of thermodynamics, where you can't have 100% combustion. It just doesn't happen. So you've got your design of what it's intended for, and then you have your operation of what it actually experiences.
So in your opinion, is it unreasonable then to impose the same standards for flare operations as for flare design?
Yes.
And it's not something that EPA imposes on anybody. Is that fair to say?
Right. The EPA does not require flare operations, flares to be operated at a certain efficiency.
And here, will the combustion standard that OCD is proposing have any impact on the minimization or reduction of surface waste?
No, I view the waste as the volume of gas, and the volume of gas that is flared is not going to change no matter how efficient your flare is. It could be 100% efficient. It could be that magical flare, but the volume of gas that is not captured will remain the same.
Okay. So now let's turn to what I'm going to hopefully get to the correct page here. Refer you to NMOGA Exhibit A on page 11. And I'll share with you my page so you can see NMOGA's proposed language. If you would review for the commission what it is that NMOGA's proposing in place instead of the division's proposed language.
NMOGA is proposing to ensure proper combustion of gases sent to the flare.
Now, for all the reasons you stated, for purposes of this rule and its goal of reducing waste, is your opinion that this is a better language or preferred language than what the division is proposing?
Yes.
And to your earlier point, in your view, is this is a language that is achievable and reasonable in real world conditions out in the field?
Yes, it's a slight language change between complete and proper, but it makes it an achievable goal.
Okay. Now, the third topic that we're going to discuss today, that your testimony that you identified will be addressing, is the retrofitting issues. And if you would, I'll direct you to NMOCD Exhibit 2A, and I'll put this up on the screen so you can see it. I believe it's at E3B. Do you see there? This is OCD Exhibit 2 under E3 little b. We review for the division what the, review for the commission what it is that the division is proposing in terms of retrofits.
Sure. It the NMOCD added commas for clarity after auto igniter continuous pilot to make it clear that there are 3 separate technologies that can be used, and switched the has to may have, because just because the technology is indicating that something may be wrong doesn't always mean that something actually is wrong.
Okay. And NMOGA agrees and supports those changes?
Yes.
Okay. Now tell me, what about the timing here for retrofit? What does the NMOGA have any issues or a proposed modification for the timing that's being suggested here by the rule?
Yeah, so the division is proposing that the rule be applicable to all existing flares installed before June 1st, 2021, and those flares would need to be retrofitted to comply with the rule. And so NMOGA has proposed an alternative instead of an 18-month deadline to retrofit those flares to be a 24-month deadline.
Okay, so that would be an addition of another 6 months of time frame to meet those retrofit requirements.
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and bring that language up here. I believe it's on that we're there. So that would be in paragraph 3 little b, and that's the language indicated in the red line at the bottom of this page. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now there's some additional red line in there as well. What else is NMOGA proposing as a modification to the rule?
In addition to the 24 months instead of 18 months, NMOGA has added or by an alternative date approved by the division. This allows a mechanism in case an operator cannot meet that deadline, that the division can approve some other approved deadline.
So let's talk about the issues around meeting the time frame there. You've got a slide marked Exhibit E5. If you would just review for the examiners, what are the challenges that NMOGA perceives in terms of being able to meet that time frame and why they're asking for the additional 6 months compliance?
Sure. So retrofitting, we need to look at the entire process from start to finish. And there are a lot of different steps in that. It's not just the installation time. The first thing that comes to mind is that the manufacturers actually need to produce those ignition systems. And if all operators in New Mexico are all clamoring for auto igniters and continuous pilots, that could cause a strain on the supply chain. And then operators have certain steps that they need to go through in order to make those retrofit changes. Number one, they need to allocate capital resources. That's typically an annual cycle, so we need to build it into our budgets. Number two is engineering the systems, and in my opinion, that's probably the most important step, is making sure that we have the right ignition system for the right flare. You need to think, is an auto igniter right for this case, or would a continuous pilot work better? Then you've got your installation, which is what you normally think about, and normally that installation is completed by a contractor. So again, you might have a competition for limited resources, similar to the manufacturing issue. And finally, we need to train our employees on the proper use. They need to know what the ignition system is designed to do, and if they get an alarm, what are they supposed to respond to? There's other things that we need to do, like updating our piping and instrumentation diagrams so that our process safety information is correct for each site. So there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes in a retrofit such as this.
Okay. Now there's one other area in which there were some additional modifications on the topic of your testimony, and I'll switch back over to OCD's Exhibit 2A, and I believe it's at E4, where there was, let me know if you can see that here, where there's a language change, deleting located at a well spud, and in place use the word constructed. We just review the significance of that language and NMOGA's position on it.
Yes, so the NMOGA supports this change. So I'll start off with our position. This is a good change because really the applicability is all about the flare stack construction date. As we talked about in the previous one, we talked about the installation date, construction date, that's similar. But the well spud, and when the well actually starts producing, may not be applicable. As I mentioned earlier, Chevron uses centralized tank batteries, so you've got multiple wells that might all be connected to one flare. So what date do we end up using? So focusing it on the flare makes it much more straightforward. Also, adding unless otherwise approved by the division allows flexibility as appropriate in those instances where 100 feet may not be workable or feasible in that situation.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ms. Iannuzzi. Now, I would like to talk about some of the other parties' modifications that have been proposed. Have you had a chance to review EDF's proposed modifications to Part 27 in the rules?
Yes.
In particular, EDF's proposed modifications to Part E in 27, 8E3 little b.
Yes.
See if I can get us there and share my page so we can look at the language. So I believe I've got it up on the screen. Can you see here where this is EDF exhibit, I believe it's exhibit 4, at page 4 of that exhibit. Do you see the language that I've highlighted with my cursor?
Yes.
Have you have reviewed this language?
Yes.
And tell me what your position is, or NMOGA's position is, on this proposed change in the time frame that they're suggesting.
So what EDF has proposing is to decrease the time to retrofit from 18 months to 6 months. And that's not reasonable considering all of the different factors, as I just previously explained. We need to think about the entire process of making these modifications.
And would accelerating that time frame in the manner EDF proposes do anything to minimize or reduce surface waste?
No, it's not going to reduce the volume of gas going to the flare. What having an automatic ignition system or one of those other ignition systems will do is ensure reliable combustion. And so the only justification for shortening the time frame is to address air emissions. The other thing that I want to point out is that EDF does not allow for any flexibility if the operator cannot meet this timeline, and that was what NMOGA proposed by adding the phrase "or by an alternative date approved by the division."
Okay. And the same essential issues arise with EDF's proposal for subparagraph C here as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Same thing, because it's a time frame issue, and then also does not do anything to reduce surface waste.
Correct.
Okay. Now, EDF has made some additional language changes by proposing new language. Have you reviewed that language in the same part on page 5 of EDF Exhibit 4?
Yes.
And I've highlighted here, it's the red line under paragraphs 8 and 9. You just review for us what that language proposes to do, and then also your concerns and NMOGA's concerns with the requirements contained in that language.
Sure. So let me start off with number 8, which states operators shall submit to the division an engineer's certification that all flares or combustors will have sufficient and consistent gas flow and heat content to achieve the manufacturer's design destruction efficiency. So NMOGA's interpretation on that is that a professional or a registered professional engineer would need to state that the design destruction efficiency would be met in operation. And I am not a registered professional engineer, but I would be challenged to be able even to state that, yes, this flare will meet the design efficiency, because it's very difficult to predict what operating conditions such as gas flow and heat content will be. A lot of times we use flares in emergency situations. And so being able to say that we are able to meet certain design standards would be challenging.
Doesn't that just go back to the guidelines you discussed earlier with from EPA, that there's a not an expectation that a flare can operate at its designed efficiencies?
Yes, it cannot operate at its design efficiency continuously.
Mm-hmm. So now the division has not purported or proposed to adopt this language. Do you agree that with the division that such a requirement is not appropriate and should not be adopted here?
Correct. This language should not be adopted. It's focused on emissions issues, but not reducing the volume of gas going to the flare.
Okay. That's true for both these provisions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, okay. I think the next thing to talk about would be climate advocates. Is there anything further on EDF's proposed language on these topics that I missed, Ms. Sainuzi, that we need to discuss?
I think we should go back to E9 and look at that in detail.
Okay.
E9 states, all flaring during completions and productions shall be done with an enclosed device that has a design destruction efficiency of 98%. And I want to reference my earlier testimony that enclosed flares are not always, or enclosed devices are not always the best, because many flares exist for emergency purposes, and enclosed flares have capacity restraints. They also have issues ensuring adequate airflow, especially towards the center of the flame. So this could be an inappropriate requirement. And it does not reduce the volume of gas going to the flare by requiring it to be enclosed. So it's really an air quality issue. Additionally, if you look at it, it's going to require that all flaring to be done in an enclosed device. So the way that I'm interpreting this is that we're going to have to retrofit all of our open flares. And there are quite a lot of open flares. And so this could result in undue and unnecessary burdens that aren't minimizing surface waste. And then the other requirement around the design destruction efficiency, I think I've spoken at length around design efficiency and how that is an air emissions issue as opposed to minimizing waste.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, good. No, I'm glad you brought that up. Is there some, let's see, I think that's all that we need to cover on that. Let's see now, on climate advocates proposed changes, do they generally track what EDF has proposed as well?
Yes, so climate advocates has approximately three changes that are related to my testimony. Number one, they require flares to have a destruction removal efficiency of at least 98%. And you can find that in Part 27.8, B as in boy, 2, Part 27.8, C as in cat, 1, Part 27.8, D as in dog, 0.5, little I, Part 27.8 E3A. So those all refer to having a destruction removal efficiency of at least 98%. The second thing that's related to my testimony is eliminating the option for continuous pilot or other technology that alerts the operator that the flare stack may have malfunctioned. And you can find those references in very similar places. Part 27.8B2, Part 27.8C2B, Part 27.8C3A, Part 27.8 D as in dog, 0.5, little I. Part 27.8 E3A. and E3B. All of those have that strikeout of continuous pilot or technology that alerts the operator and removes those two options. And the last thing is right there, you don't have to scroll at all, Adam, is PERT 27.8 E3B, which reduces the time to retrofit ignition systems to 120 days or 4 months.
And for all the reasons you testified, that time frame is all the more less reasonable given the constraints and the issues meeting that compliance deadline. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you brought up the point that the Climate Advocates is proposing to delete the continuous pilot. Is that right?
Yeah.
Does NMOGA have concerns with requiring only automatic igniters as ignition systems that are being approved under the rule?
Yes, and if you take a look at my exhibit E5, all 3 types of ignition systems are reliable to ensure the combustion of gases. And so we need the flexibility to select the right one for the specific operational scenario. Also, determining what types of ignition systems there are is an air emissions issue. It does not reduce the volume of gas that is not captured.
Okay. And just to summarize, going back on the time frame, NMOGA's proposal is for 24 months, right?
Correct.
And you think that's a workable, achievable time frame for industry in New Mexico to achieve these compliance requirements for retrofitting?
Yes.
More workable than either what the division or these other parties are proposing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your opinion, do NMOGA's proposed revisions allow operators to achieve the proposed rule's goal of reducing surface waste without imposing undue or unnecessary burdens on operators?
Yes.
Ms. Iannuzzi, were exhibits E1 through E5 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
This time, Madam Hearing Officer, I would move the admission of exhibits E1 through E5 to the record.
Let me pause for a moment in the event there are objections to NMOGA exhibits E1 through E5. No, E1 through E5 are admitted.
This time, Madam Hearing Officer, I would move, pass the witness for questioning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rankin and Ms. Iannuzzi. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Ms. Iannuzzi?
Hi, Madam Hearing Examiner. I need to make you aware that this is Tiffany Pollock. I need to make you aware that Mr. Ames lost internet capability. He is on the phone. So if Mr. Garcia can allow him to be unmuted on the phone, I believe he will be able to speak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pollock. Mr. Ames, can you hear me?
I'm looking for him, Felicia.
Okay.
Eric, are you there?
I'm here, John.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Ames. We can hear you. Do you have questions of Ms. Iannuzzi?
Thank you, John, for letting me in. Thank you, Ms. Orth. I do not have any questions for Ms. Iannuzzi. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Biernoff, questions of Ms. Iannuzzi?
Madam Hearing Officer, I do not have any questions for Ms. Iannuzzi.
Thank you. Ms. Fox or Mr. Bach?
Hello, Madam Hearing Officer. I do have one question. And Ms. Fox and I are going to be switching back and forth, probably, for the most part. So, Miss Iannuzzi, am I saying that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. I just had a couple questions. First of all, I'm looking at your CV here, and it looks to me that your background is in engineering, correct?
Yes, I got my Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Systems Engineering from Penn State.
But you don't have a law degree, is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. So, to the extent that you opine that certain issues were air quality issues, but not necessarily waste issues, that would not be persuasive as to what OCD's authorities are. It's not a legal opinion, it's in other words.
Yes, legal questions are outside of my area of expertise, but I do have extensive experience with environmental issues. And so I take the basic generic definition of waste, meaning the volume of gas, as opposed to air emissions, which are the emissions resulting from flaring and venting.
Understood. And I wanted to ask you, are you familiar with Colorado's regulations related to flare stacks?
I have a general awareness. I am not an expert.
Okay, fair enough. Would you agree, or are you aware that Colorado's rules do require auto igniters for all new flares?
I believe I have heard that.
Okay, and so I think you tested, and this is actually just a completely a question that based on the fact that I didn't hear you. I think you said you had an exhibit, and I don't remember which one, that suggested that all three of the technologies were equally reliable. What was that exhibit again?
So I didn't go into it in detail. It's Exhibit E5. I had originally planned to talk more at length around the three different technologies for ignition systems, but that has been covered extensively by prior witnesses, so I kind of cut that out of my testimony.
Understood, and we do have the exhibit so we can look at. But so I appreciate that. My question is, if that is true, that they're all equally reliable, do you have any idea why Colorado and other regulators might require only the auto igniters?
Objection calls for speculation. It's outside the scope of Ms. Iannuzzi's testimony.
Yeah, Mr. Bach?
Okay, let me see if I can rephrase that. I mean, I think it's within the scope of her testimony because she testified that they were all three equally valid, but I understand she can't speculate as to what Colorado regulators might have thought. So would you agree that auto igniters are generally considered to be the most reliable of the three technologies?
No, I don't know if I would agree with that. In fact, the EPA requires continuous pilot according to 60.18. So if the EPA requires continuous pilot, I would assume that they are relatively reliable.
So you wouldn't necessarily have a ranking of the three technologies?
No, I would not.
Okay. All right, I think I'm done. I'll pass the limits. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bach. Ms. Pranos?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I do have a few questions for the witness. Oh, let me change my camera here. Hang on. There we go. Perfect. Good afternoon, Ms. Iannuzzi. I guess it is afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
Just questions. Are you aware of EDF studies in the Permian Basin finding unlit and partially lit flares?
Yes.
And do you agree that a partially lit or an unlit flare releases more methane than a properly functioning lit flare?
Yes.
And do you agree that installing auto igniters or continuous pilot lights on flares can help reduce the incidence of partially lit or unlit flares?
Yeah.
Terrific. And do you agree that a flare that is designed and operated to achieve a design destruction efficiency of 98% releases less methane than one that is designed to achieve a lesser destruction efficiency, such as, for example, 70%?
Yes, but it really goes back to what the design efficiency is all about, how effective the flare is. And again, my understanding of this rule is to prevent waste. And so requiring that does not prevent the loss of gas. And so really the focus should be on reducing the volume and focusing on driving that 98% capture rate. And that's what we want to focus on.
I understand that that's NMOGA's position. I believe OCD and other parties have a different understanding of one of the goals of the rule, but those are all my questions, and thank you very much for your testimony.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kranos. Commissioner Engler, do you have questions of Ms. Iannuzzi?
I do. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Iannuzzi. You can hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, a couple quick things. I'm going to refer first. It's your exhibit E2. It has to do with your hypothetical timeline.
Sure.
All right. And in that timeline, again, you stated that, from hour 3 to hour 7, basically that was from the 3 to 7 hours was the main emphasis or main issue was, you just can't shut things down right away. It's more of a production operations or operating conditions issue. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And it really depends on the scenario. Some fields can be shut in quicker, some can be shut in, take longer to shut in. But it's really what time does it take to shut in the field?
Do you know, again, and then you can say this is beyond your scope. Do you have ideas from the operations people? What could constitute something that would be fairly short and quick, and what would take a long time to be able to do?
So I spoke to our field coordinator about this, but when this rule was proposed, and I was like, what timeline do you think is reasonable? And for our newer wells, those we are able to shut in more quickly, but some of our older wells take longer. Other factors include location. So there's just a lot of factors at play, like I mentioned.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to go past that on this. Another question. I'm going to go to your ignition systems. That's your exhibit E5.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things you mentioned was you have different separate technologies. And one of the issues you're mentioning, or NMOGA, is trying to get a much longer timeline. Do you have any idea? Have you talked to vendors to see how much technology, how much of this equipment they do have in stock, or how long it would take to be able to make or create all these?
No.
Do you have, again, you have to have installers, I believe you said, to install these technologies. Do you have an idea? Have you talked to them about how much they can do and how fast they can do it?
No, I have not. However, I did participate a couple years ago We were working on doing some flare replacements. Our flares had gotten old and we needed to replace them. So my experience with that was it took us several months. And I don't even know about the engineering that goes into it beforehand because I just got involved because of the air permitting issues. So I'm sorry, I'm not as familiar with that area.
Do you know, you're in the Midland Permian Basin now, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how many flare stacks would have to be retrofitted in the Permian, in this case, New Mexico side of the Permian Basin?
So I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak for Chevron. And I think we have between 10 and 15 flares that we need to retrofit. But every operator is different. So I don't have a good number for you on that.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you. Commissioner Kessler, do you have questions of Ms. Iannuzzi?
I do, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Iannuzzi. Did you say that you were involved with retrofitting in Colorado or no?
I have a basic awareness. I have one member on my team who oversees air emissions in Colorado.
Okay. You testified earlier that there were concerns related to competition for equipping retrofits, in particular related to the time that you're requesting, that NMOGA is requesting for ramp up or retrofitting. Do you have any examples of where this has occurred prior, or is this just a kind of general concern?
It's a general concern based on NMOGA's past experience with dealing with these types of things. We were thinking that 24 months is more reasonable, just based on our experience of getting the money. You'd be surprised how long that takes, the engineering behind it. So it wasn't just the manufacturers, but it was just kind of looking at the whole process, and we were thinking we can definitely get it done within 24 months.
Okay. And I'm just trying to determine, I understand that you outlined several different components of that timeline. I'm just trying to figure out, particularly with respect to competition for resources, whether or not there are any prior examples that you can give the commission, or if it's just, as you seem to say, sort of general concern.
Sorry, I don't have any examples.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kessler. Madam Chair, do you have questions of Ms. Iannuzzi?
I do, of course. And I forgot to ask these of the last witness. Do you support this rule?
So I can only speak to the parts of the rules that were included in my testimony. So that's namely 27.7G, which is the emergency definition, 27.8B2, which is talking about drilling and enclosed and siting, 27.8E3 and E3B, which we're talking about the continuous combustion and the timing for retrofitting, and E4, which was the spudding versus construction date question. So I do support NMOCD's proposed rule as shown in Exhibit 2A for Part 28.7 or Part 27.8B2 and Part 27.8E4. But I do not support NMOCD's proposed rule as shown in Exhibit A, 2A for Part 27.7G, Part 27.8E3, and E3B. But if those technical changes as proposed by NMOGA are incorporated, and I think with a little bit of tweaking, we can get there.
Okay. Do you believe this was from your experience with regulatory processes, a collaborative process?
So So my role in all of this was to provide technical support, and so I didn't do any of the collaboration between stakeholders, so I can't speak to that.
Okay. So you talked about how some of, during some emergency situations, instead of shutting in, you may want to switch to another gathering system, et cetera. What does that physically look like on site? Like, what are you physically required to do, if anything?
So I can't really speak to that because I'm not an operations expert, but my understanding is that does require some hands-on work on site.
Okay. I think you used the term all and referred to it being, sort of all encompassing, and how you could respond to some in 4 hours, but you couldn't respond to all in 4 hours. Could you respond to all in 8 hours?
No.
Do you have a percentage estimate of what you could respond to?
So I did a quick look when you were talking about data last week at Chevron's data. That's all I have. And of Chevron's 243 emission events in 2020, 4 were related due to third-party takeaway issues. And of those 4, 1 took longer than 8 hours, and the other 3 took less than 8 hours.
So we're really talking about potentially a very small number of events that could not be managed in 8 hours.
So for Chevron.
At least for Chevron. Okay. So let's say that, maybe the NMOGA proposition or proposal of 8 hours were to go forward. How do you think, or do you think that there could be operators who would take advantage of that? And what I mean by that is people who would choose to wait it out, see if, maybe situation might change until 7 hours and 59 minutes. Or is there an opportunity for people to take advantage of things?
So my entire career has been with Chevron. So I hate to speculate what other operators would do.
Do you think there's potential for that with that larger time window?
To be honest, if you look at the timeline, 8 hours is reasonable because of the drive time, because of the actual time that it takes to get on site. Also, 8 is a nice round number. We had extensive discussions within the NMOGA group that John Smitherman mentioned. I'm one of the 79. We really talked about what would be reasonable, and we feel that 8 is not excessive because we started out with, well, maybe we need 24 hours. No, 24 hours would be excessive and could potentially lead to what you're talking about. But 8 hours is reasonable.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I am not sure what my notes say. I'll come back to that. Maybe I can read it in a moment. Okay, I think it's OCD 2A and 27, 8. I think it's E3. So you talked about, we talked about the complete and continuous and your concerns around that. The original language there was maximum efficiency. And I think you said in your mind that equated to 100%. I I think more commonly when something's called termed maximum efficiency, isn't it more common that it's like the maximum efficiency of the technology and not 100% or whatever that may be?
I don't know the answer to that. But it was my interpretation that maximum would mean 100%. It was also NMOGA's interpretation. Perhaps we could add language to clarify. I don't know.
Well, if there's confusion amongst several people, then I guess if there's confusion among several people, would you take that to mean there may need to be some clarity?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any information regarding the actual costs that are associated with any of these 3 different systems? Or I think the 3 systems were auto ignite, continuous pilot, or technology that does something else. So 2+, something like that. Do you have any costs associated with retrofitting? Like, how much is it for each type?
No, I don't have any cost information. My focus is on air emissions and figuring out what we can get for the air permit and stuff like that.
Is there anybody who would have cost information?
Mr. Rankin, can you help me out?
Madam Chair, I don't know. I think that's something that we can look at. I don't think given the time frame we've been able to identify cost information. So I think that may be something that we continue to look at, and there may be some other witnesses. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for you right now in terms of who would be the right person, if any, to address the cost issue.
I mean, wouldn't the cost make a difference in terms of you're talking in your timeline, right? That you have to allocate capital resources. So wouldn't that cost make a difference on what the time frame is for that capital allocation?
No, any capital allocation has to follow the same process, whether it's $1 million or whether it's $10,000, at least for Chevron. We have a process where you ask for budgeting requests for the following year. That usually happens in like early April. Then managers get together and they talk about it, and usually the budget for the following year is figured out by November of the current year. So the amount does not actually impact the timeline.
But don't you think that it would be a much easier ask if, so for example, you said Chevron has 10 to 15 retrofits. If you're talking about $50,000 as opposed to $1 million, wouldn't that change the capital request though, and potentially change the availability of funds?
I can't really speak to that. Again, my role at Chevron is to get the regulation and make sure that we're in compliance with it.
All right. Can you speak to the stripper well exemption in here of having to retrofit unless unless replaced? Are you able to speak to that and the validity of that? It seems like EDF and climate advocates have a different proposal. Is this appropriate? What's in there now versus what the other parties are proposing?
So NMOCD and NMOGA are aligned with the stripper well retrofit, which is if you end up replacing the flare, which does happen. I was involved in a project early a couple of years ago on that. Then we would replace the ignition system. And so NMOGA supports NMOCD's proposal that as you replace flares at low volume wells, you will update the ignition system.
Okay. And so I think what Mr. Thompson said earlier is, stripper wells are sort of on that marginal economic viability basis. I can guess that that is why, and I believe maybe the OCD testified to this, that that is why they gave some exemptions to save costs. But is there a way you can think of to accurately or adequately really evaluate if this proposal of the division or NMOGA's is adequate without that cost information?
I don't know what you're asking. Can you rephrase?
Okay, so the division and NMOGA are saying on one side, stripper wells should get this exemption. They shouldn't have to spend this extra capital, right? They're on the economic margin. Climate advocates and EDF are over here going, no exemption. They need to retrofit. They maybe get a little bit longer in time frame than the regular well. I'm asking, how do I make a decision or evaluate which party is presenting the best information if I don't have cost data? So that's my question. How do I adequately evaluate these proposals if I don't have cost data to know, does it cost $2,000 to retrofit it? Or does it cost $20,000 per well? Are we talking about $200,000? So that's the question I'm asking. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. It all goes back to what's the justification for why do stripper wells or low volume wells not need to be replaced at the same frequency as others? And I think it all goes back to what was the NMOCD's justification for making that change and having those two different dates. And I cannot speak to the division as to why, was it a cost reason or was it an emissions thing that there's actually not that much flaring that occurs at those wells because those wells are low volume wells. So I don't know the answer to that, whether it was cost driven or was it actually from a waste perspective that those flares are not as active as other flares. So I guess that question would be better directed to the NMOCD.
Okay, but at the end of the day, you're confirming we have no cost data.
Correct. I do not have any cost data.
All right. What in your, experience with Chevron, or well, I think you said you've only been with Chevron. How often do flares get replaced, or what's the scenario around flare replacement, and why does that happen?
So the reason why flares get replaced is they get old and break, just like anything else. So that can be a cause. Another cause can be that we might be increasing production to a site, and so it may no longer be a stripper well. It may actually be one of the normal producers, and so that flare may not have adequate capacity. So those are kind of the two general reasons as to why flares get replaced, is general age or malfunction, as well as capacity constraints.
Okay. What is there an average age range for like the life of a flare?
I don't know that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Could you talk about maybe the scenarios around when it's more appropriate to use an auto igniter versus a continuous pilot?
Yes, I can speak generally. I'm not an engineer. I have an engineering degree, but it's environmental engineering. So generally, first of all, we start looking at regulatory requirements. As I mentioned, EPA requires for the new source performance standards 60.18 that they have continuous pilot. So we start off with that. So if it was required to have a continuous pilot, it gets a continuous pilot. And then we look at, is it an emergency flare or is it a process flare? Those are sort of the two different types of flares. And in general, when it's an emergency flare, an auto igniter can be more appropriate because that does not require pilot gas and is not expected to be lit all the time. Whereas if you have a process flare, that's going to be lit all the time. It's going to have a steady flow of pilot gas. That won't be a problem. And then, of course, there's always alternative technology that lets us know whether or not the flare is lit. And that could be, I don't know, there must be some technical reason for why we would need that. But generally, Chevron prefers having auto igniters or continuous pilots. And that has been my experience.
Okay. So basically it comes down to, first, what does the regulation require? And two, mostly if it's an emergency or a process flare, like what's the function of the flare, and that's what drives it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
There could be other factors. I'm not an engineer. There could be, what's gas composition, that could be an issue. What's the heating value? Because that always plays into, can the gas actually burn, or do you need to add assist gas? There's a lot of things that go into flare design, and that's one thing that I've learned is I definitely don't know it all, but that's been my experience, just to give you some color.
Okay. I think you said that Chevron estimates it has 10 to 15 retrofits. Out of how many?
I do not know the number of flares that we've got in New Mexico.
Is it like out of 100 or like 1,000 or somewhere in between that, or like is there a magnitude?
I know, this is just general, don't hold me to this number, is between Texas and New Mexico and Colorado, we have around 150 flares.
Okay. Did NMOGA do any sort of analysis on if the regulation were to go through as the division proposed, or as NMOGA proposed, what how many would need to be retrofitted?
Not to my knowledge, but I was not involved in every aspect of this rulemaking.
Okay. So then you wouldn't be able to adequately know, I think on E5, right? Sorry, the mailman is here. It's a very exciting time at my house. Hold on, so you don't hear dog bark. Sorry about that. Okay, so you said in E5, your exhibit E5, one of the timing issues and why you're justifying 24 months as opposed to the division's 18 months was manufacturers to produce ignition systems. So how do you know if there's going to be a strain on the manufacturers to produce the ignition systems if you don't know how many actually need to be retrofitted?
That is a great question. And I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's all of my questions. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chair. Mr. Rankin, do you have any follow-up with Ms. Iannuzzi?
Madam Hearing Officer, I don't have any further follow-up questions with Ms. Iannuzzi, so I don't see any, unless anyone else has any further questions from the Commission. I think that I ask that Ms. Iannuzzi be dismissed.
Would you please speak louder, sir? Would you please speak louder, Mr. Rankin?
Sure. I said I have no further questions and ask that Ms. Iannuzzi be dismissed.
Thank you. So if there's no reason not to excuse Ms. Iannuzzi, thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Iannuzzi.
Thank you.
Mr. Rankin, your next witness I see is estimated at an hour. That's Mr. Reinerman. Perhaps you could lead him through, say, 20, 25 minutes or so, and then we could take a break.
Madam Hearing Officer, at this time, Mr. Feldor will be taking over the examination of Mr. Reinerman. So I will leave it to him to identify appropriate breaking point.
All right, thank you. Is that you, Mr. Reinerman, that I see on the screen?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
I can hear you quite clearly. Would
Great.
you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Feldwart?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Reinerman, would you please state your full name, identify by whom you're employed, and in what capacity?
My name is Paul S. Reinerman. I'm employed by Enterprise Products Partners, and I'm a field environmental manager.
And how long have you been with Enterprise as your employer?
I've been with Enterprise for 8.5 years.
And as a result of your job responsibilities, are you familiar with the field operation of natural gas gathering lines and related equipment?
Yes, sir.
If I turn to what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit F1 through F5, does that accurately reflect your educational background and work experience?
Yes, sir, it does.
It indicates, Mr. Reinerman, you have a degree in chemical engineering.
That's correct.
And that you were employed by the EPA for 7 years?
I was employed in Atlanta, Georgia in Region 4 in the enforcement group, and then I was chief of the compliance monitoring section at EPA and headquarters.
And that was for the 7-year period of time?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with AVO inspections and frequencies imposed by state and federal agencies?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And prior to joining Enterprise, after you left the EPA, what did your job responsibilities include?
Prior to joining the EPA?
Or after you left the EPA and before you joined Enterprise?
Yes, sir. I worked for a company in Northern Virginia, Maryland, called U.S. Generating Company. There I was an environmental engineer for them. They were a power producing company. Then I worked for a software company out of Austin, Texas, selling environmental software solutions. And then I worked for Invista out of Victoria, Texas, as a senior environmental engineer and a program leader.
And have you been involved in interpreting and commenting and ensuring compliance with regulations, state and federal?
I have, sir. I've had quite a bit of experience with new source performance standards, MAC standards, state regulations in Texas and New Mexico predominantly, almost exclusively recently, and also permits.
Okay. Now I want to focus on your experience with field operations for gathering systems. Okay, Mr. Reinerman?
Yes, sir.
Would you turn to what's been marked at the NMOGA Exhibit F6? And does this reflect the first topic of your discussions?
Yes, sir, it does.
And it involves a definition of emergency.
Correct.
And I want to focus first on, now this is part 28.7D5.
Right.
Where we see that NMOGA has proposed striking, including a recurring equipment failure.
That's correct.
And there's a comparable provision in part 27, right, Mr. Reinerman?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. Now I want to focus on your actual experience, okay?
Sure.
Now, when you see a regulation like this, and it says recurring equipment failure, do you understand what that means?
Recurring to me would mean it occurs more than one time, which is a very tight standard to have to go with. I've heard others' testimony from OCD state that they're looking for a pattern. So a pattern is more than recurring. Recurring to me means more than once. So that's why we believe that that language should be struck.
Okay. Would you focus on your experience and provide the commission with experiences that you have seen that would substantiate removing recurring equipment failure so that it is not always considered to be operator negligence?
Yes, sir. There's a couple of examples I've included in my exhibits. And the first one I'll point to is a compressor that could have a safety alarm be triggered on the engine that shuts down the engine. The engine is a very complex piece of equipment. Some are older, some are newer. The older ones will have just, for lack of a better sake, a light that comes on and says engine. That's it. It'll say engine. So the operator then is challenged to go try to find the reason why that engine shut down. He'll go out, evaluate, and he might come up with what he believes is the cause of it and go to try to fix it. If he does not, he'll restart the engine and get it going again. Sometimes it might run for half an hour, sometimes an hour, sometimes a few hours, sometimes a couple of days, but then again, it could shut down. So it might recur. That same engine alarm pops up again, and he'll go and try a different cure for that, and generally, eventually gets it running back up in good fashion. For a newer engine, a lot of times we have a very specific alarm. It would say that you have a high cylinder temperature. So that person would go out there and replace the thermocouple that monitors that temperature. He puts it back in service, and all of a sudden, after it's back online, it again will trip off. And if that happens, what could occur is then that he might have to replace the line that goes between the thermocouple and the sensor, the computer that's actually controlling it, and replace that line. I have seen this in practice. I do quite a few semi-annual monitoring reports for OCD, for NMED, and I also do quite a number of semi-annual deviation reports in the state of Texas. So you see this, that it might take 3 or 4 times troubleshooting to get the problem right. And each time that engine shuts down, it blows down. It blows down because it's a safety device. It's needed to be blown down. It needs to blow itself down, and it's set up for safety. So that's one example I have with some engines there. The other one is with regards to a process safety valve. This actually happened in the field in New Mexico. And the process safety valve failed open prematurely. And when it did so, we brought in a qualified technician to come and evaluate the PSV. It's a third party that provides process safety valves. And the person determined that what needed to be done was the line needed to be cleared. Then he went and tested the valve 3 successive times with nitrogen. That's his practice, to make sure that it relieved at the proper pressure. Put it back in service. Within an hour, that valve had popped again, and this time the technician decided to take the PSV completely apart and put it back together again. So it was twice. So that is a recurring failure. However, we don't believe that is necessarily a pattern. We actually believe that was indicative of good operation, maintenance, and engineering practices.
And the concern here is, Mr. Reinerman, is as drafted, that would always be considered operator negligence.
That's correct. And that is not the case. Negligence is a very strong word.
Okay. Now, I think you covered your exhibits F7 and F8, but let's go back to F6. And I want to move to the second topic, and that is we see that there is a provision in there that if you have 3 or more emergencies experienced by the operator within the preceding 60 days, then the third emergency, no matter what happens, no matter what the cause, would not be authorized as a venting and flaring event. Is that how you understand it?
Yes, sir. That's the way I understand it.
And NMOGA has proposed to add the phrase "at one site" and then the phrase "for similar causes." Okay?
Yes, sir.
I want to apply your experience and what you've seen. And please explain to the commissioners why you believe at one site is an appropriate addition here.
Absolutely. I have had experience where you've had a power outage occur in a wide area, knocking out several compressor stations at the same time. When that occurs, all of them will vent. So by the way I would read this rule is that I can only count 3 of those ventings. I could not account for more of them. Quite a few times.
Actually, Mr. Reinerman, I'll interrupt you there. Is it true it'd be 3, or would only the first 2 be excused?
You'd be correct. I'm just 2 out of this. Yes, 2 would be excused. That's right.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you. So those types of emergencies do occur out there. Weather related, some people spoke to those. Lightning strikes also occur out there. It's not as simple as putting in a lightning rod to protect equipment from a direct lightning strike and shutting it down. The lightning strike can affect much more than the equipment. A lot of times it will affect the electricity coming into the plant. And when that happens, it can shut down that plant and cause it to vent. Can these things occur, more than 3 times in a 60-day period? You bet. Absolutely. Especially in the wintertime and also in the hot summer months. There can be a lot of problems with electricity issues in the hot summer months. I've been involved with rolling brownouts occurring in situations in Texas, at least, where we have had to basically curtail operations, and that would affect emissions.
Okay, now I want to focus on the second part of that phrase that they seek to add here, NMOGA seeks to add, the phrase "for similar causes." Why is that equally important, Mr. Reinerman?
It's important because at a facility, you can have emergencies arrive for different causes during a period of time. And so it's very important to segregate them out. I would almost say that, at one site for similar causes is, and you're only limiting it to 2 at the site for similar causes, can be also rather tight. However, we believe that the limitations there by the people who worked with the NMOGA group believe that would be a right way to go about doing it. We didn't see fit to change 3 or more, but we do believe that it should be at one site and for similar causes.
Have you had any examples, for example, have you seen any circumstances where you had more than 3 within 60 days because of incidences involving fire? I think somebody told me fire eyes. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have had, yeah. I have a compressor station in Texas that a lot of compressor stations utilize fire eyes to detect whether or not there's a pending fire. And if it does see a impending fire or believes it sees an impending fire, it will shut down the station and vent the station. I have seen fire eyes where they have seen a welder's rod from a distance turn it and have it go off, and then also a flare from an adjacent facility go off and cause the fire eye to detect the possible presence of a flame and then cause the station to be vented down. And I have seen that occur several times in a time frame. Now, those type of emergencies, a fire eye is designed to see fire. False positives are fine based upon the design. If you read a design document of a fire eye, it will say that false positives are possible. False negatives, though, you don't want to have happen. False negative means is that there's a fire and it doesn't see it. You don't want that to happen. So you definitely want to have your fire eyes be a little bit on the sensitive side than on the insensitive side for safety purposes.
Mr. Reinerman, based on your experience then and what you've seen in the field, do 3 or more emergencies experienced by an operator within a 60-day period indicate operator negligence or poor maintenance?
No, it would not.
And will NMOGA's proposed language here effectuate the intent and the balance that we believe the division is trying to reach here?
Could you rephrase that, Michael? I didn't quite understand that.
Sure. Does the MOGA's proposed language take away from the intent of the, as you understand it, of the division's reason for addressing this type of clause?
I don't believe.
Assumes facts not in evidence. The witness has not testified to what he believes the OCD's intent was.
Right, that's stayed. Would you rephrase, Mr. Feldwart?
I thought he said it, he understood it's because they were trying to seek a pattern.
To seek a
Pattern?
Oh, a patron. Would you please rephrase your question?
So, Mr. Reinerman, in your opinion, does the phrase "at one site for similar causes," is that appropriate here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based on your understanding of what the division is trying to accomplish here, would the addition of that phrase take away from that intent?
No, it would not. It was very clear when OCD testified that with regards to recurring equipment failure, they're looking for a pattern. And that same type of pattern would be looked at when you're looking at similar causes.
Okay. Okay, then I want to share my screen, if I may. And do you see my screen, Mr. Reinerman?
Yes, I do, sir.
This is the MOGA's, I'm sorry, the OCD's Exhibit 3B, which deals with Part 28.
Yes, sir.
And if I go down to subpart 28.8B, it used to be 3, now it's 2. Subpart A, you'll see that the division excluded scheduled in front of repair and maintenance here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you turn to the MOGA exhibit number 12 and explain why you believe, based on your experience, this change is appropriate in Part 28 as well as Part 27?
Sure, and that was proposed by NMOGA, and it's clearly in the new OCD draft of the rule. But both scheduled and unscheduled maintenance, regardless of how you go about doing it, is going to be is going to have the necessity of blowing down the equipment for safety purposes. Typically, the first step in any type of repair and maintenance is to isolate the equipment, and then once you have it isolated, to blow that equipment down safely. So you're always going to have to be.
Hold on, Mr. Reinerman.
Yep.
There seems to be some background noise.
Wait. I think Mr. Ames has a lot of background noise and I'm not getting anything.
Is that better, Paul?
I don't know. Can you all hear me better now, sir? Paul?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. So I'll start again. Repair and maintenance. Whenever you do repair and maintenance, regardless if it's scheduled or unscheduled, it always is going to begin with isolating the equipment, isolating the piece of pipe, and then blowing that down. So you'll always have to do that. So the change in this rule, it allows both scheduled and unscheduled repair and maintenance to be blowed down and have that volume not count against our capture efficiency.
Can you explain, Mr. Reinerman, based on your experience, why you would have unscheduled maintenance?
Yes, sir. For example, an operator making his rounds hears something going on with an engine, says, I need to shut the engine down in order to get it running right. Something's not quite right with it. He will then contact his supervisor, discuss the situation. If there's another engine available on site, they might crank it up to take the flow of gas. If not, then they would perhaps have to notify upstream that they're taking down that engine, but then they would go ahead and take down that engine. The first thing they do is when they take it down, they would shut it down, and when it would isolate, then it would blow down the piping that's in the site.
Mr. Reinerman, based on your experience, is it appropriate to afford the same ability to vent and flare, whether it's scheduled or unscheduled maintenance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, now I want to take a look at a change proposed by claimant advocates to this particular section, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I believe I have it up on the screen, and it relates to part 28.8 B3.
Okay.
And you'll see, Mr. Reinerman, on the screen that they propose to add a clause on repair and maintenance that says only where the gas cannot be rerouted back into the pipeline outside of the depressurized zone or otherwise beneficially used. Based on your experience, is that proposal reasonable or practicable?
It's not something that's currently done in practice at Enterprise Products.
Okay.
Typically, what we try to do, though, is we try to move as much gas out of a pipeline or out of a process as we can before we have to isolate it and then blow it down.
Is this something that can be done by existing gathering lines? Are they configured to do this?
In my knowledge of looking at this situation, I have seen where it's done in transportation by certain companies where they will set up and do this. Typically, it's on much larger lines than what you see. From my understanding, it's on large lines, like 30-inch, 36-inch lines that you see in transportation or bigger, not on lines that you see in gathering, such as 4-inch lines or 6-inch lines or 8-inch lines. I've never heard it done in practice that way, but I have heard it done for large transportation lines.
Okay. Okay, I want to now take a look at what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit F13, okay?
Yes, sir.
And this relates to subpart 28.8B3. And I thought it was on here, but I guess I need to look at the divisions changes to that. So hold on one second. Okay, so I'm on the divisions exhibit, OCD's exhibit 3A. Okay, Mr. Reinerman?
Yes, sir.
And I'm on page 2.
Okay.
And you'll see that that the division has, with their modifications, added some additional operations to subpart what used to be B3 and is now B2.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your experience and opinion, are these additional operations appropriate here?
Absolutely. The first edition on line C about dehydration units, well, amine treaters and dehydration units are, in my experience, go pretty much hand in hand. Actually, first you do go through an amine treater to remove H2S and carbon dioxide, and then you go through a dehydration unit. So they'll both create a flash gas, and they'll also have a still associated with them, because what you're trying to do is chemical recovery of either the amine, or in the case of a dehydration unit, the triethylene glycol, the TIG. So that just makes sense as far as that goes, and to not include that. In fact, I'll point out that in some cases, carbon dioxide can be as high as 2, 3, or 4% or more in the incoming gas. And if that's the case, if you weren't allowed to discount that, then that natural gas you could not make 98% recovery on it because you'd already be removing 3 or 4% carbon dioxide. So that addition of an amine treater is a very important one to have in here, and we appreciate that.
And do you have a further description of the amine treaters on NMOGA Exhibit F14?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, focusing on this as a circumstance where the operator is authorized to vent or flare, Exhibit F15, I believe, discusses the addition of the language turbines. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Would you please explain why that is appropriate to add as an authorized instance to vent or flare?
I believe Mr. Smitherman brought this up in his testimony. The turbines drive compressors just like engines do. They're used in different circumstances. It depends upon what the need is in the field as far as if you're going to utilize a turbine or an engine out in the field. So it just makes sense to include turbines in the same line as compressor engines.
And one of the things I want to touch on is the subpart E, 28.8B to subpart E, dealing with thief hatches. Do you see that, Mr. Reinerman?
I sure do, yes, sir.
What is a thief hatch, and why is it appropriate to have it here as an authorized venting and flaring event under the circumstances described in the division's language?
Right. What we try to do with the reading here in the division language, it says, but not including venting from a thief hatch that is not properly closed and maintained. And one second, sir. I think I read from the wrong exhibit. I apologize. Did I?
Well, I think you're on NMOGA Exhibit F15.
Right.
Tell us what a thief hatch does and why this is appropriate.
Sure. What a thief hatch will do is that as a tank fills up with liquid, it has gas in that liquid and also is displacing the gas. So the gas has to go someplace. It will go out the thief hatch. It will slightly overpressure it. It will go out the thief hatch and vent. Then when the liquid level gets stable in there, the thief hatch will quit venting and it will hold a slight pressure on it. As you drop it down, it acts as a vacuum breaker to prevent the tank from either collapsing in or expanding out. Neither case is what you want. That's why you have a thief hatch.
Okay. And in your opinion, that likewise is an appropriate authorized venting and flaring event?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now I want to switch gears here and go to NMOGA's proposed, one of the NMOGA's proposed changes here, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm on NMOGA Exhibit B.
Okay.
And I'm under the same section, or 28.8. B3.
Yes, sir.
We have this list, and I see a proposed addition by NMOGA for fugitive emission components such as valves, flanges, and connectors. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now there was some discussion about this yesterday, and I want you to perhaps using your exhibits F15 or F16 and F17, explain what you're talking about here and why this is an appropriate addition to this section that authorizes venting and flaring as the division has defined it.
Okay. Fugitive emission components, they've been around in our industry starting back to triple K requirements under 40 CFR Part 60. And there they defined a leak rate for different components. Original leak rates were 10,000 part per million for flanges. And now typically today you see 500, or for flanges and valves, nowadays you see 500 part per million as a leak detection rate. So they will vent emissions. And that's the key. They will vent emissions. They will release them. We have to permit these with NMED. They are permitted emissions. And the two examples I have here note fugitive emissions for this a compressor station of 3.6, and that'd be tons per year of VOC. And then on the next page is another site where F-001 are also the fugitive components. This is a very large facility that has fugitive emissions of 35.9 tons per year, permitted through the state of New Mexico, through NMED. So when you permit in the state of New Mexico, you're not allowed to reflect any type of control efficiencies for AVOs or for doing your leak detection reporting. You just use the flat out flares. You don't actually report the actual emissions. So in Texas and other states, you're allowed to make an assumption. The numbers are much less with regards to emission factors and control factors. An AVO would give you a 30% control factor, for example, in Texas, whereas the traditional method 21 monitoring would give you a 97% credit for emission reductions when you go to permit. So that would be why we want those emissions permitted. I would also state that I would agree that a valve that's leaking above its leak rate is malfunctioning. That valve needs to be repaired. It will be repaired and do so. So in this program where we have AVOs, when we find a leak out there, when we hear a leak, when we see a leak, when we smell a leak, we will go to fix that leak such that we no longer either see, smell, or hear it anymore. So in that case, if we hear it, then I believe that there could be some techniques that we could use to say this is how much that malfunctioning component has emissions. But in that case, it would be a malfunction. So the language that we have proposed here, where it talks about the fugitive emissions, it's reflective of normal operating fugitive emissions, the type that you would have permitted, not ones that go above the regulatory limits that NMED or EPA sets.
Okay. And these emissions, can they be captured and sent to a sales line?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. There's been a lot of discussion about commissioning of pipelines, equipment, and facilities. Are you around? You heard that, Mr. Reinerman?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I don't want to belabor it, but based on your experience, is that an appropriate addition here of an authorized venting and flaring activity?
Yes, sir. It absolutely is.
Okay. Then I want to move here to page 6 of NMOGA's Exhibit B. Now, I also believe it's reproduced on your Exhibit F19. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I want you to discuss, because this relates to gathering system operators, okay? Would you please apply your expertise and explain, A, what what is you're seeking to accomplish here and why that's appropriate?
Absolutely. You know, I think one of the things I want to step back real quick and say, basic understanding of midstream of our industry is to get the gas from the well to the end customers, to move that gas. We get paid for moving the gas. We don't get paid for losing the gas, basically. So ideally, we want to capture as much gas as we humanly can and as physically possible as we can. So we attempt to do that. We have in place many of the plans that are listed here, that are identified here. However, we don't believe that it would be the wherewithal of OCD to review all these plans that they ask for to be brought in. What we believe instead is that when we get through the first 6 months exercise of gathering data, and we determine that we have issues as we go through that to achieve that 98% capture efficiency, which I believe for my company, we should be able to do on the first pass. I don't think that there's any need for us to submit in all of our operating plans, all of our procedures. They're managed by different parts of the company. You have You have a pipeline integrity group. You have a corrosion group. You have a cathodic protection group. You have our maintenance group that works on the engines and things like that. So you have these plans throughout the organization. The important thing is that when you see you are not making your requirements, to do something about it. I guarantee you, when we start gathering data come July 1st for this rule, we'll be looking at it weekly, monthly, quarterly to see where we're at and where we're not at with it, and make adjustments to our system. I'll point out that with regards to our maintenance plans, if we find an issue with a source, that something is a pattern. Somebody used the word pattern before. There's a pattern that comes up. We might well adjust our maintenance program to do something a little bit more frequently to prevent that pattern from occurring. Not certain about when we would want to have to adjust our plans or submit revisions to the plans. It's not real clear on this, if we would ever have to do that, or if it's just a one-time submittal. But it is quite a bit of work. I believe that the idea of a mitigation plan to mitigate the cause of not achieving 98% capture efficiency is a real key to having people focus on the cause. And by focusing on the cause, you can have a solution to achieve it. That's what I believe.
Okay, let me ask you a couple things, Mr. Reinerman. First off, when you look at items such as cathodic protection, corrosion control,
yep,
liquids management, and integrity management, you mentioned you have various groups within the company. Those individual groups address those individual items? That's correct. And are they working in doing that with meeting the obligations of other state and federal agencies?
Sometimes they are, yes, sir.
Okay. And if I turn to what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit 20, does this summarize the approach that you have suggested, that you submit a mitigation plan if there's an operator that is, after the first 6 months that this rule is in effect, is unable to meet its gas capture requirements?
That's correct. That is what the feeling is here. I want to say, when I used to do enforcement of EPA rules, there's a regulation called 40 CFR 60.11B that says basically that if you have excess emissions, that the administrator can make a finding that you did not properly operate and maintain your facility. And enforcing those rules, I would routinely say, you know, your percent of time over the limit was more than your competitor. I want to know what your maintenance procedures are for the activity that caused this. And I would get that maintenance procedure in and review it and address it with them. From time to time, some of the maintenance procedures needed to be adjusted, and the companies did not really look at it. So, you know, to me, that should be the focus. If the capture efficiency requirements aren't being met, if you're not doing your catch-up like you're supposed to, OCD should be asking proactively, where are you at with this coming into us? And what are you going to do to get into compliance? So that's really where we want to be at with it.
And does that provide operators, gathering operators, the flexibility they need to then focus on the issues of concern?
Yes, it absolutely does. And, you know, besides focusing on the issues of concern for not hitting the capture efficiency requirements, the other thing about a mitigation plan is that it's really akin to when you have an excess emission occur out there. You're asked very directly, what is the cause? What is the corrective action? And in some cases, what is the preventative action? All three. And that would align with what this mitigation plan is. You identify the cause, therefore you must initiate a corrective action and a preventative action plan.
In your opinion, would NMOGA's approach here incentivize gathering operators to meet their gas capture requirements?
It would incentivize them to make sure they really pay attention to it. And when they are looking like they're falling off, to fix it quickly.
And avoid having to put together a mitigation plan?
That's correct.
Okay.
At least one that formally they would have to submit.
Okay. All right, now I want to briefly now turn to your experience with AVO inspections, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I believe your exhibit F21 identifies NMOGA's proposed modifications for gathering operator frequency, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And we have some similar proposed frequency changes for upstream operators.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you were familiar with AVO inspections when you were with the EPA?
I'm more familiar with AVO inspections since I've been with Enterprise.
Okay. All right. And what do you observe about EPA's AVO inspection requirements, and what experience the EPA has seen from them?
So I like to sort of broaden AVO. AVO is a fugitive emissions monitoring program, a type of it. There is other types that are actually alluded to in the draft proposed NMED rules, which are not part of this. You have AVO, audiovisual olfactory, looking for leaks, basically looking, smelling, and hearing for leaks. Then you have the traditional way, it was called leak detection and repair program, utilizing method 21, which is a handheld analyzer that you go and you go through the plant systematically looking at each and every valve and connector to determine if it has a leak. The other type is a newer type that came out in Quad O and Quad OA, which is utilizing OGI, which is a type optical gas. Blanking on the eye. Sorry. It's an optical gas instrument. Sorry, optical gas instrument that sees leaks coming from things. People refer to them as flare cameras, which is an infrared type technology. So EPA under Triple K, under Quad O, Quad OA, says that on the first month you go out to a brand new site, you will look for leaks. You'll go again for a second month and look for leaks. Thereafter, if your leak rate is less than 2%, you go on a quarterly basis. All the sites that I have that type of scenario, month, quarterly, stay on quarterly basis because our leaks always stay nice and low, well below the 2% leaker rate that's prescribed. So the same thing is.
Hold on, let me stop you right there.
Mm-hmm.
So first off, you testified that EPA currently has a monthly requirement, is that right?
It starts out monthly for, this would be for a natural gas processing plant. If you go to subpart Quad OA, you will find that it is on a semi-annual basis. It had been on a quarterly basis, but for doing OGI monitoring is now on a semi-annual basis.
Okay, and when you had facilities move from monthly to quarterly, you testified based on your experience, you have never seen them have to go back to monthly?
That's correct. And that's because the first time through on the plant, you'll find your most leaks that first month. And by the time you get to the second month, they'll be mostly all your bad actors will be gone, and you'll just have a few here and there that occur due to vibration and other things that would be considered to be a leaker, which is greater than 10,000 part per million, which when I talked before, I mentioned under this rule, sounds like it would be a malfunction.
Okay. Now, what does EPA recommend in terms of EPA or AVO inspection frequencies, Mr. Reiner?
EPA really only has AVO in a couple rules that affect pumps. And in that basis, it is weekly for pumps. And you're looking for a leak from a pump. That's just a single piece of equipment. In the current oil and gas permit from NMED, it calls for monthly for sour gas facilities like these. So thinking sour gas, that's much in my mind, sour gas is much more deadly than methane. Excuse me, it just is. If you get high concentrations of it. In the rule, it says basically to inspect it on a monthly basis for AVO in the current oil and gas GCP permit. So in that case, this monthly recommendation that we have here would be consistent with that. I will say, though, that the current draft proposed NMED rule speaks verbatim almost of the rule that we see here in OCD, which is to do weekly AVO inspections.
Okay, but I want to get to that in a minute. Before we get to
Yes, sir.
that, I want to take a look at NMOGA Exhibit F22.
Okay.
And does this express what EPA's approach is with respect to AVO inspections?
The compressor stations subject to 40 CFR Part 60 subpart quad OA are subject to quarterly leak detection monitoring. That is correct. That's done by an OGI monitoring system.
Okay, now poor Ball Baca is trying to take this down. So when you read
Oh,
something.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Baca. Compressor stations that are subject to 40 CFR Part 60 subpart quad OA are subject to leak detection monitoring, quarterly leak detection monitoring using a OGI monitor. Okay.
Now, I want to ask you, based on your experience, does the monthly AVO inspection obligation that NMOGA suggests is appropriate here, is that consistent with what EPA requires?
What weekly is definitely more than the quarterly leak detection, much more frequently. I've heard it said a couple times by OCD that it's just a matter of checking a box that you either saw a leak, you listen for a leak, or you smell a leak. It's just as simple as that. If the rule said visually inspect for leaks, I think we'd be fine with this rule. It says listening for pressure and liquid leaks. It says smelling for unusual and strong odors, but it says visually inspecting externally for cracks in a hole and holes. Does that mean they have to be leaking or not? Loose connections by themselves, whether or not they're leaking or not, we got to look for them. Then leaks, that's leaks. Broken and missing caps, broken, damaged seals and gaskets, broken, missing and open hatches, and broken, missing and open hatch access covers and closure devices, whether or not they're leaking or not. Visually looking for all this. It's much more than just going out and looking for a leak. If it said, again, if it just said visually inspecting for leaks, rule gets a whole lot simpler. That's an easier check mark box, and yeah, we go fix the thing. And it's been asked several times about who comes on site. Yeah, they come on site quite a bit. Operators do once a week, typically for compressor stations, without a doubt. And do they look for leaks? Darn tootin' they do. Do they fix them? Yes, they do when they get out of there. So, but they don't necessarily go through an entire site and look for what I'll refer to as a list of equipment and cracks and holes and loose connections and broken and missing caps, etc. They don't necessarily do all that, but they do look for leaks. There's a difference there, big difference.
And Mr. Reinerman, I know you're passionate about this. Were you reading from the rule itself when you referenced all the things that are purportedly required by this rule?
Yes, sir. It's OCD Exhibit 3A. It's under 1915-28-8C 4A1.
Okay. So, all right. Now, in your opinion, okay, will the weekly AVO inspections currently suggested by the division's rules substantially reduce surface waste when you compare that to monthly or quarterly inspections?
No, I don't believe so, because typically, like I said before, you find leaks, you fix the leaks, the bad actors, you'll go back and find very few the next time you go out there. So if we're going to initiate the program from the beginning, I would expect that first time out, that first month, you might find more leaks than you otherwise would. However, We have to operate safe facilities, reliable facilities. Part of being a safe and reliable facility is to make sure that we don't have leaks going on out there. We fix our leaks. So operators do these AVOs already. I don't think we're going to see any difference in what we have now versus later. I don't think that volume of gas will change and go down at all for our industry.
Okay, now I want to share the screen again, and I want to look at what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit 21. Do you see that in front of you, Mr. Reinerman?
No, sir. I believe you need to share.
You're right, I do. Thank you. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I want to focus on this last sentence that NMOGA has proposed to add here. Now,
right.
Mr. Reinerman, I believe it was previously discussed that this could either be a second sentence or an introductory clause. But this proposed sentence would exclude AVO requirements if they're required by other agencies listed here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We've heard some discussion that the NMED has proposed. They have not adopted, but they have apparently proposed weekly AVO inspections. Okay?
That's correct.
Now, if this sentence was added to the AVO frequency requirement, would that address the circumstance that would arise once the NMED actually decided the frequency that would be appropriate for what they're attempting to do?
Yes, it would. You know, I've heard that the idea is not to be overly burdensome with these rules, that OCD and NMED work together, they collaborate together. This section of the rule with regards to AVOs, at least the part that's in OCD, is completely redundant for our industry and what's in the proposed draft NMED rules at 20.2.50.16.c. Completely redundant of it. And so if we're going to be subject to the NMED rules that are exactly the same as these rules, then we shouldn't have two masters, just the one master. That would be NMED in that case.
And Mr. Reinerman, at this point, we don't know what the NMED is going to adopt, correct?
Objection, leading.
Mr. Reinerman, do we know at this point what the NMED is going to adopt?
No, sir, we don't.
Okay. And this provision would address the circumstance, would address whatever NMED decides to do.
Objection, leading.
Mr. Felderwart, please watch that. And
So
refrain.
Mr. Reinerman, will the addition of this sentence assist in addressing whatever the New Mexico Environment Department decides to do?
It would allow us to focus on one set of regulations instead of two for accomplishing the same purpose.
Okay. All right. Now I want to take a look at the division's Exhibit 3B, or Exhibit 3A, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to go to page 3. Do you see that up in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see that the division has proposed some changes to 28.8C5?
Yes, sir.
And they relate to aerial visual inspections?
That's correct.
Do you agree with this language change based on your experience with AVO inspections for gathering facilities?
This is, you don't really, at least I don't really think of AVOs for pipelines as much, which this is what this is about. I think of them as just doing a visual inspection for leaks, basically. But yes, that reflects what is done with regards to pipelines for a vast number of our system.
Okay, and you'll see that it says to perform an annual instrument monitoring of the entire length of the gathering pipeline. Is that appropriate in your opinion?
I would recommend striking the word instrument on that, just say annual monitoring, because a gathering pipeline using an AVO technique, alarm technology, aerial visual inspection does not necessarily use an instrument. There are some times when a flare camera or an OGI system is actually used to take a look at the line as it's being flown over. So it's not always done that way, though. A lot of times it's just a visual inspection. So instrument to me could be struck.
Okay. And then as we go halfway through, the division has added some language that would require the operator to retain the records for at least 5 years. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that's an appropriate balance of the burdens?
I do. It's typically when we get requests from agencies for past records, very seldom do they go back 2 years, 3 years. They're usually more on top of it than that. So having 5 years gives them about a 2-year backup in case they want to go back further and take a look.
And then we see that the division has made a change to remove the names of personnel from the public records. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that is appropriate, and if so, why?
I think it's appropriate. The important part is that that person is qualified and that he's documented as being qualified in records that are kept, not necessarily in a report that's issued.
And the way the division drafted it, would it require the name of that person to be in the records?
No, the person's name would not have to be in that record, but I find that typically people always sign their work.
Okay. And what we would avoid would be the name of the person in the public record, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, now I want to move to NMOGA's Exhibit F25. Okay, Mr. Reinerman?
Yes, sir.
And I believe, I'm getting it up on the screen here. This is a change to subsection 28.9C.
Right.
All right. Do you understand how this provision works under subparagraphs A and B?
Under A and B, yeah, by reading it, I do. I don't know who in our company will provide a GIS digitally formatted as-built map, but I understand what that is. We have something like that in-house that we can go and look at our lines with and see where they're at with a lot of the information that's indicated there. I don't know if we necessarily have all the small lines and connections, but I know we have the major ones.
Okay. So under this provision A, subpart A and B, what is a company going to be required to file?
I'd imagine, this is just how I would have to imagine it. We would submit in either electronic file via email, upload it to some type of FTP site probably, that OCD would then download and put into a system, a mapping system of some sort, that they would do it. We would give them the GIS digitally formatted data, and they would put it into their system. They would probably want to give us specifications to make sure that what we give them map up to their mapping system. And what I mean by that is that, you have degrees and pounds, and you also have other ways of expressing GPS data. And in New Mexico, we have sections and things like that. So we have a variety of different ways to do it. So how do they want that data to come into them? We make sure we give it to them in that right type of order and fashion. But then the idea would be to have some type of key that would allow them to identify the type of line it is and the service it's in.
And so when I look at this provision, you're going to have to, operators are going to have to file a map of their system, correct?
Correct.
And then under what is to occur if they add any elements to their system?
If they're going to add elements to the system, then basically we have 90 days to provide them with an updated map.
Okay, all right. And under subpart B, what will that information that we provide to the division include?
It's going to provide them the size of the pipeline, which is typically the inside diameter, and also the construction material of the type, which would be steel for enterprise.
Okay. So having known all that, what's the problem with subpart C, and why do the gathering operators suggest that this be removed?
So the way that I read this, as well as the NMOGA team members read this, is that where it speaks to the part about it says at the very last line, release reported to the division since 1915-28 NMAC became applicable to the pipeline or system. We believe that that line there, release reported, we report releases in that C-129 form. So that would be the ones greater than 50 MCF. I did not read it as Madam Chair had alluded to earlier about that being ones that are less than 50 MCF. Haven't even contemplated that aspect, if that's going to be a requirement, because that's not real clear, because those are releases that we don't report on the C-129. We would report them in aggregate, I believe, on a C-115B for the system, but not necessarily on a point-by-point basis for the other ones. So the thing is that when we submit in I assume that the C-129 is going to be electronic, just like the current C-141 is. And on that C-141, we provide the GPS locations in two different ways. And my thought would be that, I believe it was Mr. Powell who spoke about making the systems to be better and working smoother, is that when you put in that number and you're putting in the volume of gas released, that those two could be almost instantaneously pinpointed on a map. Now, besides working for enterprise, I'm also part of the public. If there's releases going on out there throughout the year and they occur this month, when would they get on the map under this current rule? They wouldn't get on this map till May of 2022, probably June 1st of 2022. So that's almost 14 or 15 months later. Whereas coming in on the C-129 form, if I submit one in today, it's a final form, it could be plotted tomorrow. There's no problem with that. They could keep their maps up to date easier than we could, and in a more time efficient manner. Also, they could see the patterns out there potentially also in a more time efficient manner than waiting till May 31st of the following year.
And is that what you just discussed, Mr. Reinerman, is that reflected in the NMOGA Exhibit F-26?
Yes, it is.
And is this something that the division is currently doing anyway?
The division does have an OCD methane tracking dashboard. And frankly, looking at it, I couldn't figure out how it was actually populated with data. Maybe where the information comes from, but I could see how that methane tracker dashboard that they have, you could use the C-129 data to populate it.
Now, Ms. Sandoval is correct that the C-129 data would not include releases that are less than 50 MCF, correct, Mr. Reinerman?
That's correct.
Okay. And that has been a threshold that the division has used for quite some time in their reporting, is that right?
That's correct.
And how do you understand how do you view a release of less than 50 MCF in terms of magnitude?
Okay. So in NMED, if it occurs at one of my compressor stations, I have to look at it as far as excess emissions goes. I have certain caps at my site that allow me to have some emissions associated with unscheduled blowdowns. So I have to make sure I'm in compliance with that. If I'm not, then what I would do is with NMED, I would submit an excess emission report. So we do have to be knowledgeable of them when they occur. They're something that we can and do keep track of that could be put into a system. However, we don't necessarily, we don't report them in all form. We don't necessarily keep the GPS information for all of those type of things, especially on a pipeline, if it's a small one on a pipeline. My experience is that most of our pipeline releases that we have to do a C-141 form for, because not so much the leak, but because of the blowdown we have to do to go repair that leak is going to be greater than the 50. It's typically miles of, a mile or two of pipeline might have to be blown down.
And when you say a C-141, is that filed under existing Division Rule 29?
Yes, sir.
And does existing Division Rule 29 require any filing for releases that are less than 50 MCF?
The only time you would do that is if you had a mostly liquid release that was greater than the threshold and the gas was slightly less. You might do it then. But other than that, no, sir. It would not be the driving force for a report in that case.
Okay. And if the commission removes this subpart C that we see in F21, the division will have received data of all releases in excess of 50 MCF, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Madam Hearing Officer, I believe that concludes my examination. I pass the witness.
All right, would you like to move your exhibit?
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I need to move the admission into evidence of the NMOGA exhibits F1 through F26.
All right, let me pause for a moment. In the event there are objections to NMOGA F1 through F26. F1 through F26 are admitted. We do need a break. Let's take 15 minutes. We've been going more than 2 hours at this point. When we return, Mr. Ames will have some questions for you, Mr. Reinerman.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So let's come back at 3:05.
Yes, ma'am.
Just need Mr. Baca, and then we can begin the questions. Mr. Baca?
Madam Hearing Officer, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I apologize.
Thank you. Thumbs up for Mr. Baca when you're ready. Terrific. Mr. Ames, if you would.
Thank you, Ms. Orth. Good afternoon, Mr. Reinerman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ames.
Just have a few questions for you this afternoon. I heard Mr. Smitherman and you as well acknowledge that the GIS layer doesn't duplicate the C-129 reports. That's right?
It should not. That's correct. The way we read it, I would agree with that. Yes, sir.
And so events less than 50 MCF don't get reported on C-129s, correct?
Never have. No, sir.
Don't say never will.
I did not.
I know. Under the OCD's rule, the GIS layer is going to show all emergencies, malfunctions, and releases regardless of size, right?
I don't know. I don't know if it could be interpreted that way. If you read the one part on it that talks about it being for reported release events, and I would assume that a reported release event is one that's done under the C-129.
Well, it also refers to emergencies and malfunctions, doesn't it?
It does, but again, I believe that it was the way that we had looked at it as a group was that it went back to the part about being reported to the division. So an emergency malfunction and release reported to the division. So a C-129 for a release that's less than 50 would not be reported to the division.
So you're reading, so I'm sorry. So you're reading into it a limitation to events larger than 50 MCF. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So a prudent operator, a prudent midstream operator, because Enterprise is a midstream operator, right?
Yes, sir.
A prudent midstream operator that were to prepare a GIS like requested in the OCD rule would look at it, wouldn't it?
What do you mean by we would look at it, sir?
Well, you'd prepare it, you'd put data in, you'd take a look at it.
Oh,
right?
absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely. You'd evaluate it for patterns.
You would look for leaks that occur on a recurring basis, and we have done that as Enterprise. And when it came time to it, we decided we have to shut down the line and replace that portion of that line because it had too many leaks on it. That's correct. Some were not large enough to be reported under the current C-141. Other ones were.
So a prudent operator like Enterprise would look at this GIS and consider whether it should investigate these patterns further.
We wouldn't have to have the GIS to do that. We would know it from our own internal documentation of the leaks when they occur out there.
But if you had a GIS, you'd look at it and that would help you, wouldn't it?
Well, that is part of an evaluation when you're looking at leaks that occur on pipelines as to the area, because it's not necessarily the entire pipeline that might have to get replaced, but just a segment of it, not the entire thing. So you would know that ahead of time, well before what it says here, May 31st of the year following. If it started happening in January, February, March of this year, we'd be on it faster than that, much faster than May of 31st of 2022.
Right. You'd want to keep the map up to date.
No, not really. We want to get that line fixed so it doesn't leak anymore. That's our first and foremost thing.
Mm-hmm.
We'd be reporting the leaks to OCD. OCD may or may not take notice of it. You would think that they're getting in the data. They would say, hey, we see a pattern here. They should be able to see that pattern as quickly as we can, which we would, but we don't have to have that on a GIS map to know that. We know that that line is an issue going on.
Well, my question is, if you had that GIS layer where you were mapping those emergencies, malfunctions, and releases of all different sizes, that's a helpful tool, isn't it?
No, not as helpful as you would think it might be, because it is really looking at the line, it's looking at that system, it's looking at that specific engine that's having a problem out there in the field. So it's a lot of time it's the equipment line specific. The map would not be something that we would do. It would just be a reporting tool in this case.
Yeah, like one person who does all your C-129s?
No, we do not have just one person who does all our C-129s. We do not.
How many people do you have?
We have, well, none, because we don't do C-129s yet.
Okay, well,
sorry.
That's a fair point. When you do start doing C-129s, who's going to do them?
I would imagine that my environmental staff would in my area, and then another manager who manages the Farmington area, his staff would do his up there. So probably 2 or 3.
2 or 3 different people. And where are you right now? Or where do you work from?
I work from Kennedy, Texas, sir.
Okay. So someone in Farmington, someone in Kennedy. Is there another location as well?
Person works out of Midland, Texas. We have an opening in Carlsbad, though, if anybody's interested. Oh, I see it now. Sorry.
So a lot of people with their hands in the pie on this one, huh?
Not really, no. I mean, operations is very focused on their lines, on their equipment. You have a supervisor who knows his equipment, who knows his lines. He knows when he's having issues. He doesn't have to have a map to go out and find it.
Okay. Never goes on vacation, is always there, is watching everything all the time. Is that what you're telling me?
there will always be somebody there who would backfill that person who has the operational knowledge that that same person does. The other thing is also you're talking about something that's a pattern, okay? So you're looking at things that happen maybe a few times on a line in a system, and him being on vacation for a week or two, that timing wouldn't matter that much.
The patterns occur over longer periods of time, don't they?
They very much can, yes.
And people move on over the course of time?
We do.
So record keeping, mapping is a form of record keeping, helps keep people in the loop, doesn't it?
I could see that could help. We do have other systems in place that keeps tracks of those leaks that can be very specific to lines and locations and pieces of equipment.
Okay. So I heard you say you want to capture as much gas as humanly possible.
How we make money.
Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also said that your company already has an operation plan.
We don't have just a single operations plan, okay? We have a myriad of plans out there that are similar to what is listed on this list here. We have integrity programs. We have engine maintenance programs, preventative maintenance programs. We have people that do corrosion work with pigging of lines periodically to make sure that they stay clean, that we get the liquids moved out of them. So we have lots of different programs in place already to basically run our system to ensure that we capture all the gas that we're contracted to capture and to pass on to customers upstream, or downstream, sorry.
So you've got lots of plans, lots of programs, all in some way seeking to maintain the integrity of your system, prevent leaks, maximize the amount of gas that you move through your system.
It takes a small army of people to do it right. That's correct. And they're all focused on doing it in a coordinated manner. The person who is the operations supervisor knows what's planned for his lines, his activities. And so he's aware of when someone says, I need to do a pigging on your line. He knows when someone says we have to do some cathodic protection work out there on your line to evaluate your cathodes and connections to make sure they're right. He knows when maintenance has to be done so that 2 weeks prior he can notify someone upstream that we might be shutting down and could affect their operations. So we have a person that coordinates all that.
So you have a coordinator for all the planning.
You would say that the supervisor is the coordinator for all the planning. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that coordinator understands how all the plans fit together.
I would say yes, sir. Absolutely.
And knows where in this small army to go to figure something out that's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
But not every operator does the same amount of planning that Enterprise does, do they?
I can't speak to that.
You're not aware of the general practices in the field?
I've only worked for one midstream company, that's Enterprise Products, sir, so I cannot speak to others.
But you did work for the EPA, right?
I did.
And at the EPA, you did enforcement work.
I did, but we did not have oil and gas as a major company back then. In Southeast United States, there aren't too many refineries and petroleum plants and things like that down there. So this is back, back in the 80s. So we just really didn't have that much as far as rules went at that time.
Sure. My focus here is not so much on oil and gas, just the fact that you did a lot of enforcement back then.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Brought a lot of actions against violators.
I participated in doing that, yes, sir.
So would it be fair to say that not everyone's doing as good a job as Enterprise is?
Based upon my experience, if you look at 10 companies and you go and meet with them and talk with all 10 of those companies, they will absolutely tell you that they have safety, reliability, and environmental as forefronts for their companies, and that they aim to have safe operations, reliable operations, and environmentally good operations. All three would be in those 10 companies. So 10 out of 10, I believe, would say that. Now, how you go about accomplishing that, your wherewithal, that could be different. When we're talking about these plans, if I could offer something to you, sir, is that you have a requirement that you have these plans in place. Not necessarily that you have to gather them all up and submit them. You have a checklist effectively. Effectively, you've made a checklist here that you have to have these type of plans in place. I could see that working well. And then basically, when you have problems meeting your capture efficiency requirements, tell us how you're going to fix things to get it right, the mitigation plan idea.
So thank you for that, but you actually didn't answer my question. Not every company has a small army like Enterprise, right? To manage its planning. Is that right?
That might well be true.
And not every company out there, not every operator out there is like Enterprise and has a supervisor with the skills and ability to coordinate all of this small army and its planning activities. Is that correct?
I don't think so. I mean, most companies that I've run into have plant managers, have people that are responsible for their compressor stations, are reportable for their pipelines. They're either called supervisors, superintendents, or managers. So they do have a person that's in place that's responsible for the operation of that, and that would include making sure the maintenance is done properly and things like that. So I would, in most cases, plant companies that I'm aware of have supervisors in place.
Well, that's just a position, right? My question was, do most companies have supervisors like yours, like your company, that is very adept at coordinating all plans to make sure that everything happens at the right time, at the right pace, with the right people and the right equipment?
I don't know. I can't speak to that.
So let's go back to the question I asked that you didn't answer. I asked you about your enforcement experience and whether you brought action against many violators. You said you participated in many actions.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you told me that everybody out there says they do the same thing. They do a good job. They try and do the right thing. You named 4 things in particular, the 4 pillars of good practice. But you didn't answer my question, which is not all of them actually follow through, do they?
I think they've tried to follow through. The actions that I've taken against power plants, against pulp and paper mills out there that I've ran into, some very large names, which I won't mention, will have operational procedures, maintenance procedures for specific pieces of equipment. And when they have an issue with excess pollution going on, you ask them, where in your maintenance plan does it say how you reduce the excess emissions that occur? How do you reduce pollution? And they'll say, well, frankly, we don't, the course I've had is most of them don't have something like that in line. They don't have a specific direction to the operator to do that. And then they get that in place and they go do it. So they're like missing a line basically in their manual, not the whole manual.
So you're telling me that in the course of your practice with the EPA, you've never come across a company or an actor who didn't cut corners? Is that what you're telling me?
Could you define cutting corners?
Not doing what they're supposed to do as required by the regulations that you were enforcing.
Never took any criminal actions at all, which was what you're alluding to in my mind, at least, that they are trying to specifically escape the requirements. Not familiar with that. Didn't do any criminal activities.
Well, in the civil context, you never were involved in enforcement action where somebody didn't comply with the rules?
Oh, absolutely. I can think of a small boiler operator in North Carolina. He had a wood-fired boiler that he built, put in place, and he put a bag house on the back end of it. And it was under designed for the application, but he was told that it was designed for the application, and so he relied upon a reputable vendor, and that reputable vendor was wrong, and we took an enforcement action to get him to change it out.
That's extraordinary. I mean, the one example you just gave me is someone who really isn't, arguably responsible for the violation itself. Sounds like you had smooth sailing in the enforcement area back there in Atlanta. So let's talk about the operation plan and submitting it to OCD. You testified, quote, you don't think it's important for OCD to review the plan. Remember that?
I believe I said I don't think they have the wherewithal to review the plan. I don't
That's
think they
your
have the-
opinion.
Yes, sir.
That's your opinion, right? Okay. So let's say an operator claims emergency and OCD says, hey, let's, that looks like recurring equipment failure to us. Let's see your plan. If I understand your proposal correctly, your response is, we'll do a mitigation plan. How's that supposed to fix the problem that's already occurred? How's that supposed to help the operator foresee the problem before it happens?
Well, the thing is that with mechanical equipment, electrical driven equipment, you can't possibly contemplate all the things that are going to occur out there that might cause you to have an upset that requires you to do maintenance on it. You might have to adjust that maintenance somewhere down the line to prevent that. So in that regard, the plan could be looking at everything that is recommended by a manufacturer to be addressed, recommended by EPA and regulations for under like Quad Z, 40 CFR Part 63 Quad Z requirements. So you could address those, have I's dotted and T's crossed, but you know what? You don't have enough. So then what happens? You have, my experience has been more with excess emissions, okay? So those sort of like the whoops that happen out there. What we're trying to do here is minimize waste, which is also the same thing. We're trying to minimize excess emissions. It's the same thing as what we're trying to do. And so when we have excess emissions occur out there, and it's because our maintenance needs to get adjusted, we'll adjust the maintenance and get it right. And that's what the idea of a mitigation plan is that, hey, we've had this occur too many times out here, let's get it fixed.
So I think your argument was a mitigation plan is incentive to avoid a problem, even though it happens after the fact. You'd agree then, though, that a plan up front would be an incentive too? If there was some, let me finish. If there were some liability flowing from not following it?
The plan in my mind did not address the cause of the emergency or malfunction that occurred. Therefore, that's why you would have to adjust that plan. Okay, you don't necessarily plan for all things that could occur out there, all malfunctions, all emergencies that could. A lot of times, what you do is you plan for how to react to them. You know, the main thing at one of our plant sites is when you have an issue. Let's say you have too many liquids coming into a compressor station, and it fills up the separator. It's going to trigger a high alarm. It's going to isolate and shut down the process equipment promptly because you don't want damage to occur. And so it's going to vent the equipment in the plant. At the same time, it's stopping the flow of gas into the plant. So that's going to be an unscheduled shutdown that we're going to let upstream know, hey, we're getting too many liquids in here. You all need to figure out something's going on up on your upstream area. So, you know, we can work with companies. We adjust our pigging schedules, for example, sometimes to prevent that from occurring. But it's sort of done more on the fly than it is in a specific plan. There is no the plan would be to say we're going to do pigging on a monthly basis. And then you find out that really we need to start doing it every 2 weeks in order to operate more effectively and not have shutdowns. So you adjust that plan. This doesn't require us to submit any adjustments to a plan.
Doesn't our plan require you to look for potential problems before they occur as opposed to after, which is what your proposal does?
Let me interject. When you say your plan, Mr. Ames, what is your plan? What are you talking about here? What section are you referencing?
The plan proposed by your rule.
You're talking about the plan that's identified in 28.8C1?
I'm talking about the plan that Mr. Reinerman is saying is adequate. A mitigation plan. His plan. His proposal for a plan.
You're talking about the mitigation plan.
I just said that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm ready. So basically the mitigation plan would effectively have two parts to it. It's going to have a corrective action plan, being what are you going to do to correct the situation as it currently stands. The next part is it's going to have a preventative plan in it, because it's something that you have not foreseen occurring out there because it's never occurred before. And so you're going to try to devise a way to prevent it from reoccurring. So that mitigation plan would have a corrective plan to it and a preventative maintenance program associated with it, or a preventative program for it.
Okay, so it's an after the fact plan. That's what you want to do, right?
No, I have a plan already in place that you would require me to have in place, that we have that we have for all the categories that you have listed here. Pulling that all together is a monumental task. It's a lot of paper that, frankly, I don't think I would ever wade through it. When we have an issue occur at a site, we do periodically get asked by TCEQ, sometimes NMED, about, we like to see the last time you did maintenance on XYZ equipment. How are you going about doing it? And we would provide them with the maintenance documentation that we kept for that site. So it's typically done. We have the maintenance already in place. We've done it. It just so happens that we had a mechanical breakdown that we did not think would happen because we're doing our preventative maintenance that we're supposed to be doing. So you would see a preventative maintenance plan and you would say, well, did you do the preventative maintenance plan on the pump? Like, yes. Well, why did the pump break? Well, the pump spins at 3,000 RPM, and when it has an issue mechanically, it can break. It's sort of like a car engine. If it runs too often, you can have issues with it that you just don't foresee. And what are you going to do to prevent it? Well, that we'd have to look into and see how we're going to do a better job with it.
And the operators who don't have plans like your company, what about them?
I'm not familiar with companies that don't have operation and maintenance programs and procedures in place. If you look at almost in midstream, if you look at the oil and gas GCP permit, we're required to have maintenance programs out there. We're required to have O&M programs up there. We're required to keep those programs. We're not required to submit them all, but we're required to have those plans.
And you just don't want to give it to us because you don't think we can handle it. That's what it is?
Object to the form of the question that misstates his testimony, Mr. Ames.
He said, no, he said that he didn't believe OCD had the wherewithal to handle the plans.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I don't think it would benefit the goal of this program to reduce emissions at all by handing over all these plans. I think I've heard 400 and something companies' plans to OCD to have. I don't think that those plans would be worthwhile to have in your hands. It's going to be that case-by-case basis where you want to look specifically at the problem child and address the problem child.
After the fact. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ames. Mr. Biernoff, do you have questions of Mr. Reinerman?
Madam Hearing Officer, I do not have any questions for Mr. Reinerman.
Thank you. Ms. Fox or Mr. Bach, do you have questions of Mr. Reinerman?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I have a couple. Good afternoon, Mr. Reinerman.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Fox. Ms. Fox.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Reinerman, you testified at the beginning of your testimony with regard to the definition of emergency.
Yes, ma'am.
In 28.7D.
Okay.
And you testified regarding an exception to that definition, 28.7D5, which reads in terms of OCD's proposed language, an exception to that definition would include the operator's negligence, including a recurring equipment failure. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are proposing that the phrase including a recurring equipment failure be struck, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that you believe that should be struck because you believe recurring means more than one time, that it could be two times, and therefore 2 times wouldn't be fair to count as negligence. Is that essentially your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And did I understand from your testimony then that if the equipment failure were a pattern or occurred multiple times, that you would support operator's negligence as an exception to the definition of emergency?
I don't recall saying that exactly. I did recall saying that the OCD witnesses had spoke about it being a pattern of equipment failure, which means multiple times occurring. This isn't within 60 days either. This is for the life of the facility. So if I have something break down this week and I have something break down next year, and next year the following thing, or related to it, I have trouble saying that's either recurring or negligence at all. We have lots of large mechanical equipment out there. I'm specifically thinking about our engines that we have out there and turbines that are very complex pieces of machinery, and that I would not support saying, I only support striking that language in there, not even changing the word to pattern.
So if, for example, there were a pattern of equipment failure, you don't think that OCD could attribute that pattern, that recurring pattern, say it happens 10, 15, 20 times, to operator negligence? Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
So when we report excess emissions to NMED, which is similar to what occurs here when you have this recurring pattern going on, because you report each incident that could happen, or you report it to the state of Texas.
Is this related to the definition of emergency? Because I'd like to keep the witness on track. I asked a pretty specific question.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
What I'm wondering is I thought the implication of your earlier testimony was that you would support including language to the effect of if equipment failure were a pattern, were it repetitive, you might support changing the definition to include that. But you just told me, no, that was not what you testified to. And I just asked you for further clarification as to whether, in terms of this particular definition of emergency and the extent to which when equipment failure recurs repeatedly, whether that should ever count as operator negligence. Say, for example, there's equipment failure, 10, 15 times the same piece of equipment.
Yes, it could.
And then in terms of your definition of recurring, as I recall, was if it occurs more, if an equipment failure occurs more than once, could be 2 times, correct?
That's correct.
And before you gave us your own definition of recurring, did you bother looking in a dictionary for the definition of recurring?
I did not.
So let me just read to you from Merriam-Webster, which is an online dictionary, and I'm glad to submit this if need be for the record. But their definition of recurring is, quote, occurring repeatedly, happening or appearing multiple times. And so would it surprise you that that's the dictionary definition of recurring?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Reineman, you also testified with respect to language proposed by climate advocates in 28.8B3A,
yes.
Correct? And so that language has to do with exceptions to the prohibition on venting and flaring, correct?
Yes.
And one of those exceptions as proposed by OCD is scheduled repair and maintenance, including blowing down and depressurizing equipment to perform repair or maintenance, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Climate Advocates is proposing a caveat to that exception to include the following language, but only where the gas cannot be rerouted back into the pipeline outside of the depressurized zone or otherwise beneficially used. You provided testimony on that proposal, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe Mr. Felderwert asked you whether existing gathering lines are configured to accomplish this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said that, as far as you're aware, gathering lines are not currently configured to accomplish this purpose, but the transportation line, you're aware of transportation lines that are. Is that correct?
I am.
Now, you did not testify, did you, that it is not technically infeasible for gathering lines to be configured to accomplish this, did you?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Ms. Paranos?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I do have just a few questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Reinerman.
Good afternoon.
You provided testimony regarding NMOGA's suggestion that OCD add a provision that explicitly allows for venting or flaring from fugitive emission components, such as valves, flanges, connectors in 288B3H. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. And I believe you testified that NMOGA's intent for this provision is to apply to normally operating fugitive emission components. Is that correct?
That'd be correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And can you clarify for me which fugitive emission components you believe leak during normal operation?
Well, a valve will leak, flange will leak, other components will leak. Now, the thing is are they above what's referred to as the leak threshold that requires them to be repaired under a rule? So the ones that I would consider to be normal are the ones that we typically are permitted that we do not have to take any type of action to correct.
Thank you. And you also testified that fugitive emission components may malfunction and thus lead to leaks, and that such leaks stemming from malfunctioning components are not covered by your proposed, or NMOGA's, proposed exception. Is that accurate?
That'd be correct.
Great. And just one point of clarification, as you look at NMOGA's suggested language, is it specific that fugitive emission components in the exception only refers to normally operating fugitive emission components and not malfunctioning components?
I would say that it's not that clear, that word normally would be a better way to do it.
Thank you so much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paranos. Commissioner Engler, do you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Reineman. I do not have any questions. I'm going to defer to Chair Sandoval, who is much more an expert on midstream than I.
Thank you. Commissioner Kessler?
No pressure for me in a minute. Geez.
Thanks. I also actually was going to say that I'm going to defer to the director, who I'm sure will do a good job. I don't have any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome.
Madam Chair.
Geez, really no pressure now. Okay. I also thought I had like another minute to get my notes in order, but we can start rolling. Okay, so good afternoon. Can we go back to this definition of emergency?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. So you talk about, let me find the page on here. It was your example 2. It was the PSV And it was the PSV example on F8.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
And what you stated in your testimony was that that would be considered negligence. Is that correct?
No, it should not be considered negligence, that we did do proper operation and maintenance of that PSV when it released.
But it would be counted against you under this rule. Is that correct?
Under the rule, in this case for this one, because it happened, well, so the rule as it's written says 3 or more in a system, basically. So this would be 2 I would get. It depends if I had taken any other ones in the system already. So if I'd already taken a couple of releases from the system, then they would count against me.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood your testimony. I had thought, or it had sounded like you were saying that would fall under negligence and not be a quote emergency. So you're clarifying that you do think as long as you hadn't busted your 3, that would count as an emergency.
So the thing is that reading the rule, 5 says operator's negligence, including a recurring equipment failure. So this is one where the PSV failed twice. So the next one says 3 or more emergencies. And this is an emergency when a PSV pops. It's a safety valve that's activated and is released. So in some respects, you have both categories fit the release.
Okay, so I think, and we talked about this a little bit, I think, or Ms. Fox just talks about it a little bit. NMOGA is opting to, on 5, for the number 5 to get rid of the including a reoccurring equipment failure. Now I can understand where there may be a line of a reoccurring equipment failure that is negligence and a reoccurring equipment failure is not. Is there a way to craft language which would delineate those things?
Let's see. The operators.
Because I think you and your you've demonstrated some examples and some ambiguity, I think, with the term reoccurring, but I'm not hearing a solution. And so that's my question. Do you have a solution other than just slashing that languge?
I think slashing the language is best. And the reason is that things should be done on a case-by-case basis. Okay? Because when you're trying to, if you're saying that we have operator negligence, I don't think an operator is going to call that on himself. That's going to have to come up when the C-115B gets reviewed and there's questions as to why you're not achieving a 98% capture efficiency. We don't have it necessarily as a category, but that could come up in the questioning as to that. So I don't think anyone will really think about things being too much as operator's negligence, because again, we try to operate and maintain systems. You know from your days at Marathon how we try to do things out there to stay in compliance. With regards to the negligence part, I think striking that last part is the best bet, and doing it on a case-by-case basis when OCD is looking at doing a review of documentation associated with the annual reports.
So, but the definition as written, it doesn't allow for a case-by-case basis, does it?
Well, I think you've pointed out that OCD has enforcement and enforcement wherewithal, enforcement, what's the word I want to use there?
Discretion.
Is enforcement discretion? Yes, enforcement activities that they can employ. So when they would see that someone's not achieving 98% capture efficiency or not meeting their progress, they'll be asking about the emergencies that occurred out there. Why did you have so many? What were the reasons? And you could look at them and say, here's where they're at.
Okay. So the other clarification I think, asked the NMOGA requirements asking for is in 6, where it says 3 or more emergencies at one site for similar causes, and that at one site for similar causes has been added by NMOGA, experienced by the operator within the preceding 60 days. Do you feel like that could be taken advantage of by operators?
No, ma'am, I don't. We're required already under NMED rules to keep track of our venting that we have going on from our facilities and the reasons why they occurred. So we would have an accurate accounting of that type of activity, and you would be able to get those specific records. Oil and gas GCP permits.
To cross-reference, you mean? Like if OCD wanted to cross-reference that information?
Well, you can ask for information regarding your logs that you keep for NMED, I would think, to determine how you're doing with regards to keeping track of emergencies, to make sure you're not misclassifying things when you're reporting them up the line in the C-115B. This will be a different kind of, can you hear me still? Oh, did I fuzz out? Ah. You see me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, this is Engler. I can hear and see you.
Okay, great.
I can hear you.
Okay, great.
We lost the chairwoman, and we've lost the Felicia Orr. We've lost. No, we got Miss Orth back. We've lost the chairwoman. We lost the Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chairwoman.
Madam Chair?
We've lost her.
All right. We'll wait a minute and see if she returns. She says she can hear everyone. She's going to log off and log back on. Let's give her a minute.
If this happens 3 times, does that constitute as an emergency?
It'd be recurring.
It'd be recurring.
We're off the record, right? Sorry.
I have no idea. Oh, it's being recorded. Sorry about that. My apology.